auto racing gets. 1 second separates the front of the 42-car field from the rear. American cars, American drivers, and some good old American idiom. This most posh, impressive facility, easily the best in the country, if not the world, went broke the year it opened. The drivers, they come from 21 states, but most of them live around this place, Charlotte, North Carolina. Nowadays, some are rich and famous and some are not, but they all remember well from whence they came. The cars, they're our cars, what we drive to work, what we drive to play in. Hello everyone, I'm Ken Squire at the Charlotte Motor Speedway for the 31st running of the Coca-Cola 600. And on this great day, I can't think of any other place I'd rather be or any other group of folks I'd rather be with, and I'm glad you're with us. Also with us is a great driver, two-time winner of this event, a good friend, and a powerful addition to our broadcast team, Neil Bonnet.
Thanks, Ken. There's $900,000 on the line today. That's the least thing these drivers are worried about. The one thing they want to do today is win the 600-mile race. It's the longest race on our circuit. These guys put a lot of prestige and honor in winning that event. I was fortunate enough to win it myself, and it's one of the brighter days of my racing career. We're looking for some guys to really be dominant. Earnhardt, Schrader, they showed a lot of strength in the last week or two. These cars are flying. And more on that, we have a guest, a champion racer that knows the X and O's of racing, Lynn St. James.
Thanks, Neil. As you know, this 1.5-mile circuit is a handling track. And even though there's only about a 15 horsepower spread between the entire 42-car field, it really means they're carrying more speed into the corners and through the corners, so handling is a premium. The teams that can get a handle on that handling at a racetrack that's known to change every 10 minutes or every time the sun comes out, it's going to really make the difference who's going to be there at the end after 600 miles. Now let's go down to Bob Barsha, who's at the STP Pit Communications Center.
Thank you, Lynn, and a big welcome to our TBS Sports team, both to you and to Neil. Hello again, everyone. Here in our Pit Communications Center, just a few feet from the action in the pit lane, we'll be covering the story behind what's going on among those 42 drivers on the racetrack. We'll also be adding a little extra incentive of our own to the big purse that Neil talked about, beginning with our Timex Speed Trap Fastest Lap Award, wherein we will award some of these handy Speed Track handheld speed computers to every member of the team whose driver sets the fastest lap of the race. Now, Charlotte is not only a festival of speed, it is a festival of festivals. Speedway Chairman Bruton Smith and President Humpy Wheeler go to great lengths to ensure that everybody who comes through the turnstile gets a show for their money. For example, where else for the price of a ticket can you get a great auto race plus a sight like this? A young woman, Roberta Lynn, attaching herself to a wire high above a crowd estimated at some 160,000. She then releases herself and reaches speeds up to 45 miles an hour on a slide for life from 10 stories above the grandstand until she comes to a stop safely, we're happy to say, on the infield. Now, I know what you're saying. Bob, what could be more entertaining than that? What else can they do to give me my money's worth here at Charlotte Motor Speedway? Well, rest assured, there is a great deal still coming your way before we get the command to start engines. Among them, a parachute drop, a flyover. And has the Berlin Wall truly been breached? Not until we breach it with a school bus. It's all part of the pre-race activities here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We're going to take a quick time out and bring you up to date on the activities leading up to the most famous command in all of racing. Gentlemen, start your engines.
Yes, sir. I'm doing a guy prepared for the heat today. 30 seconds, right?
Okay, I'm on next, right? And I'm doing the throw to Mark Pfister. I've got a little copy first. Okay, you hear me now? Okay, I've got a little copy, then I throw to Mike Pfister. Mark, a little copy.
A little copy.
Starting 41st to the number 42 lead hitter of Pontiac from Randall, North Carolina, Kyle Petty. Starting 40th is the number 72 Oldsmobile from Clemens, Michigan, Tracy Leslie. Starting 39th is the number 9.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing.
Neil, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Neil.
Starting 38th is the number 83 Preston Olds from Jackson, Mississippi, late speed. Starting at 37th, number 27, California Insurance Oldsmobile from Augusta, Georgia, Jack Pennington.
A little over 20 minutes left to our start of the 31st annual Coca-Cola 600. Here you see part of the crowd that is gathered on this beautiful day. There was the potential for showers. They seem to have been avoided. However, late in the day, it could be another story. Now, every track develops its own character, its own personality. H.A. Humpy Wheeler, president of Charlotte Motor Speedway, whose initials easily could have been PT, as in Barnum, has shaped this particular day and this event around a couple of things. A great race and a big spectacle. When you cover the Charlotte Motor Speedway, you cover more than a race. You cover an experience. And to help us with that today, Mark Pfister. Mark?
Thank you, Ken. You know, it is going to be about 85 degrees today without much of a breeze. Heat index should be close to 90. And down near the course, first 10 or 15 rows of the grandstand, it could get close to 95 degrees. Now, these fans love their racing, and they love to come on out and have a good time. But they prepared for the heat. From Kansas, a good friend of ours, Charlie Goodnight. Charlie, you got your hat here to keep cool, sunglasses, towel to keep his face dry, and, of course, a big igloo here full of nothing but ice-cold Coca-Cola.
Thank you very much. He'll be wandering around talking to folks throughout our coverage today of this 600-mile racing classic. Well, there have been a lot of events that have happened here in the past hour or two, much less the last 8 days. That's all part of coming to Charlotte, part of enjoying this great event. People plan to come here and spend a day or two or a week. Actually, it started way back with the Winston Open. That was the first event out last Sunday. Tremendous race, won by Dick Trickle, who today gets ready to make war after losing by 2 feet just a day ago. Special events? Well, how about this? There was this 40-foot monster who dropped by for lunch, a mechanical fellow who eats cars for lunch. They tell me buses for dinner, and he certainly fits right in here. Just moments after he had made his entrance yesterday, the fans were calling him Dale or Darrell or Rusty, but he certainly was a highlight of our Memorial Weekend. One thing for sure, any city in America could solve the 5 p.m. gridlock with a couple of these around.
Ladies and gentlemen, one big fight.
I guess it didn't agree with his digestive tract. This is the 10th race of the 1990 season. It's been a tremendously competitive season right from day one when it commenced in February at Daytona. Let's review for you now how they have competed in the first 9 events of 1990. Bob Barsha has that story.
1990 has been a season of upsets and the unexpected. Back in February, the big question was, could anyone catch Dale Earnhardt at Daytona? Earnhardt was crafty, strong, and his black Chevy had the horses to dominate. But on the final lap, destiny dealt Earnhardt a slap in the face.
Shootout to decide it all. Dale Earnhardt.
Here comes Coke down on the inside.
Earnhardt slopping back. Something is amiss. Here comes the field driving for the finish. And on the outside, it is car number 10, Derek Cope. Something amiss on the Earnhardt car. Coming to the line. It's Labonte pulling up, and an amazing finish. The Whitcomb Racing Team has won it.
Earnhardt, the Dominator, was shell-shocked.
We won the Daytona 499, but we lost the Daytona 500. But we rebounded from that and won some races and had some good times so far, so it's looking good.
Washington's Derek Cope had scored the biggest upset in Daytona history and his first Winston Cup victory.
You always come down here with optimism, but this is the one that eludes everybody, and Darrell Waltrip did it last year, for the first time in his career, and it is a pleasure to have the Pure Leather Chevrolet aluminum up front and take the win like this. It's a dream come true.
The next two races were notable for money won and money taken away. At Richmond, Virginia, Mark Martin held off Dale Earnhardt for the victory, then was fined $40,000 for earning it with an illegal engine part. The violation cost the Roush team 46 championship points. 2 weeks later at Rockingham, North Carolina, Kyle Petty won the first pole of his career and went on to take the checkered flag. The Unocal bonus upped Petty's total winnings to $294,000. At Atlanta, Dale Earnhardt overcame his penchant for heartbreaking last-lap finishes. Earnhardt outlasted Morgan Shepherd and persistent stomach cramps for his first victory of the year. At Darlington, South Carolina, Earnhardt made it 2 for 2, though Jeff Bodine and Morgan Shepherd tried to play spoiler. That race will be remembered for a 13-car pileup that left Neil Bonnet in a Florence, South Carolina hospital with amnesia and a head injury that has forced him to withdraw for the season.
I've never been concerned with breaking this leg again, or puncturing another lung, or getting hurt. But when Dale Earnhardt's pilot flew me home and I stepped off the plane and I didn't know my kids from the people at Hangar 1 in Birmingham, and I walked to the car because I didn't realize that was my children. And my mother and daddy came to visit me and I asked them who that was. Well, that got my attention.
After a frustrating early season, Davey Allison hit on the right combination for the high banks of Bristol, Tennessee. He beat Mark Martin by a bumper, the closest finish in years. North Wilkesboro, North Carolina marked the beginning of the Bodine brothers' reign. Brett Bodine, in his debut season for Kenny Bernstein, claimed his first ever Winston Cup victory. Keeping things in the family, a week later at Martinsville, Virginia, Jeff nailed down his first win of the year, also his first for team owner Junior Johnson. Are the Bodine brothers jealous of one another's successes?
No, when he won his first race, I mean, I was really happy for him, and if I win here, you'll be happy for me, won't you?
Not as happy as I was when I won, but I'll be happy.
Talladega featured another duo. This one didn't have family ties, just a shared penchant for the dramatic. Dale Earnhardt and another heart-stopper outmuscled a streaking Greg Sachs in a battle of Chevrolet Luminas. Sachs, making his debut for owners Rick Hendrick and Paul Newman, was gracious in defeat.
You know, Dale and I had hooked up quite a bit through the day to break away from the field, and that was kind of the strategy. Let's go out and race for it and let the best man win. And today was Dale's turn. Maybe tomorrow will be mine.
Coming into Charlotte, Earnhardt has a 90-point lead over Morgan Shepherd in the standings. He's on a roll after last week's win in the Winston, an Earnhardt juggernaut from start to finish. But there are 600 miles to be run today, and an equal number of chances for surprises. Will this be the race where defending titleist Rusty Wallace taps into Dale's winning ways and regains his title form? Will Morgan Shepherd pull out the stops for a victory and the overall lead? Will the Rick Hendrick stable of Waltrip, Rudd, Sachs, and Schrader go winless for another week? A strange start to a wacky and wonderful season starring the Man in Black.
Dale Earnhardt, the Dominator, and he's the heavy favorite here today. But this track doesn't favor favorites, never has in its 30 preceding efforts. Dale Earnhardt has won this race only one time. He has now just been introduced to the crowd. As they say, it's over 160,000 here, and they love him. They love his style, the way he attacks this track, the way he just runs it wide open every lap that he's out there. Well, up in the top of the action today will be the Earnhardt car. He'll be starting on the outside of row 6. Further back in the field, I mean, this is an all-star field today. You have Terry Labonte, who has run to second place in this, starting on the very last row. Now, one of the gentlemen in charge of his cars usually shares some time up in the booth with us. Today, however, he has other responsibilities. He's out there fretting, worrying about car number 1. You find it all the way on the very back of the field. Terry Labonte's car number 1. John Hayes is down there with it. John, how does it feel to be dead last in this race?
It feels good, Ken. I'm glad you asked me. I'm really happy that our car is starting 42nd. Have Terry Labonte here, who is a proven race car driver, and he had a plan. He's embarrassed to say anything. He's embarrassed to be back here with me on the last row, so I want to make sure we show him on TV. Here's the guy sharing it right with him. Kyle Petty. You remember he's a guy that just kicked everybody at Rockingham. You're looking at one of the richest back rows in America. This Felix Zabatas, who's standing right here with us, spent $5 million of his own money plus all the Peaks money to get back here. Terry Labonte, I guess there's about $4 million of the Jackson Brothers money in the Magic Market car here, so there's a lot of money to get back here. It's not really easy.
To start that far back.
I've always heard a good way to make a small fortune in racing is start with a big one.
Okay. Well, those are the guys out back today, and they'll be rushing to stay in that lead lap right from the beginning. Ought to be an exciting race. Remember, it's just 1 second between first and 42nd. Back with more in a moment.
Starting ninth with number 27, Miller, Greenwood, Red, Pontiac, starting eighth in the 68 five-star Pontiac, a superb qualifying start for Bobby Hamilton from Nashville, Tennessee.
He's on his way over now, Fred. He's walking to the car right now. Back with you at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. A mile and a half strip of asphalt over which 42 competitors are getting ready to do combat for 400 laps, 600 miles, $900,000 at stake in a race which, for prestige's sake, means just about everything to these drivers. Let's go to Charlie Harville on pit road.
I'm with Rob Moroso, a rookie as far as this race is concerned. But, Rob, you've had great success here at Charlotte. How do you feel about running 600 miles?
Well, we really have had real good success, and the Crown Igloo Oldsmobile is just running great here. So I'm really looking forward to it. You know, it's a 600-mile race, 400 laps. That's going to give us plenty of time to get the chassis adjusted right if we miss it a little bit. And if we didn't, we're just going to have plenty of time to hopefully, you know, run up front and gain a lead on them.
It's a hot day. Does it bother you physically?
No, I'm in pretty good condition, and the car is set up for a hot day, so I'm looking forward to getting out there.
Rob Moroso. Now let's go down pit road to Ralph Shaheen.
Okay, we're with Kenny Schrader, who's getting an award now from the good folks at Toro here. We'll see if we can grab Kenny just for 1 second. Well, I guess not. He's all tied up getting his award. Things are a lot more important here right now, I guess, than talking to us. But he will be starting from the pole. We'll just have to keep our eyes on Kenny Schrader as he be charging his way around this racetrack.
He's qualified at 173.963 miles per hour. Neil,
I'll tell you,
can
Ken,
stay up there in that car?
Ken, that thing of his is flying, but you start looking around, you look to his right, you look behind him, you look the second row behind him. There's about 8 or 10 cars here, plenty capable of moving right to the front when this race starts. They're having a lot of trouble right now trying to guess what to do. Before the race started, we were overcast. They were predicting overcast skies. Sun's out. Lynn James real aware of that. St. James talked to people. She knows what's going on with the track.
I wanted to ask you about that, Neil, because Rob mentioned that they set up for a hot track, and when the cars did roll out early, it was a couple hours ago, and it was overcast. So some may be ready for a hot track, some may be ready for a cool track.
I tell you, Rob Moroso was lucky. He got Jake Elder in that pit, but I'm telling you, the guys were looking around trying to decide what to do. It's a big question mark how these guys are set up. Some of them go hit it, some of them will be out left field.
Let's go to Bob Barsh at the SDP Pit Center.
Thank you, Ken. We've talked a lot about incentive to do well here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We're going to add a little bit to that incentive with our True Value Hard Charge Reward. Now, the True Value Hardware Stores people have put up $5,000 to be divided among the drivers who lead the most laps in the race. And here's how it works. Each driver will receive 5 points for leading a lap. In fact, we'll score each lap 5 points for first, 4 for second, 3 for third, and so on, down to 5th place on each lap. End of the race, the guy that has the most points will pick up $1,500 to add to the rest of the booty won here today at Charlotte. At season end, the winning driver will pick up a portion of $50,000. Now, here's a look at the standings as they are now. Dale Earnhardt by just 90 points over Morgan Shepherd. That's just 45 leading laps here today. That could happen very quickly, so we'll be monitoring that situation as well. Now, we've told you that the pre-race activities here at Charlotte are something very special, but this has to be one of the highlights from my perspective. Gunther Simon, a German Hollywood stuntman, German-born that is a regular here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Last year, he drove an ice cream truck and looped it into a pile of cars. This year, he decided it would be a school bus and the Berlin Wall. What could be more appropriate than a German-born stuntman leaping a school bus into a pile of cars? What could be more entertaining than that? And kids, don't try to convince your school bus driver to do this at home. This is a very highly trained individual. It's all a part of the action here, but we're getting very close to the reason we all came, the Coca-Cola 600. Let's get back up topside. Ken?
Thought it was very interesting that he jumped north to south, and those Russian cars were Russian Toyotas and Hondas and some Dodges and a few Chevrolets out there. 4 times this race, and only 4 times in 30 years, has been won from the pole. Lorenzen in 65, Baker in 73, and David Pearson in 74 and 76. Field is at the ready. There you see the weather for today. It's partly sunny now, potential for showers. It's about 50-50 late in the day. 79 degrees. It's warmed dramatically over the past hour and a half. Let's go to Charlie Harville.
Dale Earnhardt has just gotten buckled into the car, is ready to put on the helmet and go racing. Any special preparation for a 600-mile race, Dale?
We've been working for 2 weeks here at Charlotte. Yeah, we've been getting ready hard.
What is your battle plan then? How are you going to run?
Well, we just want to be competitive and, you know, be around at the end. That's what it counts here.
That's Dale Earnhardt. He's a busy man. He's putting in the earplugs and getting on the helmet and getting ready to go. Back to Ken Squire.
Ladies and gentlemen, here on this Memorial Day, our national anthem. The V1 bomber putting in an appearance on this Memorial Day here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. To Ralph Shaheen.
Okay, Ken, a better opportunity to talk to Kenny Schrader. Kenny, some of the folks have been saying that this 600-mile marathon might now be becoming a 600-mile sprint race. Are you going to try and run these guys into the ground this afternoon?
Well, I think everybody's going to try to run everybody down. I mean, I can't, you know, the 600 miles or 500 miles, it's a Winston Cup race, and it's not like anybody takes it easy. So, I mean, I think it'll be a pretty fast pace.
Ken Schrader on the pole, trying to be the 5th man to win from that position. Post position 2 never amounted to much in this race, hasn't ever won, but that first position, over the years, 11 times they found winners from there. They're just about set. We have 2 in-car cameras for today, one with Robbie Moroso, that car number 20 that you see right there, and Dick Trickle in the Trop Arctic Motor Oil number 66. We'll be back for the start in a moment from Charlotte. 42 cars have come to life. 42 drivers get ready to take a firm grip and get ready for 600 miles of Winston Cup racing on this glorious Memorial weekend, the 1.5 Charlotte Motor Speedway. And let's meet the starting field for this 31st annual go. On the pole is Ken Schrader for the Hendrick Racing Stable in a Chevrolet. Alongside Mark Martin in his Ford, the Roush Racing team. In row 2, it's Alan Kowicki, who has been on the pole before here. He starts on the inside of row 2, and alongside Ernie Urban, Modesto, California runner with a tremendous qualifying effort. For row 3, it's Brett Bodine, winner at North Wilkesboro earlier this season. And beside his Buick comes Davey Allison, Ford, ready to go. Row 4, a man still looking for his first win in this event, Bill Elliott from Dawsonville, Georgia. And alongside is Bobby Hamilton, that outstanding runner from Nashville, Tennessee. Row 5 today is Rusty Wallace, defending Winston Cup champion. He's been second, but he's never won this race. Robbie Moroso, the young rookie, starts on the outside of row 5 from Connecticut. The remainder of the field, Derek Cope starts on the inside of row 6, the Daytona 500 winner. There you see his number 10 rolling out, and Dale Earnhardt, the man in black, number 3 beside him. Row 7, Jeff Bodine, previous winner this year, and Dick Trickle, who was beaten by 2 feet yesterday to finish in the 300. Harry Gant, who had a tremendous race yesterday, he starts on the inside of row 8, and Darrell Waltrip, the 5-time winner, is beside him. Row 9 is Bobby Hillen from Texas, and Butch Miller, Michigan way. Row 10, it's Dale Jarrett, winner of the 300 yesterday, and Michael Waldron. Row 11, Rick Wilson, Bartow, Florida, and Sterling Marlin, who's had a second place. Going to row 12, it's Hunt Strickland from Alabama, Morgan Shepherd, currently second in the Winston standings. Row 13, it's from out of the great Northwest, the state of Washington, Chad Little, and Mr. Excitement from Pennsylvania, Jimmy Spencer. For row 15, a 3-time winner here, Buddy Baker in the Don Levy, number 90, and Greg Sachs in another Hendrick stable car. Row 15 is Larry Pearson. Then comes Richard Petty, twice a champion of this event. Row 16 is Terry Byers and Ken Reagan from Unadilla, Georgia. Row 17 today is Jimmy Horton, who's been cutting his teeth and doing well in ARCA racing. Ricky Rudd, well back in the field. Row 18, Dave Marcus and Rick Maz. Row 19, Jack Pennington, a great dirt track star in Lake Speed from Mississippi. In row 20, it's Rodney Combs and another ARCA racer, Automobile Racing Club of America, Tracy Leslie. And out back in the provisional starting positions comes Kyle Petty, who did so well at Rockingham, and with him, Texas Terry Labonte in the car number 1. 42 starters getting ready to take green. A second separation over them. They've never been this tight. They've never been this competitive for this race.
The biggest group of cars within that close a time I've ever seen. Not only that, less than a second separation. The front pack there is grouped together with just in tenths of a second, so it's going to be tough up front all day long.
Signboards are out on pit road indicating to these drivers again where they can find their men when they come in for fuel, for tires, for emergency repair. And today they've discovered something out here. You see them standing along pit road. They've discovered something. They can get in and get out of the pits and under green conditions make up a second or two on the track.
For qualifying for the Winston, they initiated that to see how quick you come in and change tires in qualifying. The guys worked on it to come all the way up the 4-turn before they ever lift. So they're flying down pit road. This is a layout of the racetrack. In the bottom of the frame is the start-finish line with that little dog leg. You go down a little short chute in the first turn. You go over a great big hump, which is actually downhill into the first turn, right back on the throttle. Very little throttle response, off the gas, right back on, up the back straightaway, all the way down the straightaway, so far down in this corner, it takes your breath in the middle of the corner, right back in the gas. There's just a split second out of the throttle all the way around. The race could be won coming off the 4th turn as we saw it yesterday.
It was won by 2 feet when yesterday Dale Jarrett sped under Dick Trickle, Harry Gant right there with him. How do you feel at a moment like this? You've been out here and won a few races, Lynn St. James.
Yes, I have. In fact, one of my best races in the GT was in Charlotte here, right here. So
no start. Caution is coming out. There is yellow on the track.
I noticed that they had one of the official trucks were out on the track at the start, so I don't know if they found something out there.
Brought it back in, and they're doing one more quick inspection before they turn them loose. The pace car bringing the field by another time. And look at this crowd. The grandstand has been sold out for weeks here at Charlotte. All the suites are full. The condominiums are packed. Everybody trying to find a way in. In the infield, I've never seen it larger. They found something down here by the start-finish line they want to get off. I think there's a little red hat down there they want out of there. So once that is taken care of, we'll be underway.
It's really amazing, a facility of this size with this many people, that there really aren't, you know, more problems with debris and things like that on the track. They do such a good job of keeping it clean.
And basically the fans are so respectful. There you see the problem. I'm not sure if the assistant starter lost his hat, Neil, or what happened there. But anyway, they're getting it off the track, and we're getting set for a start. Stay with us this afternoon, as here on WTBS, we bring you all the action live, flag to flag, of the 31st annual Coca-Cola 600. Neil Bonnet to my right, Lynn St. James alongside on the left. Down on pit road today, Charlie Harville will be covering the action with Ralph Shaheen. At the STP Pit Center is Bob Varsha. Getting set for a start. Field moving up. Pfister trying to find some more folks to talk with in the grandstand. Here we go. How do you feel right now, Neil?
Oh, these guys are ready to go. I noticed in the weather forecast it's sunny right now, but it's fixing to thunder pretty good right now. Fixing to turn them loose.
All right, here comes the thunder rolling out of turn 4. Neil Bonnet, who won this event in '82 and '83. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Folks waving their hats, their programs, as this field picks up speed, moves down. And the green flag is out. We're underway. The 600 has commenced. Turn 1, Schrader draws the bead. Martin drops to the inside in car number 1. And on the outside, Ernie Irvin, number 4, trying to roll through, drops back to spot for a moment. Full speed into turn number 3. How do you get in there?
Just wide open. These guys are playing around early in the race. This track is real slick until they get about 3 laps of rubber on it. And right now they're kind of tiptoeing, but at a pretty fast pace.
3 wide, a little further back in the pack. You see Derek Cope, Moroso lining right up in there in tight formation coming down through. Up in front. Lead car. Schrader stays there. Martin stays second. Chevrolet out in front. Ford in second place. Dropping back 4 car lengths. Here's Alan Kowicki there in his Ford, number 7. Ready to complete the second lap. Just getting sorted out here at Charlotte. Brett Bodine pulls up into 4th now, number 26. The green Buick car. Only 3 Buicks on the field today. 8 Chevrolets, 11 Fords, 11 Pontiacs.
Boy, Darrell Walter got real high, and one almost got up in the wall.
I saw that. I was like, I couldn't say anything. All of a sudden, I was like, Darrell, where are you going?
Number 9, Bill Elliott moves to the inside. Here he is working on Davey Allison. We're watching the fight for 6. And here comes Earnhardt, trying to make him 3 wide. He'll make you nervous.
Yeah, that's just 580 more miles to go. Let's go.
Derek Cope stays right there with Earnhardt on the outside. Derek Cope, who beat Earnhardt. Now to the inside. Look at Earnhardt in number 3. Slam Bill Elliott to the outside. Gets him sideways and keeps right on trucking.
Derek Cope also made the statement earlier that he's going to try to follow Dale all day. It's going to be a pretty hard pace to follow, it looks like.
Up in front. Leaders come down out of turn number 4. Derek Cope staying right there with a car of Schrader. Meanwhile, up in front,
Mark Martin just took the lead.
Mark Martin squeezing down to the bottom of the racetrack.
Blown engine.
Got a smoker going down into turn 1. Looks like it might be Kent Reagan's car. The Unadilla, Georgia driver losing the engine on car number 77. Reagan goes up in smoke. Caution is out as the Jasper engines and transmission Ford, owned by L.C. Compton, comes apart.
Hopefully these guys can get it slowed down. This first turn is completely coated in oil.
Back to the stripe they come, and there's no reason to hurry this early in the going with only 5 of 400 laps down.
I talked to both Jack Roush and to Mark Martin, and they said they were going to run very aggressive, and Mark really went for it there.
Several people going for it. I mean, really going for it. More on that story after we return to the Coca-Cola 600. Yeah, hold on to it, but if we do a lot of pointing, it'll disrupt the focus. Yeah, go ahead, Fred. Yeah, where number 3 came by number 9, absolutely.
lost this thing.
He'll come back. Do you hear me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He'll be fine. I think he just took a certain man.
I just wondered if my sound was coming through. I asked Mark.
I think they had us on.
Okay, so I'll... All right, thanks.
Just like I don't have that aggressive early, he's got to get a points for leading the race. Even if he falls out, he did that late.
Fine. Fine. Seven laps when they come by this time, and a lap to go before they turn them under green again. There's the 77 car being rolled back, the car that expired down here, lost an engine in turn 1. Let's look again at that incredible move by Earnhardt. Neil, take a look at this particular maneuver.
I'll tell you, it's early in the race, but this is an indication of what's going to happen all day long. Here's Earnhardt sticking it down there 3 deep up off the bottom. Left wheel's on the flaps part of the racetrack. There's just not that much room, and these guys get all tangled up coming off the corner.
And he turned Wallace sideways.
Yeah, well,
he caught the 9. The 9 caught the 27.
Stacking them over like dominoes. We'll hit one, the other's going to take the lick also. They're moving them on off.
And Derek Cope doing just what he said he was going to do today. He started in the same row with Earnhardt. Present time, that was back in the 6th row. They're running 7th and 8th, and they're challenging Davey Allison from the Trop Arctic number 66 car. That's the view from Dick Trickle. Boy, he thought he had won yesterday. He had it won until the last corner, last lap, actually until 300 feet from the finish line, when Dale Jarrett nosed under him and won the champion spark plug 300. Trickle is back in 17th position, but he won't stay there. And that Cale Yarborough team, they're fixing to make a drive in this one too. Coming back this time for green, and we'll resume after the first caution of the day. The most cautions in this race, 13, both in 1980 and in 1988. You'll remember 1980 was the race it rained. We had that great battle between Benny Parsons and Darrell Waltrip. Down for green and on the brake, car number 26, Bodine, the green car up on the outside, makes a move, and Brett finds himself in 3rd. The Kenny Bernstein team. That Buick rolling up through. Out in front, Martin sets the pace. Schrader's in 2nd. Bodine's in 3rd. Here come the challenges. Kowicki on the inside, and Irvin right there with him. Davey Allison in that flock. 9 laps complete this time by. At the line, Martin in 1st, Schrader in 2nd. Brett Bodine is maintaining 3rd. Looks like Bill Elliott's car is okay. I wonder if one of our pit reporters can get any kind of a word from Bill Elliott's team as to what kind of abuse that car took in that shuffle.
Bill looked like he was actually dropping back even before Dale made the move on him, so.
Rick Mast on pit road. Rick Mast coming in here in lap 9, completing 10 this time by. Down to the inside, moves Elliott in the car number 9. He's challenging Davey Allison for 9th position. Moroso is there as well. Davey Allison stays there. Davey Allison stays 9th. Bill Elliott stays in 10th. Moroso's 11th, Waltrip is 12th, Jeff Bodine 13th, Harry Gant 14th. Bobby Hamilton is in 15th, Dale Jarrett is 16th, Trickle back in 17th spot. Leaders getting back together in turn number 4. Schrader trying to sort it out here, qualified with a new record at over 173 miles per hour for the Chevrolet, chasing down the Ford. Buick runs in the 3rd position with Brett Bodine, and Oldsmobile is 4th with Ernie Irvin. Much of a reason to charge with 600 miles, but charge they are, Lynn.
Brett Bodine is really moving up. I think charging definitely trying to get to the front. He's not satisfied. I don't feel he's not satisfied with his line 3rd.
With all those those millions of dollars that are up in point programs this year, get 5 points as a lead car becomes very important, Neil.
That's a big factor. These guys need to lead early in case you should have a problem later in the race and fall out. 1 lap leading gives them those points, and they're assured of that. So they're going to, each one of these guys, going to try to get up front one time.
Fellas, I think we've seen the tone for this race set very early. The guy I'm keeping my eye on is Kenny Schrader. Here's a guy in his 6th full season of Winston Cup racing. Everybody knows he's fast. And so when a guy like Kenny Schrader says, I scared myself on my pole lap here at Charlotte, you know he is really out there working. But he has won just twice in his Winston Cup career. He's now in his 2nd season in one of the best rides in racing with Rick Hendrick, who's serving as his crew chief today. And I'm going to say that Kenny Schrader has got to post another win real soon.
Lap leader speed, 165.14. Look at this battle for 9th place. Bill Elliott on the inside in number 9. On the outside, Derek Cope, the Daytona 500 winner. And Derek Cope looks like he's got the spring wound really tight for today's race.
This is a tough battle this early in the race. These guys aren't going to give up one position at all. If you drop back a little bit, it's so hard to get it back. They're not going to give anything today.
Just behind them comes Waltrip, running 11. Waltrip doesn't usually show much in the early going here, Neil.
No, but you got to keep in mind that man has won 5 of these 600-mile races. You just about won't even hear from him all day, and when it gets down there, he'll be a factor in the race if he's still running.
Meanwhile, up in front, Mark Martin setting a very strong pace. 5 additional points are earned by the car that leads the most laps in each of the Winston Cup events, and Martin still very much has his sights set on that national championship. Earnhardt's beginning to roll in here now. He's pulling up, beginning to fight another position as we watch the front 4 cars going down through turn number 2. Out in front, it is Mark Martin. Mark Martin, what kind of personality does this track have?
Well, this thing is schizo or something, I tell you. Before lunch, the track has so much bite in it. It's so fast. It's so fun to drive. You break for lunch an hour and you come back in the afternoon and the place is so slick, so loose. It's unreal. If the sun's out, the sun changes this racetrack more than any other racetrack that I think we run on.
And the sun is blazing at the present time after an overcast morning. Look at Schrader back in the lead, going out by 8 car lengths in front. The white car, the Chevrolet of Schrader, and Brett Bodine takes the green Buick into 2nd. In the Oldsmobile, number 4, Ernie Irvin pulls into 3rd. Mark Martin drops to 4th. Kowicki stays in 5th.
You know, Ken, we've seen this all week long in practice, everything. It's like a super speedway. When the leader gets past, there's such a group there with him. You don't make a move from 1st to 2nd. You usually end up 3rd or 4th. That just happened to Mark. We'll see if he's capable of getting back up there.
Here's Kowicki getting underneath Mark Martin. And with him, Rusty Wallace. He's had a bad season thus far, as he did a year ago. A year ago at this time, Waltrip was, Earnhardt was leading the point standings in the Winston Cup. It looked like by the time they got to Darlington that Earnhardt had it wrapped, and then Wallace came on and pulled it out the last part of the season. Again this year, Earnhardt is leading and looks to be indomitable. Here's the 26 car. That is Bodine, and Ernie Irvin, who is having just an outstanding run, had such controversy about himself after that big wreck up at Darlington. Here he is to the inside in car number 4, the yellow machine, that Oldsmobile. Boy, has that car come to life.
Good people that own that race car, they put good engines, he's plenty stout.
As to the condition of Bill Elliott's number 9 after that altercation with Earnhardt. Bill Elliott's number 9 running a 9th spot. Let's get a report from Ralph Shaheen.
Ken, Mike Beam is a crew chief for Bill Elliott. Mike, can you tell us what happened out there with Dale Earnhardt and Bill?
He never really said. The only thing he said that him and Dale got together, you know, and it was racing, but like he said, man, we got 390-some laps to go. You know, he didn't no sense in doing that, so he just let them go and just kind of see what happened. The car's feeling good, you know, and like I say, it's going to be a long day. We're just trying to finish 600 miles because we know that we've run good all week. You know, the guys done a good job at the shop, and the engine's running good, so hopefully we'll have a good day.
Bill Elliott's number 9. Still trying to win this race for the first time. Currently shown in 9th position, and you can see the scar on the left side of the car, black paint from Earnhardt's machine. We're riding with car number 66. That is Trickle, fighting his way up through, trying to gain some ground out here, having a war on his hands.
I tell you, that thing, that's a handful right there. Coming off 4th turn where he just came, the car really makes a run at the wall. It's good. You got your hands full, keeping it out of that little quick abutment that sticks out.
Down to the inside. Here's Earnhardt challenging. Moving on Kowicki. They slug it out back there. Down to the inside. Earnhardt staying there. Wallace with him, and Earnhardt continues to bust his way through this field. He's under Kowicki and going for 6th spot. He has it now secure. He's closing on the 5th place man, Mark Martin. 22 laps are now complete. 22 down with 400 to be run. One caution thus far. Debris on the track right at the start-finish line. Schrader stays up in front, but the story is right here. Bodine is in 2nd, and Ernie Irvan in 3rd. The man on the move, car number 3, Earnhardt.
Looks like his crew's really worried about it. They feel like they pretty well got things going the way they want to.
Chocolate Myers with a towel around his neck, just taking it easy out there. He knows that Dale will bring that car home with a lot of body work to be done.
One thing about that crew, their paint man got a secure job.
Here's Kowicki up on the outside. He continues to work on Mark Martin's son out there. Bill Elliott beginning to show some more strength. And Derek Cope running in 10th. Car number 10 staying in the hunt down that back straightaway. Seemed like a short ride in that back straightaway, or
that race car at 175, 185 miles an hour eats it up pretty quick, and looks like you run into the brick wall at the end of the back straightaway.
I'll never forget the first time I came to Charlotte, and I was thinking, you know, Daytona, long back straight, and boy, that thing comes around so quick. You're into turn 3 before you know it.
Here's car number 3, Earnhardt, still attacking, drawing a bead on Mark Martin. Earnhardt Chevrolet won the Winston just a week ago on this track. Remember, he pulled a stunt on Elliott on the start. This time he was back in 12th position and could not move up. Brett Bodine, get a little closer. Hug the back end of Ken Schrader's car and see if you can dispatch him and take over the lead. Here's Brett Bodine, the younger of the 2 Winston Cup Bodine brothers, and their 3rd brother, Todd Bodine, ran the Wiscasset 150 back on Wednesday. Did an outstanding job.
That 26 car, Ken, in the Winston, it was the consensus in the garage area. They thought he might be the guy that could win the race. They had throttle linkage trouble. Evidently, they had the chassis right on that car. He's right here knocking on the door now.
3 cars bunching up in a battle for the lead at turn 4. Here you see Schrader out in front, challenged by the green Buick of Brett Bodine and Ernie Irvan's Oldsmobile right there as well. 26 laps down.
The key to who's going to run good here today will be how they can run these corners, and the 26 car is strong in the middle. That's the reason he's able to gain on him.
7th place, car number 7, Alan Kowicki, being challenged on the inside by Davey Allison. Allison down to the bottom of the racetrack. Number 28 making his move in the back straightaway on lap number 27. Davey Allison going for 7th spot. Kowicki fights him off. Here comes Waltrip into the picture. Number 17 at the bottom of the racetrack. Darrell Waltrip back in 11th spot under Elliott. What a scramble.
They're running this like a 50-lap sprint.
And they're touching each other. Those 2 Fords just grazing the paint jobs. As Davey Allison tries to hold the bottom of the racetrack. Kowicki driving high in number 7. And with him comes Derek Cope on the outside. Great racing in the early going, but I tell you, they have to go some to beat the Grand National race that we saw here yesterday when Dale Jarrett defeated Dick Trickle by about 2 feet and Harry Gant by about 1 car length.
I tell you, those moves we just saw then, when you make that commitment to drive in the bottom and try to pass somebody, you better make it stick, you better make it clear him. You heat those tires up, you're going backwards just like Davey did. You get one try only.
Here's your battle for number 27 car is in 4th position, into 3rd position. He's picked up a spot. Rusty Wallace getting around Ernie Irvan. Irvan's dropped back 1, and look at Bodine putting the heat on that leader, Schrader.
Lynn, I know you were telling me before the broadcast you talked to Rusty Wallace's crew, said they had a little trick up their sleeve.
That's right. He said he had some magic and a trick up his sleeve. So it's proven maybe he's got it.
I think he's rolling his sleeves up. He's ready now.
Get that pixie dust out, because you're going to need a lot of luck to pull this one out, and a lot of brawn and a lot of brave. Stay tuned. We're 29 laps down in the 31st running of the Coca-Cola 600. at the great Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Promotional fees and consideration have been paid by Crown Central Petroleum Corporation and Fast Fare Convenience Stores, proud sponsors of Rob Moroso and car number 20, the Crown Extra Oldsmobile. And by True Value.
Stop rust dead in its tracks while you decorate and protect with True Test XO Rust Enamel, exclusively from True Value hardware stores and home centers.
And by the U.S. Air Force Reserve.
Sometimes we're called at a moment's notice. If you've ever saved a life, you know why we do what we do.
We're back live at Charlotte Motor Speedway. I'm Bob Varsha, keeping track of the events out on the racetrack on my Timex Speed Track Speed computer. I programmed in the 1.5 miles of Charlotte Motor Speedway, and I just clocked Kenny Schrader at 33 seconds flat. That works out instantaneously to 163.64 miles an hour. I'm putting that in our window as the fastest lap thus far. His team will win a whole bunch of these watches at the end of the race if he is the fastest man on the racetrack. Now let's get back out to the action with Ken Squire.
They're really turning them up in this tremendous battle, and guess what? We have a new leader. While you're away on commercial, Rusty Wallace just settled down and pushed that Pontiac to the bottom of the track. And making his 7th appearance in this race, the man who finished second in 1988 and nearly won it the year before, he's on a drive. Wallace is up in front. Schrader now finds himself set in second, Bodine third, Ernie Irvin is fourth, Mark Martin fifth, Earnhardt sixth, Bill Elliott is running in 7th, Cope is 8th, Kowicki 9th, Davey Allison 10th, Waltrip 11th, Gant 12th, Jeff Bodine 13th, Dale Jarrett 14th, Sterling Marlin 15th, and Hut Strickland is in 16th.
Well, I tell you, this 27 car is really flying right now. Harold Elliott and Rusty Wallace and all the guys, there's been some talk around about where they're going next year, the team busting up and all. But I tell you what they want to do. They want to show people they can win races this year, and they got that thing cranked up today.
Let's take a look at how Rusty Wallace took over that front running position here in the Coca-Cola 600. Here you see the Bill Elliott number 9 car working on car number 10. That's a little further back in the field. They were fighting back there for 9th position, and they're now struggling for 7th. Bill Elliott, that's the battle for 7th position. That's when Elliott went back under Coke for 7th and kept Coke in 8th position. And we'll try to give you that lead position in just a moment. Our apologies. With 38 laps complete, Wallace is out in front, and he did make some pretty fancy moves. We'll try to dig that out for them, show them to you here in a moment. coming around to complete 39 laps. And look at that Pontiac just draw away. They've really done their homework.
I tell you, they said they were going to run in the ground today, and it looks like in the ground at 500 mile mark early, they're going to be going hard.
Well, we had a chance to talk with the group here at Blue Max about what possible tricks they might have up their sleeve. And Lynn, the only thing we could find out is that the car that they're driving is Whitney. Now, this is the car that Rusty had great success with last year. In fact, I think he got somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 wins behind the wheel of that car. It's the car he won the controversial Winston with last year right here at Charlotte. And Jimmy Makar, the chassis specialist, said it's set up almost exactly the way it was that afternoon.
That one, for the moment, looks bulletproof. Remember that Earnhardt is back in 6th position, and he will be heard from before this event is over. For the moment, it is Wallace drawing away by 15-car length advantage. Drivers who won coming off a championship season. Petty did it. Allison pulled it off here in this Coca-Cola 600. Rusty Wallace stays up in that front-running position. Schrader maintaining 2nd, Brett Bodine 3rd, and Wallace continues to pull away. Here's that battle further back. Here's Waltrip getting to the inside on Kulwicki. Waltrip moving up into 10th. Kulwicki dropping to 11th. Just in front is Davey Allison. They stack them 3 deep in there in this struggle. And handsome Harry Gant coming from 12th is trying for 11th. Move Kulwicki back another spot.
Kulwicki ran awful strong in this race last year. I talked to him early. Really feels like he's ready for this race. It's early. I think he's going to have a strong run before the day's over. He's been real good at this track.
I've been noticing both he and Darrell are running really high through 1 and 2, and almost everybody else is running low through 1 and 2, and the exact opposite in 3 and 4. You know, so they definitely, true to our predictions, have a different chassis setup, and there's a lot of different lines going on here. We're watching them and just amazed at the different lines that the drivers are taking, and particularly Darrell Waltrip and Alan Kulwicki.
And now you see Gant, who is a guy who really likes to run high on this track. He loves to keep it wound up there. He rolls himself up through. He takes Kulwicki down and takes over an 11th spot. One thing about it, you look at this track and it looks identical on both ends, but it sure is not. It's a whole heap different in 1 and 2 than in 3 and 4.
Again, I tell you, one of the problems you have with this racetrack, if your car ever gets the least bit loose, it's like driving a hook and ladder truck. You need a guy back there on the rear with the other steering wheel. And sometimes the line you want to run is not necessarily the line you can take. You drive her off the bottom, she heads to the top, you regroup, head back the other way. I don't doubt that we'll see some of these guys do some adjustments on it.
That isn't just this racetrack. That could be a lot of racetracks, right, Lynn?
That's true, but I've heard that from everybody I've talked to out here, so they definitely feel that way about Charlotte.
You need a fireman at the back end to steer those rear wheels.
I tell you what we do. We always want more power, more power. That's the wheels that spin the car. They want more power all the time. They're harder to drive.
44 laps are now complete. 44 down. There's Gant move along through, and also getting into this is the Budweiser car. That number 11 car, that is the Bodine car, Junior Johnson's machine. He's beginning to show some strength out there. Haven't heard much from him all week. He's been rather quiet, but they show some thrust here now. Now look at the interval between 1st and 2nd, and look at the battle developing for 2nd. Brett Bodine, Jeff Bodine's younger brother, making some move to the inside on Ken Schrader. Ken says, thank you, I'll have none of that. I'll stay right here if you will. And he does as they go down in lap 46. We've got one car being rolled behind the wall. Mickey Gibbs is retiring from this portion of the race. That doesn't mean he's out. They'll take it back and perhaps get back out here and score some points. But Mickey Gibbs has just gone back to the garage area. You're watching the scramble for 2nd place. Again, the interval from 1st to 4th. Here at Charlotte, North Carolina, in the 31st 600. Wallace in front, Schrader staying 2nd, Brett Bodine 3rd, and Ernie Irving is 4th. New qualifying record for Schrader this year, 173.963. Really getting it on a mile and a half. Look at Brett Bodine. He just gets more and more confident. His dad had that little track up in Chemung, New York. Amazing how many great drivers have come out of that one facility, and they're all related. Looks to me like some of what Wallace gained he's now losing. Still a pretty fat lead. Not quite, and it should be being pulled in now because those 3 cars running together would seem to have a little bit of an advantage. Here you are riding with car number 66. That's our friend Dick Trickle, and he's actually backed up a couple of spots. He is back now into 19th, still early in the going, still in the lead lap as we move toward the 50-lap mark with only one caution thus far.
Can we leave this view on right here? This camera shot is one I'm used to. I can handle it a little bit better right here. I tell you, that's a good ride around the racetrack right there.
Look how much he's moving that wheel. You know, a lot of movement on that wheel.
Let's look in the back, see if he's got the hook and ladder guy going. He's having a little bit of trouble.
Drop Arctic Phillips 66 car, Dick Trickle. Tough driver.
Yeah, the car's really jumping around. There'll be a little tune-up on that one when it comes in.
Let's take a look at Kyle Petty as he continues to make his way through the field. Kyle Petty, remember, started out back. He started last in the field, and he continues to roll through traffic, trying to stay in this lead lap. Remember, he was the one that won in the big surprise in the 600 a few years ago. And right now, he continues to try to find his way up through traffic. That's the Felix Avedas car. He's going a lap down here, having problems.
He's been having some trouble. They've worked all week long. They actually brought a different car to the track and tried it. They can't get the speed in the car.
Here's your fight for second place. Down to the inside comes the car 26 after Schrader pulled up, took the spot. Bodine coming right back in. And the man making the difference is the yellow car, number 4, where he wants to run. That'll pretty much decide which of these two cars gets the break.
It's just like hooking another engine on one of those cars. Whichever way he decides to go, he's going to give him a lot of help.
Now, Brett Bodine on the inside gets Schrader. Urban comes with him in car number 4. Bodine takes over. The Buick moving to second place. Brett Bodine, what's winning up at North Wilkesboro done for you on this circuit?
You know, I think that Brett Bodine has gained a lot of respect in Winston Cup racing. He's starting to get treated like a front runner week in and week out. And that's what you need to establish yourself amongst the race teams and the drivers. The fact that you can be competitive week in and week out is a key to being accepted at the front of these fields.
He's pushed himself right back up to the front again. You know, I didn't think when he came on that Brett, I knew that Jeff would last. He's just a tough guy. And I kind of wondered if Brett was going to make it. He's certainly proven this year that he's going to make it.
I think that you hit on something earlier, Ken. Whenever you see these guys come off short tracks, working hard, working their way up through the ranks, when they get here, they're ready to get in one of these race cars. They're ready to prove what they can do.
I'll expand on that a little bit as we watch Rusty Wallace, I believe, making his way around the racetrack. Watching Kenny Schrader and Brett Bodine run together reminds us that it's not the old dirt track stock car series that necessarily bring drivers up to the pinnacle at Winston Cup anymore. Brett Bodine ran modifieds up in New York. Kenny Schrader ran sprint cars out in the Midwest. So these aren't all stock car hands now. They come from all over the country, and they have all kinds of racing background. All they know is they want to get to where they are right now, where these two guys are racing, Charlotte Motor Speedway on Memorial Day weekend.
21 states represented in this field today on this Memorial weekend. Wasn't more than half a decade back that it was 5 states that would pretty much tell the story of this race. It's growing, and you're part of it today with our live Flag the Flag coverage on WTVS of the Coca-Cola 600. 53 laps are complete. Leaders are coming into pit right now. Brett Bodine is now your leader, Bob.
Thank you.
Bernie Urban is in second.
Yeah. Okay. We're just...
Earnhardt's pitting. Number 3 is in.
welcome back. You're watching live the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway on this Memorial Day weekend. I'm Bob Barsha at the SDP Pit Communications Center, where we are now in a situation of green flag pit stops. We've had but one yellow flag here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. The race is proceeding at a record pace, and right now, Brett Bodine has taken over from Rusty Wallace, who led more than a dozen laps before making his first stop. We'll be watching more of that pit strategy unfold, and this leaderboard is certainly going to shuffle in the minutes to come. Let's get back now to the trackside action with Ken Squire.
Bob, it's already shuffled. As you were saying that, we were watching Ernie Irvan pull on pit road, make his pit stop. Brett Bodine is staying out here, but now Davey Allison pulls himself up into second position, and Harry Gant finds himself third as the pit stops continue. Got a loose tire rolling out across pit road from Derek Pope's car, and I think that's a big-time penalty if you have a tire roll away.
Yeah, but it's going to be even more trouble today because they're allowing 7 men over the wall today, one to service driver and 1 man only to pick up those runaway tires to stop that from happening.
How much they penalize you to make a little?
Well, they get in your pocket. They won't penalize that driver in that racetrack, but they'll penalize that man who laid that tire down.
Here's Bodine, the number 26, in and out. That gives Davey Allison first place. He has yet to pit. And as often happens with a Robert Yates car, range is real good. And the other car that always has great range is number 17, Waltrip. Now, we're watching Davey Allison's car come into the pits. This will make Harry Gant run first and bring Darrell Waltrip up to second position.
Right where he likes to be, right near the front. He's the one that can really stretch gas mileage.
You see the 28 car, Davey Allison, having a very good day. Butch Miller is pitting his machine and out. Hutch Strickland's been in and out. Dick Trickle has just taken the Trop Arctic car on pit road and comes back out again. Moroso is pitting. Meanwhile, Gant in number 33 is the leader on the racetrack. Gant leading, Waltrip second, Jeff Bodine third, Sterling Marlin fourth. Now we see Gant's number 33 coming onto pit road. And that will put number 17, Waltrip. How does he get range like that?
I talked to guys that built engines for him at different race shops, and they said he just continuously himself gets mileage. They'll go to a different driver, they got to figure different fuel mileage. Darrell is real easy with that throttle. We've also seen on these pit stops what we were talking about earlier, Ken. We're seeing these guys turn off the fourth turn at full throttle, which they learned they could do in the Winston. Pit road is going to be hectic all day long.
Green flag pit stops. This coming started about lap 59. Here's the leader coming by the line. He completes another lap. Waltrip stays up in front. Bodine stays in that second position.
Neil, on all these pit stops we were watching, almost everybody took on 2 tires, but Mark Martin took on 4 tires. Give me some strategy on this now. Come on, you guys are veterans on this.
Lynn, you're exactly right. I was watching it also. Everybody but Mark Martin took on 4, and it's going to be interesting right now to see if that 4-tire advantage moves him up. These tires are dropping off the pace a lot faster than the guys would like to see them happen. 4 tires might enable them to really make a run on them later in the race.
Here's your leader pitting. Car number 17 coming on pit road. Waltrip is in. Waltrip brings that machine down. And as you watch him come in, we'll get back to this in a moment. Let's go to Ralph Shaheen, who was in his pits. Watch him come out as well.
Ken, we had an opportunity to talk with Jeff Hammonds about why Darrell Waltrip was running so high out on the racetrack, as Lynn St. James and Neil Bonnet pointed out. What Jeff said is that's just where Darrell's the most comfortable right now. They ran the car both high and low during the first portion of the race, and Darrell feels fine at both. Right now, he's a little bit more comfortable up high, so they're going to let him run up high. The 17 car goes back into the action.
Now, as you watch that car come out of the track, Bill Elliott is now in. As you watch these men on pit road, the difference this year from previous years, that they're getting in faster, they're going out faster. In the running of the Winston, where they had that qualifying procedure where each member of the pit crew got a bonus of $5,000, it put even more emphasis on the activity on pit road. And since it was a 3-lap run, including getting in, getting out, the pit stop, laps under green, it's changed the whole philosophy. They were always told to take it easy getting in. Don't run in too hard. Well, that kind of money, $5,000 for each member, they really talked to the driver and they said, you get in here. There's only one of you out there by yourself. We'll take care of ourselves. The problem is now they've found out they can gain as much as 2.5 seconds. The only difference is now there's 42 cars running. I think it could make some real problems on pit road, Neil.
Well, I'm kind of concerned about it also, Ken, because it kind of opened up a can of worms. It showed you something you can do that's an asset to your race team. Only problem about it, that asset can turn into be a problem for people on pit road. Hopefully we don't get into that.
Now here's the leader coming in. This is Bodine, who inherited the lead after Waltrip dropped off. So you see car number 11 now coming on pit road as the leader. And with all of this done, this is kind of a gamble. I think Mark Martin is your leader in number 6 because we've gone through all of that top 20, 25 cars. Let's give it a moment and see. We're 66 laps down into the 400 lap distance to be run on this mile-and-a-half track. Away goes Bodine, the Junior Johnson car. He could be a real serious factor in deciding this $900,000 race today. Stays below the white line, and they'll take a nickel out of your pocket if you break over that line too quickly.
If you go above that line going out of the pit, you're going to come back down pit road, stop. That guy's going to say a couple of words. You get to go. It's a stop and go for going above that line.
Here's the situation. 27, Wallace will now be the leader. 27, Wallace is the leader. Ernie Irvin is in second. Schrader is in third. Brett Bodine fourth. Davey Allison fifth. Dale Earnhardt sixth. Harry Gant seventh. Cope is eighth. Shepard ninth. Mark Martin would then be 10th by our count, and 11th would be Darrell Waltrip. That's not quite what we're being shown, but we think that's right. That Martin is into 10th. Waltrip is 11th. Kowicki 12th. Jarrett 13th, and Hut Strickland 14th.
The thing that'd be interesting right now, Mark Martin being the only car that put on 4 tires, can he come from 10th back up there and be on a better set of tires and get back to the lead? That'll be what he does this time will determine what the rest of the guys do in the next pit stop.
The temperature continues to go up. The track is getting slipperier, and I'm surprised that we have now gone up towards 70 laps, 69 complete this time by, and we've had nary a problem on the track with the exception of one chapeau they found out on the racetrack. I thought we might be in a little more trouble by now, and particularly the way they're beating each other up.
They got these cars pretty stable. When you know, most racetracks you're there for 2 days of practice. These guys here have been here for 10 days, open practice before the track even opened, prior to coming for this event. These cars are as good as these guys can get them right now.
Biggest problem here is over massaging.
We saw them work on them and slow them down. It's easy to do.
Okay. 70 laps this time by. Out in front, it's Rusty Wallace in the 31st 600. Yeah, 27 to 4 to 25. 27 to 4 to 25. There's a lap car in between 27. The life of a mechanic. Hurry up and wait. We'll get their activity again very shortly, but it is critical. These men are on their toes when those cars are on pit road. For the moment, on his toes, it's 27, Rusty Wallace, out in front, driving beautifully. Best he's ever done here was second in 1988. Now, the second place car is Ernie Irvin, right here, the car number 4, and there you see the difference between first and second position as they flash by the line. 75 laps complete, next lap around. And Ken Schrader, the white and green, number 25 Chevrolet. Here he lies third, followed by the Buick of Brett Bodine fourth, Davey Allison fifth, Dale Earnhardt is sixth, Gant is seventh, Cope is eighth, Jeff Bodine is 9th. Mark Martin is 10th. Shepard 11th. Dale Jarrett is 12th. Alan Kowicki 13th. Strickland 14th. Waltrip 15th and 16th. That would be Darrell and Michael, respectively. Look at this tangle. Here comes number 9, Bill Elliott, working his way up through. Working on that number 52 car as he comes down the main straightaway. Let me ask you about this number 9 car. Did he lose a lap?
That's what's got me concerned right now. He's not showing on the board here.
He's not showing anywhere.
I didn't see him fall off the pace that much, and
he made 2 pit stops.
Okay.
So I don't think we found out why the second pit stop occurred, but he made 2 pit stops.
Thank you, Len. Let's get Ralph Shaheen or someone down there to Bill Elliott's pits and find out what the story is. It appears that Elliott has dropped a lap back here in the car number 9. We see him running with these leaders with the 25 car. So if we can, we'll try to get a report on that. Let's right now get an update from another part of this great Charlotte Motor facility. Here's Mark Pfister.
Thank you very much, Ken. You know, these drivers battle it out on a weekly basis, but the Kemp family from Spartanburg, South Carolina, battle it out every day. His wife and his daughter are wearing the colors of Bill Elliott, and you've got the colors of Darrell Waltrip on. How do you two survive 7 days a week?
No problem. We have separate bedrooms. I lock them in each time before race day.
Great, Mark. Thanks a lot. 77 laps complete. Here is Waltrip and Kyle Petty trying to put a lap on him as they wheel through turn 3. Remember that Darrell Waltrip being shown now in 17th, and he dropped back a little. Michael Waltrip has pulled up to 15th. Sterling Marlin to 16th. Darrell has dropped to 17th.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised to see him back that far. In practice, Darrell's car seemed to be real good, but he's got his hands full right now.
Sure does. There's Rick Wilson, the 75, and there's something we need to get a report on car number 17, Darrell Waltrip. So folks down in the pit area, Waltrip seems to be off his feed.
And it could be, we heard them say earlier from his pit that he'd worked his car to fix his car and set it up to run high on the racetrack. He might be off now. If he can hold him off the groove, it's going to move up. It'll come to Darrell. But right now, he can't run with these guys that can run in the bottom of the racetrack.
And he continues to drop back. Darrell Waltrip, the 5-time winner of this race. Nobody else has that kind of a mark. The gentleman to my right won it twice, back-to-back in 82 and 83, and that was some kind of feat. But imagine winning this 600-mile grind 5 times. It speaks again to the business of who wins this race. As far as I was concerned, always takes a smart driver to win this event. You can't just go out and mash the button.
Again, I should have won 5 of these things myself, but I managed to stick it right in the fence right here on the front straightaway, wrecking start-finish line, leading the race, and I managed to win 2 of them, and I probably should have had 5 myself.
There's 42 smart drivers out here.
Bet your life. Here's Bill Elliott in the 9 car, working on Robbie Moroso. Gets underneath the car of the rookie, car number 9.
I believe Ralph Shaheen has the report for us on Bill's car.
That's right, Lynn. We're with Mike Beam, crew chief for Bill Elliott. Mike, what's the story with the car? We noticed 2 pit stops.
Well, we come in, we changed right sides, and everything's going on pretty good there. And all of a sudden, he said, I think I got a flat, and it was the left rear. You know, he had a cut in it, and he was going down pretty fast. So, you know, like I say, that's the kind of year we've been having. When you don't have no luck, there ain't nothing you do about it. So, the car's running well. He's running Rusty down. We'll get our lap back, hopefully, you know, be in good shape. We've got a long ways to go.
Ken, I tell you what, I might be a driver and I might be covering for drivers, but it's a known fact among the drivers. It's hard to pick out that tire. These tires have inner liners inside of them. You can get one going down, you'll call them, tell them I got a problem. I don't know how many times they've asked me which one is it, and I picked the wrong one, so I always just say it's one of these 4.
Yep, it's so easy because it just works the other way. It can be left front, right rear, right front, left rear. It's hard to tell. Bill Elliott, the number 9, he had a second here in this event. His best finish back in early 80s, 81 or 82, somewhere in there. But right now, it doesn't look like it's going to be his day either.
Well, I tell you what, at this racetrack, if you can turn things around, I think you're going to see all day long. We're going to see a different set of characters up front. The track's going to change a lot. If they can get that thing dialed in, he's capable of getting a lap back. We'll just have to see what happens.
Up in front, Rusty Wallace. Pontiac has the lead. Stays on the point. And look at that car wobble in the corner like that.
Again, a lot of times you can put a real set of soft springs in the car. When you're on a hard tire on a hot racetrack, soft springs want to really get a hold of that thing. looks like he's actually out of control, bouncing and wobbling around, but he's hooked up on that racetrack.
Here's the Trop Octa car of Dick Trickle, number 66. He stays back in 17th, which is just about where he started. Sterling Marlin just whips it underneath him going into that corner.
He didn't even say excuse me, I don't think, when he came in there either.
How do you guys say excuse me?
Now, if you'll watch, you'll probably see him. He'll tell him right here. I thought he was going to blow the horn at him, a little chrome horn out front. But sometimes they cut you off like that, and you just pop them right in the rear, let them know you saw him do that.
That's the fight, 4-6. Look at this fight. This is a good one. That's Bobby Hillen in the number 8 car. He's running an 8th, his Buick. Then Trickle in the 66. And Sterling Marlin in the 94. All having just a wonderful time here this afternoon in our live coverage on WTBS. Out the back of Dick Trickle's number 66. There you see Hillen also back in there. Yeah, maybe a lap car. Is that 75? I think that's Rick Wilson's car that's getting into it too. Rick Wilson is in that lap. He's running 19th. Although that does look like the 72 to me as it comes by. It is indeed. It's Tracy Leslie out of Mount Clemens, Michigan, who just made the field, the 40th qualifier.
The car of Sterling Marlin seems to be really working good in the corner. Sometimes you give up some of that power for that handling at this racetrack. He's got good power, but he's also working good in the corner.
Bobby Hillen just taking over 17th. Trickle drops to 18th. There you see Sterling Marlin. He's pulled himself up to 16th.
If you look at that right hand on that steering wheel, you don't want to be doing that.
He looks like he's saving it every lap.
Well, Lynn, he is. I tell you what, the guys that are leading this race don't even want to see a caution. I guarantee Dick Trickle would love to go in on yellow flags and guys crank some of these jack screws.
Look at this battle for 16th from Dick Trickle's viewpoint. Hillen down on the inside in the Snickers car, and the blue and yellow Sunoco car on the outside. Wheel to wheel into turn number 1. And Hillen, the Middle of Texas driver, is going to make it. And here comes Trickle, just pushing that car to the bottom of the racetrack.
Ken, that's a good example right there. We're talking about Dick Trickle having a problem with his race car. Do the thing he wants to do. What happens? The door opens, you stick your foot in there. You might get your foot stomped, but you're going to try that time one time to do it.
49-year-old Dick Trickle in car number 66. Moseys up alongside car number 94. What a scramble. Well back in the pack we're showing you right now.
Sometimes you can scare them so bad they'll let you back.
Is that right?
I tell you what, a lot of times I've hit a car that's hard for me to control, and I just let it go off the corner and just use the entire racetrack up. And sometimes I give you a little bit more room.
I didn't think you did things like that.
Well, you always think
Gentleman Neal, like Gentleman Ned Jarrett. He'd do those things too, though, when push got to shove.
Anybody will. Don't believe them.
It's like you say, you scare them bad enough, they stay away.
That's right. Going down the interstate, you see somebody weaving all over the road, you give them room.
That's the Earnhardt theory. Here's Tracy Leslie coming up through, making his run and getting underneath Dick Trickle, and he has an ill-handling car at the present time in car number 66, that Pontiac.
This is when you earn your money.
Back up in front with Rusty Wallace leading, Ernie Urban, Ken Schrader in 3rd, Brett Bodine is 4th, Davey Allison 5th, Harry Gant is 6th. Gant has his hands full with guess who? The man in black, Dale Earnhardt, right now.
Yes. Yes. Oh. That part. And I will go back to Ken. Going wherever I'm told.
He's dropping the inside.
packed house is sitting in some amazement now here. We're 93 laps into the 600, and as they speed by at over 165 miles an hour, this car, number 17, Waltrip, he becomes the man of the moment in a most unhappy manner. He has now gone a lap down to the leaders. There's something really amiss. He doesn't like to be there in car number 17. Let's see if we can get a report from his pits.
Ken, Darrell Waltrip was looking to win his third 600 in a row. Right now, according to Jeff Hammond, his crew chief, he's running on 7 cylinders, and they're hoping, wishing and praying for a pit stop so they can check the car and see if they can make any adjustments to get him back into contention for that 3rd win in a row.
And Schrader, number 25, the 3rd place car, is about to overlap him right here. Already, Wallace and Ernie Irvan have gone by him. Let's go down to the STP Pit Center and get a Goodyear Racing update on other activity taking place around America this weekend in motorsports.
Ken, I'll do you one better than that. I'll take you around the world. This is, of course, the busiest racing weekend of the year. This morning in Monte Carlo, Ayrton Senna of Brazil won the Monaco Grand Prix. That will fatten up his lead in the Formula One World Driving Championship. Of course, there is another race of some consequence going on here in America this weekend at Indianapolis. Let's get you caught up now on the Indy 500. Emerson Fittipaldi, much the big favorite after his 1-4 lap qualifying records put him on the pole. He leads Rick Mears here, and Emo dominated the early going. Danny Sullivan, you recall last year when he broke his arm when he hit the wall? Something broke on the back of his car. Big crash for Danny, but he apparently is all right. Al Unser Jr. went a lap down early. This is the guy who had so much speed in practice but couldn't get it done in qualifying. Unser went a lap down, but he was able to make that back up. They're running lap number 143 at last report. Bobby Rahal, the 86 winner, is your leader. Arie Luyendyk, Emerson Fittipaldi, Al Unser Jr. follow. Rick Mears is 1 lap down. He's made up a lap as well. We'll have more racing highlights as the afternoon wears on here at the Goodyear Racing Update Center. Now let's get back to the one we've got cooking here at Charlotte.
And what's cooking right now is Ernie Irvan, number 4. Something is amiss on that car that had been running in 2nd place. The Ernie Irvan Oldsmobile is now on pit road.
The only good thing I can say about it, they're leaving that hood along. They're sticking a set of left sides on that thing. As long as they don't raise their hood, maybe it was just a tire problem.
Irvan getting back out here, trying to get out and not lose a lap. Wallace stays 1st, Schrader 2nd, Brett Bodine 3rd, Davey Allison 4th. Gant moves then to 5th. Earnhardt goes to 6th. Where does Ernie Irvan shake out in all of this? We'll give you that in just a moment.
Ernie Irvan made simply a routine pit stop. They didn't have any problem with the car. They just needed to change left side tires, and they're coming about 10 or 20 laps away from a regular pit stop anyway for fuel, so they stopped at this time, put on the tires. I'll check with them further.
Thank you, Charlie. Boy, if he gets out of sync, sometimes that'll really work for you. It's worked for Wallace. It worked for Bonnet once. You got out of sync, and didn't you win a race here when you were off the pace with the other guys in pit stops?
I got off and ended up coming back and being able to get the thing back, but Ernie went down a lap on that thing. I don't understand that with 10 laps to go. He must have been needing tires badly.
10 laps to the next period of coming in for fuel. We're at 99 laps. We've had thus far just 1 caution in the event. And other than that, it's been freewheeling all the way. Here's the number 4 coming back up to speed, not getting there very well, I would say. I think there's still something amiss. There's Gantz 33, now in 5th spot. Let's go back to the leader, car number 27. Here is Rusty Wallace, just moving around Tracy Lesnar.
Here comes the 4 car back in the pits. He's got some problem. He couldn't get up to speed even after he changed the lefts. He's got something wrong.
Evidently, it is an axle on the Ernie Irvan car. He comes in, and they're going to look at it, and they're apparently going to send him to the garage area. They're talking to him right now. You can see, and trying to make a decision on just what to do. They've got a problem with the axle on number 4.
Bad break for Ernie Irvan, who qualified so well for this race outside of the 2nd row. That is a toughie for that machine that has been flying of recent. The man flying right now, looking for his first win in the 600. Rusty Wallace in that big black Pontiac. 7th appearance in this race. Was 2nd here in 1988. Best finish to date. Had a couple of 10ths. Had an 8th back in 85. And last year, it looked like he had it wound up and then had engine failure in this particular event. Schrader is taken 2nd. Brett Bodine is 3rd. So you have Pontiac, Chevy, Buick, and Ford, the front 4. Wallace, Schrader, Bodine, and Davey Allison. Gant is running 5th, Earnhardt in 6th. And here comes brother Bodine. Brett to the inside. This is a scramble going on for 2nd place at lap 103. Brett Bodine rolls the Buick to the bottom of the racetrack and fights with Schrader. Car in the wall, turn 2. A car just scraping the wall up in turn number 2. Let's see, is that the Larry Pearson car, or is that the Bobby Hamilton car? It's Bobby Hamilton's car. In trouble. Brings out the 2nd caution of the day. Yellow is on the track. Came just about at the right time for these competitors, too.
A lot of these guys needed that thing. A lot of them want to work on that chassis, and they was getting due a stop in. There's
Earnhardt got in this. Car number 3, Earnhardt has drawn to a stop. This is a single car incident, not the case at all.
And even though that car is torn up, he doesn't need to stop in that corner. They've got to be able to get that car in and get it rolling again just for the points.
Car number 3, Bodine may have, car number 3, Earnhardt may have run over something out there and got snarled up. There's his crew rolling the toolbox away already. Apparently he's on the radio, and that sounds serious. They say that 3 blew a tire. The 68 is dragging itself in with the whole right side of the car gone, and everyone is taking this opportunity to pit. This is coming at lap 104. Bobby Hamilton's number 68 was the first involved. He may have put something down on the track, and some other cars have shredded their tires and been badly abused. Here's Wallace in the pits. Bobby Hamilton's 68 has limped around the track, has come onto pit road, and there you see the work on his machine. And Earnhardt's number 3 really took a lick. You see Wallace getting out, Elliott out. There's Richard Childress walking away, the car owner of the Earnhardt car. Apparently it is over for Earnhardt.
The only thing they can do now is go in the garage and try to get it where it's just runnable enough they can complete some more laps with the points.
Earnhardt's number 3 getting torn up. Caution is on the track. 105 laps will be complete this time by. It appears that Wallace still maintains the lead. There you see the Earnhardt car lying just outside of turn number 2 down on the bottom, and the wrecker is there to pick it up. You can see the service vehicle on the top of the 2nd turn, and that is where the Hamilton car collected the wall. Earnhardt's car also out, 2 cars down.
I was looking in the corner down there, Ken. There's skid marks all over the first turn wall. They just repainted it after the race yesterday, so both of those guys got all over that wall.
2nd caution of the day. A heartbreaker for Dale Earnhardt. Apparently Bobby Hamilton. There is a weather problem.
It's not going out of Atlanta.
106 complete, Patrick. Yes, Mike. Thank you. 27, 28, 66, 33. Not only that.
Fred, weather problem in Atlanta.
Correction, Patrick. It's 27, 28, 33. GD 66 was a lap down.
Yep.
Not a problem. 26.
Okay. Did this just happen, Fred?
25, 10, 15, 11, 12,
Okay.
Dale stayed in the car. He must figure and get it running.
75, 6, 90. And that's as far as I can go.
When did this start? Car now start all the people are waving goodbye to him.
We're back with you at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, Coca-Cola 600, and we're with you audio only now. We have some video transmission problems in the Atlanta area, perhaps some weather there. So we'll continue our call and bring you up to date on what's happening here at Charlotte. I'm Ken Squire, alongside is Neil Bonnet and Lynn St. James. We have 107 laps complete. We are under the second caution of the day. Bobby Hamilton's car crashed in turn number 2. Car number 3 has been collected in it. The car of Dale Earnhardt, and the Earnhardt car has been brought back to the garage area. They've already rolled the tool chest back into that area. We'll see shortly if they're intending to get the car out and try to score some more points.
Dale was still in the car, but it'll be mandatory that he goes to the care center anyway. They said they're going to take him out of the car, go down to the care center, and then see if he get the car running again.
There are 17 cars running in the lead lap. One of them not in the lead lap is the 5-time winner. That is Darrell Waltrip. He's having his problems today. He's just pitted again and come back on the track. As we get ready for resumption of the race, Rusty Wallace's black and gold Pontiac stays up in front. And then the black, white, red and gold Davey Allison car, his Ford, stays second. The green and white colors of Harry Gant are third, with Brett Bodine fourth, Schrader fifth, Derek Cope sixth, Morgan Shepherd seventh, Jeff Bodine eighth, Hut Strickland ninth, Dale Jarrett 11th, Dale Jarrett 10th, Michael Waltrip 11th, Bobby Hillen 12th, Alan Kowicki 13th, Rick Wilson 14th, 15th Marlin, 16th Martin, and Elliott Schoen on the tail end of the lead lap. Then Dick Trickle is one lap down in 18th. The activity is around Earnhardt's car in the garage area. He is away from the automobile, and they've quadrant off the area around his track. There's television cameras, there's press people there, and he won't have any part of them. He really wants to get working on this race car.
This is a real opportunity, I think, for Bill Elliott, because he's the first car behind the pace car, so this is his chance to make up a lap.
I think they made a little gamble. I think he put on 2 tires and the rest put on 4, but Lean, you're exactly right. If he can get up front and that thing's strong enough to get a quick caution, he'll be in good shape again.
Earnhardt at this moment has not gone over to the field hospital. He's working right around car number 3, which has the first garage area as you come off pit road. It's right there at the entrance, right across from the Unocal station.
Again, the only thing good that I can see that might possibly save him is the damage you see right there. The damage is on the left rear of the car. He didn't drive it in front end. When you lose that end of the race car, it's almost unrepairable. If they've got some porta powers out now, they're fixing to shove the frame rails off the tires and get it where they can get some fuel in. They're going to, if they can get that part, they'll be okay.
We've had a crash in the main straightaway under caution. Harry Gant's car has spun all the way around. I think he just got drop kicked and looped around down here in car number 33 about 150 feet across the start-finish line toward turn 1. He's lying with the nose of the car pointed toward turn 4. And now he's riding that machine, and he's headed right across the grass for the moment. Loops it and brings it back on, but something amiss on Gant as we were watching the activity around Earnhardt's car, and Bobby Hamilton's car has been pushed back to the garage area. Something wrong for Harry Gant in number 33. The race is still under caution. 109 laps are complete. We're with you audio only for the moment. Transmission problems, as we understand, in Atlanta, and Gant is not trying to make a lap. He's now shortcutting across the grass and driving the car behind the wall. He may have cut a tire. NASCAR cleaning debris off the front straightaway. and it may be that car 33 cut a tire and looped it there. But he's gone back behind the wall. That seems strange.
Well, it had to be something crazy on the caution like that. Harry, something happened to Harry. I noticed as he turned in, the front wheels were towed way out on the car. I don't see where he hit the wall. Something could have broken on the car.
The hood is up too. Well, the hood would be up, but they're checking out that front end. Let's see if we can find out from Ralph Shaheen.
All right, I'm trying to get that still.
All right, Ralph, stay right with that story. On car number 33, the crew is running down there. See that green and white uniform group running up to their pits. They're about 150 feet away from the area where he is driven behind the wall, and they're rushing back. So apparently they're intending to get this thing fired up and get it back in here. What do you think, Neil?
It's more than just tires, because they had the tires there ready to go in the car. They've got the jack stands down there now. They're fixing to put the car up on jack stands. They're going to have to replace some stuff under the car.
Let me review for you again. Wallace is first. Second is Davey Allison. Third, Brett Bodine. Fourth is Schrader. Fifth is Derek Cope. We're here at the Coca-Cola 631st annual, and we're getting set on a restart to turn them loose here. I think we may get it in a lap.
I'm looking at the picture on Gant's car down there. It looks like he's working with a tie rod and the drag links on the car. Something might have broke on the steering on the car.
Let's go to Ralph Shaheen.
Okay, Ken, what we're finding out from the crew is that he was hit by the 4-car, Ernie Irvin, and that incident is what broke the tie rod, and that's what put Harry Gant out of control. He's down here just past the pit lane getting worked on the car. They're trying to replace the tie rod and get Harry back out.
And it happened right in front of the grandstand. That won't improve the popularity of Ernie Irvin running into a great favorite here in Carolina, Harry Gant, drop kicking him apparently in the main chute.
Well, what's tough about that on the caution, and then Gant in position up there close in the race, so it's a bad situation.
So Gant is back behind the wall. He's gone a lap down. The Irvin car has come in. They started to work on it. Here's Dick Trickle in car 66. Remember that he is being shown in 17th position. Dick Trickle in the Trop Arctic motor oil car, trying to get comfortable out here as the temperatures continue to climb up through the 70s presently, and Ernie Irvin's number 4 is coming back on the track as the field comes down, getting set on a start with 112 laps complete. As we understand, we're giving you audio only, that our video transmission has been interrupted somewhere in the Atlanta area. They're working to fix that now, and we'll give you our description as we go along as best we can of this $900,000 race, which is coming back for a green flag after the second caution of the day, created when Bobby Hamilton and the Dale Earnhardt car were in big trouble.
This is the key right here. Can Bill Elliott maintain that? He's right on the end of the lead lap. He can stay out front till the caution comes out again. If he could, he'd get that right back.
He's running good right now. He's running high going into turn 2 and pulling away from the field, so he can do it.
And right beside him in the number 66, there you find Dick Trickle, and those two are trying to make up a lap. Big crash in the back straightaway.
And there's the opportunity we were talking about.
Elliott will make up the lap, and so will Trickle. As Lake Speed has crashed coming back to the line, Elliott will make up his lap, and car 66, Dick Trickle, will make up a lap. The crash is Lake Speed. Boy, you talk about getting a break. There's a big one for Elliott, and there's a big one for Trickle.
Well, you always hate to see another guy have problems, but they were in position to take advantage of it. Now they're back in the hunt again.
So car number 83, the Lake Speed car with the nose badly bruised and all contorted, out of shape, is coming around. He's going to pit, and we have our second straight caution within a lap. This one for Lake Speed. He's coming down across the line to complete this lap. Bill Elliott stays in the throttle, makes sure that he has that lap back. So does number 66. Pretty exciting stuff here for the moment, and it leaves Wallace in first, Davey Allison second, Brett Bodine third. It leaves 18 cars now in the lead lap. Here's what happened. We had a car or two getting loose in front of car number 83, Lake Speed.
It looked like the 6 car got a little out of shape. The next car got off the throttle, and all of a sudden Lake Speed's in the gas, nowhere to go, and he nailed the back of that car and lost control. It was kind of a chain reaction in front of him, but he paid the price for it.
Speed sliding to the inside of the track, hitting the wall head on, and then rocketing backward another 250 feet in his yellow and black car down the back straightaway. 114 laps are complete. Another caution is underway, and Bill Elliott takes this opportunity to come on pit road.
And it worked out perfectly for him. He got 2 tires a while ago. He gets his lap back now and get him 4 more. He's probably in better shape than the guys up front.
So that's how matters stand with 114 of 400 complete. The lap count in the 600.
Fred.
Oh, yeah, nothing like it.
Fred, when did we lose video, just so that we can tell the audience, you know? No, I want to know when it went away, just where I am in the race. Thanks, Fred.
Fred, what was you fixing to tell me? You said do something and... Fred was telling me something to do, and
When those guys pit, you guys really keep trying to get. Thank you. Laps complete. As they come by to complete 116, the green will be unfurled again. With 17 cars in the lead lap, the 16th and 17th positions, Dick Trickle and Bill Ellie. On the break, Rusty Wallace is first, Davey Allison second, Brett Bodine third, Ken Schrader fourth, and Derek Cope fifth. Speaking to you audio only, the video transmission problems in the Atlanta area at the present time. We're with you from the 600 at Charlotte, North Carolina, where at this moment, Rusty Wallace, still seeking to win his first 600, draws away under green and leaps to about a 4-car length advantage over the second place man, Davey Allison. They put a lap on Ricky Rudd in the Waddell Wilson number 5 car that goes a little high up in the turn. Brett Bodine in third position, clampers back on the inside. 1 lap down. In the 19th position is Terry Labonte, and he is fighting to get back up in that lead lap. He's been running very strong as recent. Looks as good as anything on the racetrack like that.
Yeah, and here they go with this 3 abreast step down the middle of the back straightaway again. These guys are trying to hustle up front because it seems like the tires level off and it's hard to make any moves after they get hot.
Out of turn 4 to the line. Wallace first, Allison second, Brett Bodine in third. Schrader maintains fourth, Cope is fifth, Morgan Shepherd sixth, and Strickland seventh going into turn number 1. Labonte in the black and white number 1 car stays right up there with those leaders.
That thing of Rusty Wallace is running around with the left side wheels under the line in the corner. That's a pretty good indication one getting the job done.
And that's the way he likes it.
I'd like one like that myself when they handle that good.
119 complete this time. Wallace has 2 car lengths, now 3 over the second place man Allison, and about the same interval back to the green and white Buick of Brett Bodine as they scoot down through that first and second turn area, up on the 24-degree back, into the back straightaway, where Schrader stays fourth, Derek Cope is in fifth, and Morgan Shepherd is in sixth. Remember, Shepherd has the most to gain today in that overall Winston Series, running second in the standings. Good finish here with Dale Earnhardt in trouble to really turn it around.
And he's the only driver that's finished all in the top 10 in all 10 races. This will be a good shot in the arm for him here.
Battle for second place to the inside. Brett Bodine challenges Davey Allison. Buick on the bottom, Ford on top.
Charlie Harwell, give us a report what's going on with Earnhardt down there rebuilding his car.
I can tell you what's going on, but there is no one here to talk to because every member of the crew is busily engaged in trying to fix the car. They've got a wrecker in position on the right side of the car and evidently are going to lift it a little higher so they can work on it a little better. They had at once replaced the right rear tire, which was shredded when they came in, though most of the damage is on the left rear. They took the right rear tire off after replacing it, now have put it on again, and are working on the car overall. And Dale Earnhardt is helping to supervise what happens down here, trying to get himself back in the race.
Charlie, that area they're working on, they've got a chance there because the springs are located up in the front of that area. That rear section just holds the fuel cell off. They can get that straightened out, he'll be able to get it running again.
Weather's changing again here at Charlotte this afternoon.
Little cloud cover coming in. It's still pretty sunny and hot, but there's definitely some clouds coming, particularly over turns 1 and 2.
And that's going to change the complexion of this race lane.
Well, it is. As the drivers have all said, that this track just keeps changing, and the sun really makes the track get kind of greasy and slick. And then as the cloud cover comes over, it'll start to cool the track down a bit. And then that line that Rusty's running right now that's really low and tight, and he may not be able to do a little bit.
You have to be able to adapt all day long. I've had cars where the sun would be like it is now, shining 3 and 4, and cloud cover 1 and 2, and you had to run a totally different line. It popped back out in 2 minutes. You got to move around again. So these guys got to shuffle around right now.
Back to the line, 123 laps are now complete, and Rusty Wallace leads on first place in the Coca-Cola 600.
Darrell's got now.
Ooh, look at this.
Anxious crews looking on here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we hope that you're looking on as well with our TBS Sports production of the Coca-Cola 500. I'm Bob Barshett. You may be watching, or at least you're listening to us, and we hope that pictures will be restored from Atlanta very soon. It's a weather-related power outage that's been causing problems, but we understand that pictures are coming back. So bear with us as we bring you the continuing story of the Coca-Cola 600 here at Charlotte. We have a new leader in our Timex Speed Track Fast Lap of the Race award, but it is the same old guy, Kenny Schrader, number 25, officially 166.51 miles an hour on my Timex Speed Track speed computer. If that holds up as fast lap of the race, every guy on Kenny's crew gets one of these. Back to Ken Squire now with the action on the racetrack.
And the action here right now is watching the Trop Arctic, number 66, battling here, pulling up on Mark Martin. This is Dick Trickle, who made up his lap, now fighting to take 14th position away. Kowicki's in 13th. This is the struggle back in the field with 129 laps complete this time. Dick Trickle back in that lead lap. Goes up on the high side of Mark Martin in the number 6 as they enter turn 3. Martin comes to the bottom of the racetrack and slips underneath Kowicki. Mark Martin picking up a spot. He'll go into 13th. Challenge is on back in the field. great racing.
I tell you, I was kind of interested to see here with Trickle if the car's handling better for him, if he's having to wrestle the car around as bad as he did before. If they, as good as he was running with the ill-handling car, they get it sorted out, he can be a factor in this race.
Again, it looks like they almost touched coming out of that turn 2 as Dick Trickle in the number 66 Trop Active car gets underneath number 7 Kowicki. He gets a little better bite on the bottom here.
You might not be able to see them all the time, but you sure feel them out there. If you notice these drivers, they settle on the floorboard, these cars, they'll get the weight down, to get the center of gravity low as they can. These cars, the bulk of them can't even see the hood ornament on the car. They just feel their way around.
Just count to 4 and turn left.
I was amazed how low Earnhardt sits in the car. Some of them really do sit low.
Back straightaway, number 66 to the inside. Trickle fighting Kowicki for 14th position. Bill Elliott right there behind Trickle. As we follow some of the action further back, the leader continues to be Wallace with Bodine second, Davey Allison third, Schrader in fourth. But for the moment, the real action that we're following is back in the field in a fight for 13th, 14th, 15th position. And Dick Trickle working hard. Number 66, hard, gets to the bottom of the track, seems to get a good bite down there.
He looks like he's definitely handling a little better, like he's working the wheel less now than he was earlier in the race. So he must have had some improvements in his adjustments.
For the moment, the battle back there stabilizes, but up in front, Brett Bodine. He really has the bit in his mouth. He's charging. He has come to within 1 car length of Rusty Wallace, call it a car and a half length, in the back straightaway, and he's not giving an inch to that Pontiac.
He seems to be the only car, Ken, that can run the very same line Rusty runs, right on the bottom of the racetrack. Down in 1 and 2, if Rusty goes low, the 26 car almost goes lower. Those 2 cars are well matched on handling. It might be the power that comes to get around who.
Actually, that Buick of Bodine seems to get in a little better into the corner. He can drop down even closer on the bottom of this racetrack.
Yes, sir. He's running right around that white line now.
Making his 5th start, Brett Bodine in car number 26, lies second to Rusty Wallace. Best finish just a year ago when he finally brought her home in 10th spot. Since that time, he's found victory lane on the 5/8 at North Wilkesboro. He's challenging again as they come into the main straightaway. Brett Bodine has lost about 20 pounds of weight, looks much more aggressive.
He really does. When he was talking about the respect that, that he has earned and everything, and it's all a package. I think it's how you drive on the track, it's how you look, it's how you feel, it's how you, just everything that you do, and he's putting that whole package together. He does look real trim. It's good to see him out there yesterday. He's talking to him.
Wallace stays in first spot, and now he draws to a 2.5 car length advantage. Big black, white, and gold car streaking away, but coming out of 4, Bodine closes right in again.
It seems like he can get his foot in the throttle a little bit quicker. The car really jumps off it. And that could be a lot of things. It could be gear ratios, type gear each guy's pulling. But this strong suit right now seems to be up off the 4th turn.
Right, he's able to carry a little more speed or maybe get on his throttle a little sooner. Like you say, even he's doing it there coming through 2, that he seems to be able to carry a little more speed through the corner and coming off the corner.
Headed down the back straightaway, Rusty Wallace in command. How's your car running, Rusty, and what are you hoping for in this long race?
It's handling absolutely perfect. The corner speeds were a little bit faster than the pole man. We're still working on the engines, trying to get them a little stronger yet. But 600 miles is a long event. The only one I can remember falling out of was the one last year. I won the Winston and fell out of the 600. This time I fell out of the Winston, and maybe I'll stay in the 600. That's what I'm hoping for.
Right now, he's staying on top of the entire field.
Ken, when they talk about corner speeds now, our racing is really getting high-tech now. They bring computers to these racetracks, they set them up. You get out of the race car, and they'll tell you what you ran through the 3rd, 4th turn, what you ran down the short shoot, get to the start-finish line. They can give you 8 settings on where you ran around this racetrack. Rusty's guys show him he's beating them in the corner, and it's showing up today.
Coming up towards 140 laps complete. Drivers who have finished second but never won this race. Pretty strong crew. Again, Harry Gant has had a terrible problem here today. Car number 33, under caution, got hit and spun right in the main straightaway. Altercation with Ernie Irvin. Bad luck for Harry Gant, who's had a lot of bad luck. Back on Friday, he crashed his Grand National car in turn 2. They worked all night. He had to give up his 2nd place start. He had to come all the way from the rear and finished 3rd by a car length. Just 1 car length for the 1st and 2nd place machines yesterday. And today, after making a tremendous run in the early going, gets hit. Car number 33 will have to wait another day to win this 600. He's back on the track now, but laps down. So the leaders continue to be Wallace first, Bodine second, Davy Allison third, Schrader fourth, Cope fifth, Shepard sixth, Strickland seventh, Jarrett eighth, Bobby Hill in ninth, and Jeff Bodine in 10th.
Okay, start on a one shot with me, all righty, and then we'll go to these two ladies. Both of them? Yeah. Coverage of the World 600. About lap 142, the weather looks like it's holding. It's getting hot in the stands today. And while you see a lot of the guys out here, boy, oh boy, we found some fans that have to be a true breed. They decide to leave the husbands at home, and you girls decide to head on out to the race yourself. How long have you been coming to the races by yourself?
20 years.
So you left the guys at home?
That's right. They didn't enjoy it, so I told them to stay at home.
And they're having a great time today. Back up to the booth where it's nice and cool and air conditioned with Ken Squire.
144 laps complete this time by. They look like they're having a good time.
I'm just loving that, guys. I got to tell you that, because, you know, women buy 46 or 47% of all the new cars being bought today. They're buying them, they're driving them, and now they're coming to the races.
And enjoying this great competition. And this is the competition we have right now.
Yeah, my wife wrecks a few of them, Ken.
Really?
Oh, every now and then. She puts a vent fender on one of them.
She just, you know, kind of wants to keep up with you. Wallace and Bodine stay up in first. Davy Allison stays third. Schrader is fourth. Here's the view looking down that long back straightaway on this mile-and-a-half track. 37 cars are still out here. Larry Pearson's car has retired, blown engine. Reagan is out. Byers' car. Hamilton has crashed. Lake Speed. Temporarily, the number 3 car is out, but we really expect it back in the race. For the moment, the 27 car stays in front. Pontiac has only won this race one time. That one time, that was historic. 1961. David Pearson was the driver. It was his first super speedway win. It was his first win ever. And it started a career like few others. Only one guy's ever topped it in career wins. Richard Petty.
You know, we see Darrell Waltrip running out there and getting just further and further behind. I was thinking that's such a sick feeling as a driver when you know you don't have all 8 cylinders again. You've got to stay out there and run. You're working just as hard, but, you know, your heart's kind of taken out of you because you know that you don't have a full car underneath you.
Lynn, and you driving race cars, you know also it's disheartening to be like that, but you're also waiting for that other big explosion. You're sitting there with a motor that's not healthy as it needs to be, and these things are time bombs anyway. And every lap you go in a corner, he's riding around there slowly at 150 right now. So a 150-mile-an-hour wreck is pretty bad. So you're also concerned, is this thing going to hold together one more time around?
That's true. That's true.
It must bother. Did it bother you? I mean, after an awful crash you had here and you shattered your leg and your hip and all that, when you go down there and turn number 3, it would seem to me that you had to, these long races after a while, you'd come into that corner and remember that?
Well, Ken, it almost made me mad at the racetrack. It almost made me, you know, I've came through here so many times, and I've been able to get through like I needed to. The next time I came back, I tried to go through there harder that lap than I did the lap that I wrecked and got hurt. You can't get intimidated by a racetrack. You can't get intimidated by a competitor. When you come to these racetracks, you almost feel like you're in control. If I would have been intimidated, I shouldn't have climbed back in the window of that thing.
149 laps are complete. Again, the intimidator of them all these days, Dale Earnhardt, is in trouble. They continue to work on his car. We're trying to find Bobby Hamilton to get more insight into what happened in that incident up in turn 2 that has put Earnhardt back in there, up on the stanchions, getting some work done on car 3, and they're working on the back end of the car, as Charlie Harville reported. 223.5 of 600 miles are complete this time by the 250 laps to go when they come around. Let's go to Brett Bodine's pits. Here's Charlie Harville.
Larry McReynolds, the crew chief. Larry, you appear to be losing ground a little bit now. Is everything all right?
Yeah, I mean, we're just trying to pace ourselves, Charlie. You know, we still got a long way to go. We still, you know, are just a little ways past what the beginning of a 500-mile race would be. And, you know, we're sitting there in pretty good shape. We seem to be able to run with Rusty, but still got a long way to go. We're just going to try to race this racetrack for 500 miles and then see who's left to race at the end. Hopefully we'll be there too.
150 laps now down. 150 in the book as they work toward that halfway point, which has a $10,000 bonus. Hello, folks. Hope you're enjoying the day. Ken Squire, this is Lynn St. James. Our good friend Neil Bonnet along, and we're delighted you're with us for the coverage of this 600. Hope the transmission's getting better for you. We understand we've had some video problems. The audio portion still getting through. They had some real weather down in Atlanta today. They anticipated weather here this afternoon, but it apparently just skimmed south of us in Charlotte, North Carolina. This morning, they thought by halfway in this race, we might be in a frog swallow.
I walked over to the NASCAR booth just before the race started. They've got a weather station of their own, and I saw them turning the dials. I think they just moved the clouds a little bit below us, ran this thing down to South Carolina where we could do this.
Well, that storm that just went down the bottom underneath Charlotte, North Carolina, apparently rolled through Georgia, and it's a big one. The winds are up. We're just watching a giant umbrella over on pit road be lifted about 25, 30 feet into the air. Someone's lost their sun cover. Battle for 9th position here. Battle for 9th position. Here's a bulletin for you. Just received word that Arie Luyendyk has had a win at Indy. We'll have more on that. Bob Varsha will update you shortly. That Luyendyk, who started in the front row, has had himself a major victory. Caution is out here. Yellow is on the track. Let's see. Trouble up in turn 2 or debris in turn 2. Second turn is the area that is of concern to the NASCAR officials, and so at lap 153, the yellow comes out for the 3rd time today. Caution on the track. How do you feel when a caution comes out and they bunch them all back up? I mean, is that really a breather? Or, huh?
I don't basically like it. I mean, you get into a rhythm of driving hard and running hard, and so, you know, when a caution comes out, particularly, and I have to say this, I'm not trying to dig anybody, but when, like, now we're saying, I wonder why it's out. You know, you can't see a crash, you can't see something visibly, and so it really can set your rhythm off, and even though when it's hot, maybe it's a good thing to get a break, but, you know, you get used to it, and you get your rhythm going, and then this just sort of interrupts the whole thing.
Okay, well, it's not like baseball. It's not like basketball. This is not a TV timeout. There's something wrong on the track. They're going to fix it, and we'll be back underway with 153 laps complete. Fred, I think you should do it. I'll be glad to try. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, let Mr. Electrician, has he got some wires there or something he can... he's got a ice cream dish or something.
I thought you were finished with me yesterday.
We were.
The wiener meter got you.
Okay.
That's too bad.
Oh, really?
Thank you. You coming straight to me?
What's all this about?
Something on the track, yes. Either that or she's throwing a fit.
How long, Fred? 10, 15, 20 seconds? We're back live at the Charlotte 600 Charlotte Motor Speedway. Now, around the country right now, we're having some video problems. Ken Squire's been telling you about it. Basically, what happens with the signal here, it goes from here up 22,000 miles to a geostationary satellite, and it is received in Atlanta. Then they get it and send it back up to a satellite, and your local cable channel gets it. But there's a problem in Atlanta with a power outage. The satellite dish that puts it up in the air is all messed up. There's a doohickey and a thingamabob that went wacko, and I think it's part of this hot dog wrapper here that blew off the racetrack and probably screwed up the 62 millicycle signal that helps put this race on the air. But it should be taken care of in the next 20 or 30 minutes. We hear even Ted Turner himself is down at the station working on it. Back to Ken.
You think there's a chance I can get him to work on my race car? He seems very, very smart.
I don't know. I don't think I'd want him working on my race car. The doohickey on the... Huh?
Thingamabob.
Yeah. And what it really is there's a problem down in Atlanta. And I guess in Atlanta they're watching the race today, but in the rest of the country the transmission out of Atlanta has been interrupted. It's really trashed that sending device down there.
I think if he could slip back down there, those two ladies that are here by themselves,
yep.
I know housewives can fix anything with very little equipment. He might get some help down there.
Now you're going to get the chauvinist award. You're going to get mail about that. You know, that 100. What do you think?
That was a compliment.
I didn't say that. That's right. Sometimes those are compliments.
157 laps will be complete this time by. Rusty Wallace in the Pontiac up in front. Brett Bodine's Buick in second as we get set to go racing again.
I'm covered. They said Pfister's a lawyer also, but he certainly doesn't act like a lawyer.
Not like any lawyer I've ever known. I thought all he was going to do was check on the concessions today, romp around, meet some of the folks here at the racetrack, and now he's the technical expert on the telecast.
He started out pretty good. I mean, I think he really had everybody's attention there for a while, and then he kind of lost it.
Technical expert, maybe, I'm not sure.
Let's go to Charlie Harville.
I'm here with John Dodson of the Rusty Wallace crew, who says there's a little problem with the radio. What is it, John?
Well, Charlie, we put a spare push-to-talk button in the car every week, and we thought the first one broke, so he handed it out the window to us. Then he put the new one on. We're still having a little bit of trouble. He's breaking up when he talks, but he can mash a button on the side of the radio and still communicate with us. So we're just trying to get our communication worked out. We can still talk to him, but it's not like we're used to. We really can't talk during race conditions because he has to be driving one hand. But hopefully we can hang on here.
Charlie, he might be having trouble mashing the button on that little radio, but the button on the floorboard's working. He's pulling out there. He's awful strong right now.
He just mashed that real good.
Rusty Wallace in the 27 leaps out in front by 12 car lengths as we move toward the halfway mark. 158, 200 the halfway distance in the race. Bodine second, Cope runs third. Derek Cope is back up to third. Morgan Shepherd is in fourth. Davey Allison in fifth. Schrader is in sixth. The work continues on the Earnhardt car number 3, which has now gone down better than 15 laps. Still working on that machine, trying to get him back out here and score some points before the afternoon's over. Thus far, we've had 5 official retirees from the event. Speed, Hamilton, Myers, Reagan, and Pearson out of the 42 starters that commenced activities at 1 o'clock Eastern today. Derek Cope in third, Shepherd fourth, Davey Allison fifth, Ken Schrader is in sixth, Strickland is in seventh, and marching toward the front comes Bill Elliott in car number 9. He is up to 10th position. He was a lap down. He's made that up. He continues to work his way through the field, finding some running room and very heavy traffic now as they come out of turn 4.
When you say heavy, you really said it. They're 2 or 3 abreast getting off that turn. They're really bunching them up now.
Here you see car number 1. It's Terry Labonte. He's running 1 lap down in 18th position. Love to get back up there. And there's the car number 4. Urban started 4th in today's race, running right underneath him. For the moment, Urban's car is running as quickly as anything out here. But it's running laps down. It's more than a lap down.
Big damage on the right side of that car. Must be from the deal with Harry Gann on the caution. It's hit right in front of the right rear tire. Here's this guy right here running around the bottom of the racetrack, and who's chasing him? The same 2 guys that are wearing that part of the racetrack out.
Close in again, and here you see the number 1 car. It started way back, tail end of the field, 41st position, clambering back. He is a lap down in 18th position, trying to work his way through. The bundle of cars moving down here into turn number 1. Car number 12. We look a little further back. Here's number 9, Elliott, around Dave Marcus's 71. It's a lap car. And closing in on Bobby Hillen in number 8. Bobby Hillen in number 8 fades a little high. There's Jeff Bodine running 8th on the field, and down to the bottom of the racetrack comes the number 9 of Elliott as he tries to move through. Hillen high. Elliott low, going into turn number 1, and Bill Elliott gets himself a little room on the bottom of the racetrack, gets caught up here on Bodine for the moment, and Morgan Shepherd's in that group as well. Morgan Shepherd running 5th in the white and red car number 15. Back we are with number 9. Elliott in the 10th position. Hillen on the outside. Bodine fades a little high. Here's Hillen trying to work way up on the top of the track.
Yeah, way up on top, and here comes Elliott trying to get his nose. That little dog leg right there in the racetrack. You can get under him all 4, but you see that area worn out. You run out of room when you get to the dog leg.
Going to the outside now to try to move around, and the leader battle gets a little tighter. Wallace in front of the black Pontiac, the green Buick of Bodine right there in second. Derek Cope lurking 7 car lengths back.
Earlier we saw the 26 car of Bodine be able to close this up, but I didn't know if he had enough to go on by. Was Rusty just staying in the lead? He's got a little something left. If 26 can get up and go around him, it's going to be interesting. Rusty might be doing just exactly what he wants to do right now. Boy, that 26 car can run low on this racetrack.
For turn 3. Here's Wallace. I wonder if he's beginning to mount his charge again for that national championship race. It'll probably go right down to Atlanta like it did last year. Here's the interval between the front 2 and that red car running in 3rd, number 10.
Cope, who is currently running 3rd, is now the only person left to challenge for the Winston Million. Dale Earnhardt, as you can see, is obviously out of the running for the win here today. If Cope can claim the victory here in Charlotte, and then a victory later this year in the Southern 500 at Darlington, we'd have the second winner of the Winston Million to go along with Bill Elliott.
$1 million at stake for Cope. He needs a good, strong run out here today, and thus far he's been getting it.
That's not something that's out of reach either. The first year that was initiated in our program, Bill Elliott won 3 of the races and took home the $1 million.
Back straight away, there's Ernie Irvin back into the picture again. Ernie Irvin closing up another time. And he gets to the bottom of the racetrack. He is laps down, but trying to get some of them back right here.
That car's got a lot of strength. He's running down, running the leaders down.
Pretty even through there, but that'll lose you some time running side by side. As Wallace and Bodine, 1st and 2nd, continue to draw away. Ken Schrader has taken over in 4th. Davey Allison has fallen to 5th. Big fire down the back straightaway. One car slowing, in trouble. That looks like the number 12 car of Allison Racing. Hut Strickland in trouble coming out of turn number 2. Hut Strickland out of the automobile, walks across, and it was a big fireball after it slapped the wall. He's okay, but the Ray Bestis car in big trouble.
Looked like a big oil fire. The car blew coming off the corner, and then all of a sudden it rolled a while, and then it really went. Here's a replay of it. The car's having trouble now. He's trying to get out of the way. The car lost power. He does the right thing. He gets up out of the line where these guys behind him won't hit him in the rear. We haven't seen it yet. All of a sudden, here's the smoke. That's the engine oil coming out of the car right now. And then it's going to get on these stainless steel exhaust headers, which are just cherry red, and it sets the oil off. Tremendous fire under the engine. And this time right here, you're trying the brake pads on that thing. It's got Ray Bestis pads, and he's using them right now.
Car number 12. Strickland out, 4th caution of the day. 6th car to retire from the race. What a bad moment for Bobby Allison Racing. The action's on pit road, and we'll be back with it in a moment. Fred, let me try to talk to you in the talkback. I was trying to get you about the last 6 minutes, about 9. You got hit and pushed around. I was really trying to get back there, and I couldn't get to you. Let me try to get you again now. Sure. Yeah, he wants to see pictures of the 21 car because that's his old car. Can we have it come out of this, Fred, and show us the leader, which would be the 21 car, 2-1. See if somebody can find that now. See if somebody can find it. It's got to be down there. Ask him.
Turn around. Smile.
Hello again, I'm Ken Squire here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Alongside is Lynn St. James and Neil Bonnet. And for the moment, it's a big moment for Bonnet here this afternoon because his racing colors are up in front leading this event. Car number 21. Huh, Neil? Looks pretty good out there.
Boy, it makes me feel good. I got to put my hand on my little Wood Brothers sit go forward Thunderbird. I tell you, they're doing a good job.
There's the car that has won this race so many times, sat on the pole so many times for this event.
I tell you, the Wood Brothers are such great people. They're friends before they were my employees. They're friends right now, and I'd certainly like to see those guys do good today.
Well, at the present time, they are being shown in first. We've just had a big period under caution. Everybody came on pit road and the sort out. Dale Jarrett driving the 21. I almost said Bonnet is in first place. Rusty Wallace in second. Derek Cope in third. Bodine is fourth. Davey Allison fifth. Jeff Bodine sixth. Schrader seventh. Rick Wilson eighth. Bobby Hillen ninth. Bill Elliott will be shown in 10th with Mark Martin 11th. Dale Jarrett put in one of the best shows that Charlotte has seen in many a year yesterday. When on the last lap, last corner, he made a move on Dick Trickle and won the Grand National race by less than 2 feet, Neil?
It was 2 foot at the most. It was an excellent race. He worked it right. You know, he pressured the guy. He saw the guy's weakest point on the racetrack. He used his strongest point, and he won the race just by a couple of feet. He did an excellent job.
After you were hurt earlier this year, the Wood Brothers, Dale Jarrett, sit in that chair. Have you had a chance to talk with him? conversed about that car and about that team?
I walked through the garage area and I sat down and talked to Dale a little bit. You don't have to talk about that team. That number you see on that screen, that little 21, that talks a lot itself. I heard a guy earlier say, I'm trying to get respect. I'm trying to get myself established in Winston Cup racing. And all you had to do, anytime I climbed in that window of that race car, it gives you respect. That 21 car's been here so long that it's going to have respect anywhere it runs.
1 lap to green is the report right now. 173 complete as they race for that $10,000 bonus at the midpoint of the event. Terry Labonte in car number 1 shoots down the inside of the racetrack. He wants to get right up there and see if he can take that lap back. With him is car number 4, Ernie Irvin, who is more than a lap back, right, Ken?
Yeah, he's had trouble today, but that car, just like you said, Ken, the car is still one of the strongest, if not the strongest car. I think on the break here, you'll see him get away from everybody else.
See 71 just up on the tail end of a lap, right in front of the 21 car, Dale Jarrett, getting the chance to lead and maybe pick up 5 points here.
Yes, and it's a good feeling. Not only do you get some points, you get a little bit fresher. Look at that, talking about friends there, they all stand getting ready to go to work.
The Wood brothers of Stewart, Virginia, one of the proudest names in American motorsport. Coming by for 174 complete, this time by on a green flag after 5 cautions thus far today. We've had 11 lead changes among 8 drivers. Repeating, we've had a story from Indianapolis. Arie Luyendyk, the Dutch driver, has won the Indy 500. Bob Marshall will update you on that a little later this afternoon in a Goodyear Racing update. We're ready to go green again here at Charlotte in our live coverage on WTBS. Down to the line they're coming. Furthest back that a guy's ever come from to win it, well, that was the very first year, 1960. Joe Lee Johnson pulled it off. Here they are to the line. Up on the outside, Wallace making a move on Dale Jarrett. Be interesting to see. He was really alongside as they came to the stripe. That's a very close call.
It's going to be real close. It says no passing before you start the start, cross the start-finish line, and that's as close as you can cut it if it worked.
So, out in getting his lap back is car number 1 for just a moment. Let's see if it'll stand up. Ernie Irvin getting the lap back in the number 4, and he is really hauling the mail. Leader coming by. Rusty Wallace in first. Dale Jarrett in second. Coke is in third. Derek Coke has really saved it up. He really wants that Winston million, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got a good shot at it. As long as you get yourself in contention and you get to think about $1 million, then that team gets pumped up and they want to go. They got a good shot at it.
You see Coke fading high up on the bank, and he rides all the way up. That's the old Harry Gant, Richard Petty line from years ago.
That's the old scare you line when you get up there. We just had a call from the pits, and they said that they talked to Rusty's crew, and they said if he cut it that close again, they're going to get Robosaurus, the big monster, to eat his car that's been eating him here all week.
Had a 40-foot mechanical monster eating cars for lunch out here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Just part of what goes on every Memorial weekend down here in North Carolina. Come on down and see him sometime. Here's Wallace maintaining the lead and some lap cars just in front of him, but the black number 27 Pontiac is staying in first and tucked right in behind Wallace as he comes to the line. It's Terry Labonte, who is now dropped back. Gone a lap down to the leader. Dale Jarrett stays second, Derek Coke third, Brett Bodine fourth, Jeff Bodine in fifth, Schrader sixth, Allison seventh.
They were saying earlier that Rusty's radio is going in and out, but at the halfway mark, this thing pays $10,000, and I promise you, it's taped on the dashboard. These guys always put the money laps up there when they know what to do.
They're 13 away from the $10,000 bonus here today in the 600. If you're just joining us, the car of Dale Earnhardt got thrashed in an incident up in turn number 2. Bobby Hamilton's car in that same incident. And his car is still being administered to down in the garage area. They hope to get him back out here and get him in this thing. He is way off the pace. Plenty of laps down. There's Derek Cope's car number 10 moving around. Terry Labonte in the number 1. Derek Cope is now shown in second place behind Rusty Wallace. There's a lap car in between them, Dave Marcus. There you see the leader, Walt. Then the 71, Dave Marcus, standing runner for so many years. And here comes Derek Cope, the Spanaway Washington flash up on the outside. Then the lap car, Terry Labonte, the number 1, and behind him, The green Buick, Brett Bodine, number 26. Pontiac leading, Chevy second, Buick third, Ford fourth. With Chevy in fifth, Ken Schrader, and another Ford, Jeff Bodine in sixth.
Cope is showing some strength right there in second place. He can close the gap down through 1 and 2 and up the back straightaway. He's losing some time up in the middle of 3 and 4. If they can get that corrected, that car will go around this racetrack in a hurry.
Doesn't he get his motors from Hendrick now?
The Hendrick's system has probably got some Chevrolet motors in our type of racing, and his Randy Dorton builds the bulk of the Hendrick's motors, and Keith Dorton builds some more motors right up the street here, Randy's brother. So it's all a tie-in. Those things have the best available parts in them.
Well, Neil Bonnet, this is Bob Marcia at the SDP Pit Communications Center. You stole my line. I was going to mention that those engines come from Rick Hendrick's shop. My question for you is, if Derek Cope goes on and wins that Winston Million, is he going to split it with Rick Hendrick's guys?
Well, all I know is Rick Hendricks has got enough money, he probably don't need half of it. He owns half the field now.
You see Cope. Here comes Brett Bodine. What a challenger he has been all day in the number 26.
We're getting noticed that there's from the corner people, it's right front tire smoke off the 2027 car. I don't know if he's thinking $10,000 and working a little bit harder, if he's having a little bit of problem.
18 laps to halfway. You know, Lynn, most of your racing comes in events where about the distance we're coming to at halfway would be the distance of an event, a lot of Trans Am competition and GTO competition.
600 miles would be a long time for us.
Yeah, it's a lot like running Daytona. Which...
Yeah, then we go to 24 hours and we really get serious about an endurance race.
Derek Cope, second spot, Bob Whitcomb car. What's your game plan, Derek? Stay up front for the 600 miles.
Well, I think patience is going to be a key. Like I did at Daytona, I just want to run a good patient race and stay out of trouble. And I think you just have to keep the car up front. And we're in a good starting position, which I think will enable us to get up front. And I think I showed in the Winston that our car is capable of going up there and staying there. And if I can do that, I think we'll just be smooth and be patient all day long and try and get some good breaks on pit stops. And if that'll happen, I think that we got the tools to work with to keep up there.
Feeling some heat. Derek Cope, number 10 on the outside, from Brett Bodine in the 26, bottom of the racetrack. This happening in lap 185. Bodine makes his move on the bottom. Great racing, wheel to wheel, second spot. And getting into it now is Schrader. Schrader pulling up.
Did they mention money? Schrader must have heard him. When they talk money, he gets in a hurry.
He's got some running to do. 185 laps down to get up there and grab off that pot of gold for halfway.
And there's one thing too, the 4-car of Ernie Irvin is running with the 27 car of Rusty Wallace, and still running by itself. Now they're crank out some good laps hooked up together. But that car of Cope's is running good all the way around this racetrack.
Here's Wallace out of turn 4, and here comes that second place battle. Once again, Derek Cope is there. Brett Bodine back to third. Schrader in fourth. Fifth spot is Dale Jarrett. Dale Jarrett is driving a very smart race in car number 21. He's just maintaining as we come to halfway. He hasn't overextended the car to date. He might be getting ready to make it a double feature and win the 300 and come back and win the 600.
Schrader must have heard him talk about it. He just cranked out 163.14 miles an hour.
Battle for second to the inside. Brett Bodine drops her low. Coming to the line. He's squirrely there for a moment. And he makes Cope lift a little.
Yeah, that part of the racetrack, you've either got to make the guy and give you some room, or you're going to blow some dust off that wall. The guys just looking for them, have to get a little bit of area.
Coming to you live on WTBS today. Had some some video transmission problems. Audio still coming along fine, and I guess you've seen this in Atlanta. We'll see more of it in a moment. What's the average speed so far, folks?
Yeah.
But he's really right. They're all running
Yeah.
the same times as
Thank
the
you.
pit stops, and I don't want to bring that out because
Okay.
Yeah. Pretty sure.
You're going to keep following Wallace?
That had a shot of him jerking the frame out there. Did you see that, Ken?
Yeah.
Jerking the frame out on her.
I don't think they had. I think we just saw it. We talked.
You're watching live Charlotte Motor Speedway and the continuing story of the Coca-Cola 600 here on TBS. At least we hope you're watching. Once again, we apologize for the video transmission problems we've been having up and down the line. You should know that they are working on it in Atlanta, and we hope to have a picture back on your screen very soon if you don't already have one. Of course, here in the SDP Pit Communications Center, we've been following all the action, and every time you have a dark cloud, there is a silver lining. If you've missed a big portion of the race, you can see the highlights on a special home video being put together by the staff here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Get a pencil, I'll tell you the number. If you order now, it's only $29.95, and you'll save $10 over the regular list. The number is 1-800-426-5790. You can pick up that video. Now let's get back to the race and Ken Squire.
192 laps are complete. 192, moving toward 200.
And I guess when Schrader turned up the wick, so did Rusty Wallace. Lynn was just mentioning she's seen smoke off the fourth turn. I guess so. He just ran 164 miles an hour.
smoking on the track and smoking on the clock.
Sure is, and that's right up there toward the
That's almost
that's
too
incredible
fast.
for him. That is too fast
For race pace.
On old tires, as long as he's ran these with the heat in them, that's an incredible run.
Rusty Wallace stays first in that Pontiac, coming around with 6 laps. This time after he comes across to that $10,000 bonus.
He ran so high that time coming through turn 4. The car just moved up, and every other time, remember, we were talking about how low he could run, but not now. He doesn't have enough tire left there, enough bite left. He's running a lot higher.
If he wins that $10,000,
We
they'll give
checked
him a
with
little
Barry
bit.
Dodson, crew chief for Rusty Wallace. We asked Barry why he was smoking the rear. He said, Rusty knows there's a big payoff coming. He can smell it, and he's going after it.
Well, apparently he is intending to take that $10,000, but if he keeps running like that, he may be running without tires, because that looks like they're really getting worn off. He's got that eraser almost down to the nub. Charlie Harville, how about Dale Earnhardt? How are they coming down there?
They're still working on the car. They're using the wrecker to try to straighten the frame. They have a chain attached to the frame underneath the front of the car, the left front. The entire crew is gathered around. They're taking the wrecker away now. They apparently accomplished what they wanted to with that. And the entire crew continues to work on the car. They're cutting away sheet metal now under the supervision of Dale Earnhardt, who wants to get back in the race.
Some 80 laps down already is Dale Earnhardt, number 3, still working on it. 196 complete as Wallace just bears down. $10,000 worth it.
Oh, I tell you what, they paid $100. These guys, luckily, it's just an award. It's just a bonus. It's up there, and these guys won't get it all.
Brett Bodine second, Schrader third, Dale Jarrett fourth, Bobby Hillman fifth, Dylan Elliott to sixth. Derek Cope has fallen to seventh, Davey Allison eighth, Sterling Marlin in ninth. In 10th is Mark Martin across the line, and then 11th will be Rick Wilson.
The question is, did he use up too much of those tires to get that money? The 26 car is making big strides on him right now.
Let's take a look at this interval between Wallace in the 27. Here you see him in the back straightaway, and closing up is Brett Bodine in car number 26. Bodine definitely has picked up some ground here recently. There you see him. He was back another second from there just about 5-6 laps ago.
Sometimes you'll try to build yourself a cushion. We saw the tire smoke. We saw the big 164 mile an hour lap. Sometimes you can abuse it, and he might be paying the price right now.
2 laps away from the halfway mark this afternoon in the 31st annual Coca-Cola 600. Rusty Wallace working the lead at halfway, see if he can put it together to win this one. And closing up, and I mean really closing up, goes Brett Bodine.
Yeah, I guess Brett says I might could use that 10,000 myself. He's going to try for some of it. Yeah, one more lap at the halfway mark. We'll see what we got.
0.2 of a second he got on that lap.
He pulled back 0.2 of a second?
0.2 of a second, Brett pulled up on Rusty.
Boy, that's awful close to kind of let 10,000 either go in your pocket or fly away, isn't it?
Looks like he has him covered going down into 3. Wallace will lead at halfway.
Rusty must have used up a lot of his car, though, in tires, because he's sliding a lot more in that corner than he has all day long. And here's the $10,000 payoff. I guess he'll get Raymond beat by 4 more tires now.
That's about how much it takes, isn't it, these days?
It takes about $10,000 or $12,000 a race on tires. So it's hard to believe, but you can use a lot of tires on a given day.
Halfway, and a blown engine. Got one engine expiring down at turn number 1. It's Sterling Marlin's number 94. Does that look like a totally blown engine? Maybe it's a line or something. He's on the bottom of the racetrack. He got it off nicely. Been a second-place finish here, but has never been able to win it. Takes it down to the bottom. There is no caution out as yet as Sterling Marlin eases the car down the back straightaway. So that will mark the 7th retiree. Mark that as the 6th retiree of the day.
Get the wind in that down. That arm thrown, he's just cruising on in. That's over.
8 men who have led this race at halfway have gone on to win it. Lorenzen did it. And he won this event back in 65 or 66. And then it was Jim Pascal that pulled it off once. Leroy Yarborough, Buddy Baker, Teddy twice in 75 and 77. Bobby Allison in 84. And just 1 year ago, Darrell Waltrip was leading at halfway.
I just get the feeling in my bones that Brett Bodine wants to go and lead. Even though the halfway money's gone, I just feel like he just sort of wants to come out there and lead.
Lynn, and I think that opportunity might also be there too, with the use of the 27 car for a while, and he might be able to do it now. Rusty might give it to him a little bit easier this time.
And now that he's taken all the heavy money, he'll leave the nickels and dimes for the rest of the folks.
He'll probably make him work a little bit here.
There you see 1st and 2nd place, and that is the interval between that pair. Schrader lies 3rd in the 25, and Schrader has some running to do. He is about 2.5 seconds down to this pair, followed by Dale Jarrett in 4th. Jarrett, to me, is driving a Waltrip type of race right now in your old car, Neil.
I tell you, Kyle Petty won the race here with the Wood brothers. It was just kept in contention, and won at the end. A couple of times I drove away with a lead and wrecked it, and the ones that came to me was the one I won. So they got a good game plan right now.
Bobby Hillen is in the 5th spot, car number 8, and Bill Elliott now finds himself in 6th. So Elliott's back in this thing pretty strong. Here you see them in the back straightaway, the 8 and the 9. 5th and 6th respectively on the field, Buick and Ford. And now Elliott draws up as if he wants to try to pick off Bobby Hillen. He's followed him over the last 40 or 50 miles.
I think Ralph has a report from us from the pits.
Well, Lynn, as you might have noticed, Derek Cope, the gentleman we told you about who was the last competitor in the running for the Winston Million, has fallen back out of the lead pace. Reason being, he got a bad set of tires. They think the stagger is off a little bit, and he's just suffering through until he can come into the pits and get a new set of tires and hopefully get back into the running for the Winston Million.
7th place for Derek Cope in car number 10, the Daytona 500 winner this year. Really using up a lot of the outside of the racetrack. Here's number 9. On the bottom of the racetrack, Elliott going after Hillen, gets it. 5th spot is now Bill Elliott. And next on his list, number 21, Dale Jarrett.
Again, you're talking about these guys moving up a little bit. This is about the hottest the track will get today. It's about the time of the afternoon, the maximum heat and everything. Right now, the guys have got the hardest job of hooking onto this racetrack.
The interval between the number 21 car, Neil, and that 9 car is about about a second, a little over a second, going into turn number 1. And to close up on 21, Dale Jarrett. There he is. He's running 4th. Here's the number 8 car. That car has fallen back to the 6th position. The 21 car is in 4th, just in front of Bill Elliott. There's the story of the race for the moment. Back to the line comes car number 21, Jarrett. And then car number 9, Bill Elliott, is trying to close in. Here you see him going down into turn number 1. Meanwhile, back up with the leaders another time. Wallace is driven away from Bodine.
It's kind of a cat and mouse deal here. Every time I think that Rusty's lost a little, Brett's putting on the heat, they kind of open the gap. But I'll tell you that there's sometimes a lot of reasoning for that. All of a sudden you see Rusty fall back. Brett says, well, boy, I bear down, I close the gap. You heat the tires up on Brodin's car. That car to turn them 4 wall.
One car hard in the wall, slowing.
Bobby Hillen.
And that is that car number 8, Hillen, that had been running in 6th spot. Bobby Hillen brings out a caution.
And it is squared up. It hit the wall real hard to do that.
Harry Hyde, repaired automobile, taking a real thrashing in turn 4. Coming back to the line, the field, and here is Hillen trying to get out of that car. And I think that those cars are still running for position to the line.
That's not the best thing to do.
Again, here's what happened to Bobby Hill in the middle of Texas.
There he goes, headed straight for the wall. There was a problem in the bottom of the racetrack. The car just made 2 abrupt turns to the right. He didn't have any control when he got down to the bottom of that racetrack. I've made that very exact ride right there, and it's not a lot of fun.
That's where you got hurt, right there.
When you lose a car, you stuff this car so far down in the corner of this track. When something breaks, it's straight into the wall.
Yeah, if you're going to have something break, you want to be right up against the wall so you can just lean on it. You don't like those long rides up into it.
No, you can't keep your eyes closed that long. You have to keep peeking to see when you're going to hit.
211 laps complete. Bobby Hillen halfway out of his car, which is done for the day after it socks the wall in turn 4. 211 laps are complete. The 6th caution of the day as Bobby Hillen tags the wall in turn 4. We'll be back with more from the Coca-Cola 600 shortly.
What about the halfway report? You got a Goodyear halfway report to do. So we're going to do the Indy 500 from here and not from the Goodyear Update Center?
27, 26, and 9.
Yeah, Chet. Go ahead, Chet. No, I don't. I don't have anything for the 500 except land height.
Yeah, there you go.
Sir?
Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I don't understand what we're doing here. We're going to come back and do the Indy results.
What can we do about that model? Yes. Thank you. Whose is it? Whose is it? It's Killen's.
Are we going to show that second page? All right, I'll just follow it. And that's all we're going to do and get back to Ken. We're back live at Charlotte Motor Speedway in our TBS Sports coverage of the Coca-Cola 600 Winston Cup race. Hello, everyone. I'm Bob Barsha. Welcome back to the STP Pit Communications Center. We are under caution and pit stops are in progress, but we have the big story of the day, and the race is completed thus far around the country at Indianapolis. Arie Luyendyk. I love this. I picked Arie Luyendyk, the Flying Dutchman, to win this race over 86 winner Bobby Ray Hall. Emerson Fittipaldi, the pole sitter, finishes third over Al Unser Jr., who came back from a lap down, as did Rick Mears in fifth. Sixth place is also a surprise. A.J. Foyt with his best run. He was fifth last year, sixth this year. A.J. is getting it done again. Scotty Brayton, Eddie Cheever, the rookie from Formula One experience, finishes eighth with Kevin Cogan, and Scott Goodyear, another rookie, finishing down in the 10th position. So a big day at Indianapolis is now concluded, but we've got a long way to go before this one is over at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Let's get back topside now with Ken Squire.
Here you see the Darrell Waltrip car, the 5-time winner of this event. Arie Luyendyk winning for the first time at Indianapolis, 5-time champion of the 600 with a hood up. Doesn't look good for Darrell Waltrip at all.
They've been nursing that thing along all day, and all you're asking the car to do now is just finish the distance, but that thing is torn up inside, and they're just trying to get it to make it the rest of the way.
Stavola Brothers, car number 8, coming back on the hook after it collapsed the front end in a crash in turn 4, bringing out the 6th caution of the afternoon. 11 lead changes among 8 drivers thus far in the competition for $913,000. We're just past the halfway mark. Rusty Wallace has been the heavy foot of reason. Dale Earnhardt involved in an altercation up in turn number 2. Dale Earnhardt's not talking about what happened. He's working hard to get that car back in the race. Bobby Hamilton said he ran over some debris, he socked the wall, and at the same time the Earnhardt car went away. So we're still hoping to see Dale get back, although he'll be tons of laps down. Ernie Irvin has made up a lap in car number 4, but we still believe he's 1 lap off the field, as is Terry Labonte. Give you the picture now. Wallace is first, Brett is second, Derek Pope is third. Bill Elliott has come to 4th, and we're a lap or 2 away from getting green. Ken Schrader finds himself in 5th. Dale Jarrett and the Wood Brothers car is in 6th, and then the Robert Yates Ford with Davey Allison is in 7th. The Bud Moore Ford with Morgan Shepherd is in 8th. The Junior Johnson car, that's Ford 2 with Jeff Bodine. Then Mark Martin, and all these Fords in one cluster here. Look at that. Pontiac leading up on top. So here's Richard Petty's car number 43 coming onto pit road. He's been running all day. He is down from the leaders, being shown in 18th position, 1 lap off, and only 1 lap off, and that's working well. Here's Harry Gantz, number 33, back on pit road. He was involved in an altercation under caution down here at the start-finish line and had to take the car back behind the wall for some service, and is now several laps down. He's 11 laps down to be exact. Back straight away, pace car has the field in tow, and again trouble for Darrell Waltrip in car number 17. Here's Wallace, there's your leader, and right behind him comes Brett Bodine in the Kenny Bernstein car. Larry McReynolds, the crew chief. Then the winner of Daytona, Cope, is in 3rd. And you see Bill Elliott, he's in 4th. Ken Schrader will be coming up next as your 5th place car, followed by the number 5. That's a lap car. A couple of Ricky Rudd is in 17th position overall. Now comes your 6th place car, Dale Jarrett in the 21, followed by Davey Allison, the black, red, white, gold sheen. That's in 7th. Following him to the line comes car number 1. They begin to double up. Terry Labonte trying to get his lap back. He is 15th overall on the field. Next car back is Morgan Shepherd in 8th, the red and white number 15. That's the Bud Moore car. Then Jeff Bodine in 11th. Mark Martin is 10th. Dick Trickle stays in the lead lap in car 66. Alan there's the 66. That's running 11th. Dick Trickle, followed by Alan Kowicki, who is 12th, and then number 30. So the number 30 of Michael Waltrip, that Pontiac is still very much in this thing. Followed by number 75. This completes the cars in the lead lap, Rick Wilson. You can see diving to the bottom of the track, or the cars running a lap or more down. There's number 2 busting up through. Rick Mass trying to get back in this thing as we get set to turn them loose with 215 laps complete. Leader is Wallace. Looks tough, but he's looked tough out here before, Neil, and hasn't worked out for him.
It's just hard to get in one of these cars, no matter how good it's running, how good it feels, to go the 600-mile distance. The fastest car doesn't necessarily win this race all the time.
down for a start, and as they come to the line, 216 will be complete. Sterling Marlin is taking over in car 43 in Richard Petty's car. I wonder if that's that carbon monoxide poisoning thing that bothered Richard earlier this year. Sterling Marlin now in the Richard Petty number 43. What do you think, Neil?
I tell you, it's tough right now. I'd hate to pick who's going to be strong at the end of this thing. Rusty just been so dominant all day in the 26 car. We're just going to have to see what happens. But Coke has got a lot on the line, that $1 million, and they stayed in contention all day long. Of all things, by the time I say it, here comes Elliott and lined up right up to the front.
As they scoot down into turn number 3, the man on the move is Bill Elliott going into that 3 deep, and it's Elliott on the bottom of the racetrack. Not quite through there. Coming back, Derek Cope is lined up, running wheel to wheel with Brett Bodine, and right behind them comes Elliott, and this is a pretty good skirmish.
Pretty good, I would say. That's about as many as you can stick in that corner at one time.
And Schrader's mixed up in it. 4 of them running for position.
Elliott's done a fantastic job weaving his way through traffic, getting back to the move. At one point, he was a lap down, and most of these other leaders have been at the front most of the time, so he's done a great job.
He's one of only 3 cars to make up a lap today. Urban has made up 1. Trickle has made up 1, and Bill Elliott. Now Elliott fades back to following behind Brett Bodine, gets himself back to 6th spot. Derek Cope is running a great race. The number 5 car. Reds had trouble since the outset. He's laps down, 8 laps down. Back straightaway. Wallace leading. Cope in 2nd. A lot of people thought that Derek Cope win at Daytona was a fluke. He's proving right here, Neil, no fluke about it.
Bob Whitman and his team is capable of winning any given week. It's just hard to be dominant in this sport. They stay in contention all the time.
There's Richard Petty watching his car now with Sterling Marlin at the controls. Looks like it is a bit warm down there for the King.
It's hot in those cars at 80 degrees, much less as long as these guys have been running now.
In that battle for 2nd position, Cope fading high, Schrader to the inside. At the stripe, car number 25 is on the bottom of the racetrack for 2nd spot. Here comes Elliott back again.
It almost looks like Elliott just going to say which one of you guys are going to go, and I'm going to try to go with you and see what I can do. He's moving inside and out, waiting for one of them to make the move.
But he's finally got it where it's hooked up better low on the track, like Rusty and Brett were running earlier, where he wasn't able to run low all the time. He seems to want to run low. The car is hooked up on low, and you said that's where the car wants to be.
Here's Schrader moving through on the inside, taking 2nd. Elliott coming with him. The car that runs well up high is that number 10 Derek Cope machine, the old Petty line.
Boy, it just takes so long to get around the guy. It takes a lap or a lap and a half when you get on the. You've actually got him at a disadvantage when you get there, but it takes a whole lap to do it, and then you use a lot of your car up.
It's the biggest thing that I had to learn when I did the record run at Talladega was just because there's so much weight there and how long it takes if you lose 5, like 50 RPM or 100 RPM, how long it takes to get it back. You just can't mash the pedal down and get it.
Brett Bodine coming on the pit road. Brett Bodine have been running up there in the front 5. Now comes in. Right side rubber for Bodine.
They leave the set of left sides out for him. He might have a bad tire and have to be guessing right now. They put a set of lefts over the wall. If they put them on, we'll just have to wait and see. If one of the right side guys hollers flat, if they holler flat, they leave the lefts alone. Evidently going to try all 4 of them.
Going a lap down.
It looked like the left rear tire was flat to me when they put it over the wall.
Get him away, but he goes a lap down. That's fire stop. Let's find out the story on Richard Petty.
Ken, he's sitting here getting a little oxygen. Richard, how you feeling?
I feel all right now. I got running around there, and I got knowing I wasn't doing a good job, and I seen that car stuffed to the wall, and I said, we better get something here before I do that. So I'll get a little rest, get back in there in a minute.
Well, Richard Petty's going to take a little more oxygen and find something a little cool to drink and sit in the shade until another day.
Still buy a ticket to watch him race now.
Yes, sir. When they introduce him, everybody in this grandstand stands up to him. Along with my daughter. She's a big Richard Petty fan.
224 laps are complete. That must be hard on you.
Well, if I could ever win as many races as Richard did, she might have pulled for me a little bit.
There's Richard Petty's car, number 43. We understand audio and video are both back now, and sorry for the inconvenience, but Dame Nature got in the way of our video transmission from Atlanta. You folks around America, I guess they were seeing us in Atlanta. Delighted to have you all back. We're 225 laps deep in the Coca-Cola 600, 31st annual. And it's the Rusty Wallace walk thus far. He has just creamed this field for a while. You keep waiting. Now I think Ken Schrader is mounting an attack that may change this tide a little. That white car running in second spot, and Bill Elliott. You've got a Pontiac, a Chevy, and a Ford running 1, 2, 3 here in the Coca-Cola 600 live on WTBS. They come to the stripe. Mile-and-a-half track is where we're broadcasting from. Dale Earnhardt's car is in trouble. It's back now 80, 90 laps down, still trying to get back in this race. We've had 11 lead changes among 8 drivers. We've had 6 cautions, some pretty spectacular action, and some fantastic racing today. The leader, Wallace, goes into turn number 3, up on the 24-degree banking. And Schrader now hooks onto him, gets his hooks into that rear bumper, and starts drawing himself closer.
Yeah, when it gets right there, it gets a little breath of that car in front of it, and it'll make that move a little bit easier to the front.
Dale Jarrett in the Wood Brothers, number 21, is in 4th. Derek Cope has fallen to 5th. He was taking the high line around the track. After a while, it became evident he wasn't just finding more horsepower out there. It was the place where the car ran the best. It isn't running as fast as it was a few laps back. Davey Allison is 6th, Jeff Bodine 7th, Morgan Shepherd is 8th, Dick Trickle in 9th, and Mark Martin is in 10th. Bobby Hillen, who hit the wall up in turn 4 and brought out our last caution, has been complaining of pain in his right shoulder, and he's being taken to the hospital at this time. So, Wallace and Schrader deciding it for the moment here. More of it in a moment.
Derek.
Yes,
I will say here, we're going to the, yep, okay.
That was my screw up, Fred. I just reconstructed that situation. I think that was my fault.
That's the mid-race report, right, Fred? Fred, question?
All right.
Schrader's on.
I don't know. I'm just going where people point. What can I tell you?
Not in front of me, no. Back with you once again at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Back with you once again at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, a sold-out house, enjoying a spectacular thriller as Wallace, Schrader, and Elliott continue to battle for the lead. Let's go to the STP Pit Center right now, where Bob Varsha is ready to give us a mid-race report.
Thank you, Ken. We're working lap number 233 on the racetrack. But let's take a look now at the way the race set up 200 laps into this 400-lap grind. Our lead changes, number 11 among 8 leaders. Average speed, 137.984 miles an hour. 5 cautions, including some spectacular ones. Caution laps are 26 cars out of the race at this point, officially 7. Rusty Wallace is your leader right now. Brett Bodine giving him a heck of a race. At halfway, Brett Bodine was there. Ken Schrader is now running in second place. Dale Jarrett and Bobby Hillen filled out the top 5 at the midway point. Bill Elliott has now moved up into the top 3. Derek Cope has been having some problems with handling, it looks like. Sterling Marlin, Davey Allison, and Mark Martin filled out the top 10 at halfway. Now we'll take a look at the attrition thus far. Ken Reagan was the first to go out with a blown engine. Larry Pearson, Terry Byers followed, and look at the crashes. Bobby Hamilton, Lake Speed, Sterling Marlin, Bobby Hillen, Dale Earnhardt crashed, but it looks like he's going to get back into the race. And all this happened at the midway point in the race. So that's where we stand right now. Hope to stay with us right to the end of this Coca-Cola 600. Now let's get back to the racetrack.
Change of drivers here. Let's go to Ralph Shaheen.
We're in the Richard Petty pit. Sterling Marlin just climbed out. Hutch Strickland ran down here, and the King just climbed back into the 43. Richard Petty returns to the action.
235 laps are complete. 352.5 miles as Richard Petty gets back into it after taking his own break, his own intermission out here this afternoon.
That's the kind of intermission you don't need. You don't need to get out because of that exhaust fume and stuff that you accumulate in those cars, but Richard wants to give it a go again.
2-time winner of this event, Richard Petty, 200-time winner in his career, coming back to speed in car number 43 as Rusty Wallace stays up in front with the advantage, but a slim one over the second-place man, Ken Schrader. Here's Petty back to speed once again, and Dale Earnhardt's number 3 is rolling down pit road and coming back on the track.
And I tell you, the fans are jumping up and down. They're just glad to see a little black thing out there running around again.
Well, that's a salute to Richard Childress and his crew for the job they've done today. They certainly don't quit on these things. They stick right with it.
That Winston Cup money at the end of the season dictates that whatever it takes to get that car rolling, you got to do it. Get it back out there and get some points.
Looks without that front body work that it may upset some of the handling, I would think, aerodynamically there.
I don't think he's going to challenge anybody for position with that thing.
Well, he can take it over and run it in the modifieds.
He may even have his hands full. We'll get to see a lot more about how the cars work and the suspension and the movement because it's all open there.
It does look like a modified as it heads down here through the banking.
I've seen him win races. They look almost that bad.
Leaders, top 3, still hanging in together. Wallace, Schrader, and Bill Elliott. 238 laps complete, 357 miles down.
Ken, this is something that we've seen all day long. People capable of closing the gap on Rusty Wallace, able to move right up there on the back bumper of that car. But we haven't been able to see a lot of guys take it away from him. This is what we got to see, somebody capable of getting the lead away and maintaining it.
Let's go back to the incident when he and Bobby Hillen came out of this race.
Here they were going down. Earnhardt's already been up into the wall. Something happened. He spun the car and backed it up in the wall. And evidently the other car come along. Bobby Hamilton came along and got into some debris on the racetrack and cut the tire down. But it did a lot more damage than it looked like initially, though. They had to jerk the frame around with a couple of records to get it where they could get it rolling.
And Dale Earnhardt hasn't told anyone what happened out there, the press nor anyone.
I used to never tell anybody what happened either until they invented these playbacks. And I used to always say, I don't know what happened, but most of the time it was my fault.
Hard to say from what we saw there. Hard to say the outcome of this one between Pontiac, Chevy, and Ford as Wallace, Schrader, and Elliott continue at it here, 240 laps into the event. Caution is out another time. Caution is out. That'll bring it up to number 7 this afternoon.
Something's happened to the 21 car slowing in the middle of the back straightaway.
That's Dale Jarrett in the car 21.
Oh, they're showing a blown engine on it.
That had been running in 4th position. And he may have spewed some oil over the 24-degree banking of turns 1 and 2. 7th caution of the day. And that would be the 9th retiree from the event. 42 starters, 9 out, showing a total of, I think, 14 cars, 13 cars remaining in the lead lap, with the 21 car going back behind the wall.
Now that's a bad sign. When they make that sharp left, it's over.
Ralph Shaheen.
Ken, we got Sterling Marlin with us. Sterling, how come you climbed back out of the King's car?
Well, it's one of them deals like Hulk Hogan had a bear hug on you. I don't saw Richard get in the seat, and the seat was so tight it was squeezing to death. And I couldn't breathe. And the second deal, he sets up so high in the car, my head was against that roll bar, and I like to lay down in one like Earnhardt. And I couldn't get laid down. He's about to pull my neck off. I couldn't breathe, and I figured I better come in and let turn it back over to him before I wrecked it or something.
Well, we did have a chance to check with the crew, and for now, Richard Petty will stay in the car.
I'll tell you what, Ken, I've did some relief driving for Richard before, and Richard has got a unique way of sitting in that car. He sits almost side saddle, and the seat's laid way over, and I always felt like I was spinning out going down the straightaway. Richard's so tall and long, they don't realize it's hard to get him packed down inside this small compartment, and it is awkward if you're not used to those seats.
Under caution, here's number 27, the leader in the 31st Annual 600, Rusty Wallace, seeking the first win in this race on pit road. Here's Dick Trickles, number 66, currently running in 8th. Again, 13 cars are in the lead lap as they mash the pedal, get out here, and reassemble for another start. Headed toward 250 laps complete. Again, we've had 9 retirees. Now 9 cars out of the race.
Oh, listen to Sterling talking about it, felt like they had a Hulk Hogan hold on him, a bear hug. These seats are, since we've had some accidents, these high speed, the corner speed stuff, they virtually fit these things, just tailor fit them to each driver. And I mean, it's like getting in a shoehorn, getting down in the seats. And Sterling's a little bit wider than Richard. I imagine it was pretty tight on him.
242 down.
I was on that seat. I actually went to a prostheses builder, you know, that do prostheses, and had them do a mold of my back so that I could have a seat designed that would actually fit me, so that I had the proper support. So lots of advanced stuff being done with these seats.
Did you have it in that car that you tumbled out in Riverside, California?
No.
Is your back still hurt?
That's why I need the support. I got to make sure about it exactly where I need it.
What about for Dale Earnhardt's team? Winning Talladega, then coming in here winning the Winston. Recently, the U.S. Air Force Reserve honored Dale's crew chief, Kirk Shelmerdine, for his efforts in that team's success. Here's Colonel John Batby.
Thank you, Ken. It's a pleasure to be here today on behalf of the 916th Air Refueling Group at Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, North Carolina, and the Commanding General of the Air Force Reserve, Major General Roger P. Scheer. This week's Commander's Performance Award recognizes the Dale Earnhardt Racing Team and its crew chief, Kurt Shelmerdine. Kurt, we congratulate you and your racing team on excellent performance and leading the NASCAR point standing. Please accept the Air Force Reserve Golden Falcon with our congratulations.
Thank you very much, Colonel. I think I speak for the whole Goodwrench crew in saying that we're really proud to accept this award, and we're happy to have your participation in motorsports. Thank you.
Here's the car number 3 coming back out. That Golden Bird was up on top of the car all day. Perched up there after they received that. They were very, very pleased. Here is Earnhardt back on the track. Car number 3, many laps down after that hard altercation here in turn 2. Changed the look of that car, and they've done everything to it. Had to straighten out the frame. You can see that cosmetically it's not what it used to be, but the big thing is what they did underneath of that machine to get him out at all. Assembling on a restart. Here's how they look. Wallace will be first. Michael Waltrip takes the Bahari, car number 30, up to second spot in the Pontiac. Morgan Shepherd will be third. One of the first call, the first call of the day for both Michael Waltrip and Morgan Shepherd in the top 3. Schrader is back in 4th. Davey Allison is in 5th. Bill Elliott is 6th. Cope is 7th. Jeff Bodine 8th. Trickle 9th. Mark Martin 10th. Kawicki 11th. Rick Wilson 12th in the lead lap.
I think something we need to watch here again. We watched it earlier. The 4 car capable of getting a lap back. He's 1 down now. He's on the 2nd car on the inside row. He's got a shot to get 1 more lap back. He's shown us all day long he's got that speed. We'll have to see if he's capable of doing it.
Ricky Rudd, Bernie Irvin is a lap down in 13th. And right in front of him is Ricky Rudd, a lap down in 15th. So both of them will try to haul out in front and stay in front of Wallace. They'll have to do some real hauling. So, as We settle down. Let's see what Michael Waltrip's going to do for second place. This is his first time up there in that top group. Schrader right behind them in the 25. Coming down the line, the fast cars in the outside lane, the lap cars on the bottom of the racetrack.
I love to watch Rusty on these restarts. The last time he had him slow down almost to a stop, and then he got a punch off of the car, coming down. This time, he kind of took a lead, and then he dropped back, and he likes to play out there with these guys. I love it.
Well, Raymond Beadle owns that car. He's quite a drag racer, and I think he got Rusty some drag race stuff in there.
Coached him, huh?
On the start, there you see the 5 busting down to the bottom of the racetrack, getting his lap back. If there's a caution now, here comes Ernie Irvin to the bottom. He's going to get his lap back. They run side by side. It's going to be gang warfare here in just a moment.
But this is really going to hurt Rusty because he's being held back by these guys, and the rest of the field's going to have a chance to catch him, maybe.
Somewhere in the back of my head, I just keep seeing that 4 car in the factory. It's just been so strong all day long. He's got down, and keep coming back. Unless Rusty can put that lap on him, he's going to have to deal with him before the day's over.
And he deals with Rudd right here, trying to keep Rudd a lap down. Here's Rudd coming back on the outside.
And they're not but 3 or 4 abreast coming off 4th turn right behind him, so it's getting exciting now.
27, Rusty Wallace leading. His radio is receiving only. He can't talk to the pits, to his pits.
That might hurt you sometimes if you're off a little bit with your car when you'd like to make a minor adjustment. But as good as his car is running, I believe they turned the switch off on the radio as radio.
Rudd's really holding on there.
Car working well on the outside now. Number 5 up on the outside, the yellow and white car. And you can see here we are pulling away.
Had a big tangle with Mike Waltrip in the 71 car. Dave Marcus come out 4th turn. They barely got it straightened out.
Michael Waltrip falling back to 3rd now after getting caught on the lap car. Back straight away. You see Wallace up in front. Number 26. Back again comes. Appears to be Brett Bodine making a move another time. Down to the bottom of the track he comes. Gets under Schrader in the white car on the outside. Rick Mast is back on pit road. I'll tell you, the one that surprises me all day, folks, is Brett Bodine. As we come to 250 laps of this race, 400 laps the distance will be 375 miles deep. He looks strong to me.
And, we've watched cars repeatedly all day be able to run low in 1 and 2. What's this 26 car? He runs low in 3 and 4. We saw the race 1 yesterday with a car capable of doing that. He's one of the few cars that can crank it down in the bottom in 3 and 4 and stay there.
But he's a lap down right now, so he's got his work cut out for him.
Interval 1st to 2nd, right there. Drivers who led the North Block did not finish the last 37 Bill Elliott had engine failure. Rick Wilson led most of the day, and he crashed in 88. Alan Kowicki dominated this race in 89. Engine went away in the last moments. What can happen to you here? If you run all day, if you don't run that last lap, as Dale Earnhardt experienced with Derek Cope at Daytona, who remembers?
I'll tell you what, the 4 car that we're seeing right in front of the leader, that car just cranked off 2 laps faster than we've seen all day long. So he's going to try to maintain that lead. And Rusty being right behind him, he's wanting to get him back down.
He's going to have trouble the way that 4 is running now. Morgan McClure car down into turn numbers 3 and 4. And that car is really flying. And it's been in a couple of incidents today and come out of them apparently unscathed.
We've seen cars move up on Rusty all day and be able to get right there. Nobody passing. The 4 cars only we've seen move up and pass him. So if he gets back in that lead lap right now, he can be a contender. Looks like the 26 is right behind Rusty right here leading the race. He's wanting to get a lap back to put himself in contention. The earlier deal with the 4-tire stop, he did have a tire go down.
It's a 4-car length advantage for Rusty Wallace over Ken Schrader, and then it's about 30 car lengths back to 3rd place man Derek Cope. to a Goodyear update when we come back. Right?
So we're not going to do yesterday's Champ Spark race. We're just going to do Indy.
Running with the leaders are a lap down.
We've done it a couple times. Do it again, you come back. And absolutely.
Promotional fees and consideration have been paid by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of the Goodyear Eagle High Performance Street Radial, the best-selling performance tires in the world. And by First Brands Corporation, maker of STP racing products. Today's in-car camera is brought to you by Phillips 66 Trop Arctic Motor Oil, the high-quality motor oil for year-round engine protection. Long live your car with Phillips 66 Trop Arctic.
For the moment, the race is stabilized here in our live coverage of the 31st annual Coca-Cola 600 Charlotte Motor Speedway. With Wallace the dominator, Ken Schrader in second, Derek Cope finding himself now in fourth position. Bill Elliott stays fifth, Morgan Shepherd is in sixth. Let's go down to the STP Pit Center and get a Goodyear update on other races in America from Bob Barsha.
All right, thank you, Ken. We've already told you the big news. Arie Luyendyk is the winner of the Indianapolis 500 for 1990. Let's pick up the action in today's Indy 500 and show you how it came about. Emerson Fittipaldi was our early leader on the racetrack, but there you see Arie Luyendyk, who took control of the race in the late going and was running all by himself. You've got to believe it's a huge victory for the Flying Dutchman, who never even sat on the front row in a championship car race. Before he got to Indy, took the outside front row. He wins from the number 3 spot. Outside that front row, the same place that last year's winner, Emerson Fittipaldi, started from. A big victory for the entire Doug Shearson team. Congratulations to Arie Luyendyk on a spectacular win. At Bristol, Tennessee, the International Hot Rod Association, there's getting their spring nationals underway. The top fuel, Paul Smith, is the top qualifier. His car owner, Chuck Etchell's top qualifier in Nitro Funny Car. And Tim Neighbors leads the field in Pro Stock. We'll have more on the next edition of our Goodyear Racing Update Center.
So congratulations are in order to Luyendyk and to Doug Shearson, a man who is certainly deserving of that Indy 500 win. He's worked long and hard in the Indy ranks. Great day for those folks.
Really, I'm so happy for Arie and for the Shearson team. You know, Arie came from the road racing group, so he's one of us, and really did well for him. I think that's fantastic.
Doing well for Buick right now. That guy in that number 26 is right back around again. Now, the story on that car is that Brett Bodine is trying to get a lap back. He's up in there. He got caught for a lap, and now he's trying to get his way back in. He's fighting his way back around. Looks like he's going to get it.
It's kind of confusing because we've been watching these 4 cars run in the front, so we've got these same 4 cars, but 2 of them are a lap down. Both of them, which is in the lead right now, but is a lap down, and Brett Bodine, car number 26.
So the leader overall in the race is Wallace. Schrader is in second. Coach is in third, and the green Buick is 1 lap down to the leaders.
Ken Schrader's probably sitting there enjoying the heat that the 26 car is putting on Rusty, making Rusty work awful hard. And here's the 26 car pulling up beside Rusty. This is an opportunity right here to get that lap back. And the 26 has worked good in the bottom of this corner. If he'd stayed in here, he's got a shot at him. There he goes. He's back in the lead lap.
So, Irvin has made a lap up. Now Bodine has made a lap.
Yeah, I got the guy with
Wallace stays in first. Schrader second. Davey Allison third. And here comes an attack for that lead position going into turn number 1. Schrader is on the bottom of the racetrack. Running that Chevy right down on the bottom. Kenny Wallace goes high. Gets some running room, does Schrader. Number 25, Schrader another time going for the lead.
There he sits right after that.
He's got it. Wallace is willing to let him go for the moment.
You know, Rusty came down the line here once before with a chance to win this thing and blew up with just a few laps to go. Maybe I don't know. They're playing cat and mouse, and if I was in one of those cars, I could tell you a little bit more about it.
263 laps, 394 miles. There's still a lot of distance to be traveled out here before we finish this one up today. And look at Schrader draw away. The interesting thing here as they come to the line is the situation with Davey Allison in third and Bill Elliott in fourth as they close some ground.
I would say Rusty's not letting him do it because I just saw Rusty crank her sideways and light up that right rear tire. He's trying to keep the pace of Schrader. He's a little bit loose right now.
Somehow I just don't think that's in Rusty's vocabulary, willing to let somebody go somewhere.
He said it looked like he was having still good down in 1 and 2, but 3 and 4 he really smoked the rear tires that last lap around.
First to second, there's the interval.
See if he gets through this corner this time without the problem.
Let's go back to Mark Pfister for just a moment.
Thank you very much, Ken. You know, there's close to 160,000 people here today, and over the weekend they'll eat 200,000 hot dogs, 100,000 hamburgers, 25,000 gallons of Coca-Cola, and the same amount of beer. And we ran into Tim here. He's the guy who probably put away most of it, didn't you, buddy? It's right here. Well, we've got the Large Charger Award for you. Here you go. Big hot dog you can have for the rest of the race. Ken?
I'm like a small Charger myself up here now.
266 laps are complete. I don't think that guy will make it to the end of the race. Here comes that leader. It's Schrader for the moment. Wallace in second. Then let's see that difference between the second and third place car. Davey Allison has some running to do to catch Rusty Wallace. There you see the two leaders. And Wallace is running better than a second and a half, almost 2 seconds behind this pair. Drivers to win from the pole, as we mentioned earlier, it's happened on 4 occasions. Back with Lorenzen and Baker and the Pearsons. And now Schrader, who set a new record in qualifying, is back up in front trying to hold on to do it.
Rusty has really got his hands full right in the middle of 3 and 4. He's really sideways up here in 3 and 4. I've seen him win races running sideways like that. He can do it.
7 cautions thus far in the race. 11 cars have retired from competition. And Schrader is drawing away, just moseying on away from the entire field now.
Ken, we had an opportunity to talk with Barry Dodson about why Rusty Wallace fell back as quickly as he did to the grass of Kenny Schrader. Barry said they have their hand systems worked out. As you know, Rusty does not have radio communication with his crew. As he came by, he made no hand signals. So as far as Barry and the rest of the Blue Max crew can tell, Rusty just dropped back a little bit to save the car. Now, in answer to what Neil Bonded was talking about a little while ago about Rusty's engine blowing up a year or two ago, Harold Elliott mentioned to me that near the final 50 laps of this race is the toughest portion on these engines, and that's when he's going to start getting nervous about Rusty's car.
I just did a lap on Rusty, and it's a 33.4 second lap, which is exactly what he was running earlier. So maybe everybody else is going a little quicker too.
Schrader might have picked the pace up.
Yeah.
Battle back here. Bill Elliott just moving around Davey Allison, and here comes Morgan Shepherd into it. Elliott now third, Davey Allison fourth, Morgan Shepherd fifth. Getting a lap, I think, on Chad Little here as they go down out of turn number 2. Here's Elliott picking up some ground. Davey Allison falling back. Morgan Shepherd currently second in the Winston Cup points, maintaining that 5th spot, and Derek Cope is behind them in 6th. 14 cars back in the lead lap as Ernie Irvin and Brett Bodine both made up their lap. Most number of cars in the lead lap at the finish, I believe it was 10 a year ago. Here's Elliott drawing away. He was running with Davey Allison for about 15 laps, then just drove on by. Let's see if Morgan Shepherd has the same intention. There you see the speed as he wheels down into turn number 3.
Yes, sir. He's wheeled in that corner a lot of times in position to win the race. And right now, we're going to have to see what happens. We've still got enough time to get in his pit, adjust his cars a little bit. And Elliott has come back on a lap down. He can still be right there with him.
So Bill Elliott continues to make up ground. He was down a lap. He's made that up. He continues his assault to win this 31st annual Coca-Cola 600.
Yeah.
those out of the way. Want to do a straight STP.
This is a good story right back here.
Okay.
Why is that?
Well, just how many laps he's done.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk at all about what it's like being out there with that kind of a...
Sure. Yes, I can. Got it. Back live at Charlotte Motor Speedway, where we're approaching the three-quarter mark here in the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte. And a lot of you might be wondering whether or not we're about to pick our winner. But history tells us that you've got to wait till the last lap at Charlotte's Motor Speedway. For example, these are the drivers who were leading this race at 500 miles in the last decade and did not win, including an 87 Rusty Wallace and an 88 Rick Wilson. Can't get much worse than that, can it? It sure can. How about the drivers who have led with 10 laps, 15 miles to go and lost in the decade? Look at how many of these guys have done it. Can't get much worse than that. How about 4 laps to go and lost? Junior Johnson managed to do that. And with 2 laps to go, just 3 miles remaining in this race, Darrell Waltrip managed to lose it back in 1980. So all of these 160,000 plus fans here at Charlotte know you don't leave until the checkered flag flies. Let's get back to the race now.
278 laps are complete, and I don't think things are all that well with the car that's running just behind Ken Schrader out there, Lynn St. James.
Well, Rusty Wallace doesn't have the, you know, the communication to his pit, so he's probably having a hard time telling them what he wants to do when he comes in. They've got to be thinking about the next pit stop that they're going to make and what adjustment they're going to make on the car.
We might have resorted back to the old days. It used to be the hand on the roof was loose, hand on the door meant push. Some way or another, Rusty has got it to his pit, so he wants 1 round of wedge put in that car when he comes in. So the looseness we were seeing up 3 and 4, he's needing that corrected.
So there you see the 27. That's to make some corrections in the handling if he intends to go back after Schrader to win this thing. Further back in the field, we're seeing a pretty good battle developing now. Alan Kowicki, who had such a big run here a couple of years back, is getting himself into this race. Car number 7, Kowicki's been in and out of the top 5 a couple of times. Here you see him in 9th, challenging Jeff Bodine in 8th. Bodine's Ford, number 11, in the 8th position. The Johnson car in the independent team, Alan Kowicki back there in 9th position. Rick Wilson is now in 10th, and Michael Waltrip has fallen to 11th. Dick Trickle is in 12th, Ernie Irvin 13th, Brett Bodine 14th. We have 14 cars in the lead lap as we get down to 3/4 of the race complete. 280 laps are now done, and with that, the mileage factor gets up to 420 already run. I think you'd get worn out pretty easy in this race, Neil.
I'll tell you what, if your car is running good, and Lynn will be the first one to tell you, you don't get tired real bad. If you're off the pace a little bit, this thing can run all day long. The guys that got the car doing like they want to, they're enjoying it, but the other guys are struggling right now.
I was thinking about that with it. Mostly, even though there's been some challenges, Rusty and Brad and a lot of those have run clean or just been 1 or 2 cars in their group, where we saw that the Bill Elliott's had to come back and really fight hard, so he's probably going to be a little bit worn out more than usual. Dick Trickle had an ill-handling car and had to use a lot more energy early on to overcome that. So that'll take its toll at the end of the race. Those last 50 laps, when you've had to work harder, you may not have as much mental and physical energy to focus on everything. So it could take its toll then.
I've been in that position. I've gotten to the point in times to where I said I need to get out of this race car, and I kept going. But hopefully these guys, it's a little bit cooler today, maybe they can make a lane trouble.
Alan Kowicki, are you happy with your team's performance this year?
This is the best team that I've ever had, and I'm real pleased with the job they're doing. I think our car preparation is much better, and I have a lot more confidence in the car that it's going to finish the race. Time will tell. I think we're still in the growing stages. We built some new cars. We've got some new personnel. We just moved into a new shop, and I don't think we've really matured yet as a team. I think this team has a lot of potential, and I'm very satisfied with it at this point.
Neil Bonnet, we have a lot of cloud cover now. I say that, and just as we say it, the sun comes back out. But for the past, 10 or 12 minutes, we've had total cloud cover out there. Who would that help?
Well, it's interesting. That's what I'm wondering. Rusty, we've seen him almost bulletproof all day long. The track got overcast for, say, 20 or 25 laps. All of a sudden, he's needing a chassis adjustment. Sun's coming back out on one end of this racetrack. We'll see if Rusty gets better. It's just a gamble right now, but it certainly makes a big difference on this track, more so than any we race on.
Loping up through the field, the long legs of Bill Elliott closing now on Rusty Wallace in the back straightaway. Struggling to hold on to second is the black number 27 as the number 9 closes down again. Schrader Chevrolet stays first. Wallace's Pontiac second. Bill Elliott's Ford in third.
And another part of that 25 car making a run with Schrader. He's pulling back up on the 4 car and the 26 car, which need to maintain that position if they want to stay in the lead lap. He's on the verge of pulling up enough to threaten them going back a lap down.
Let's talk about the cars a lap down for a moment. 1 lap down, Terry Labonte running 15th. Ricky Rudd 16th. Robbie Moroso, the number 20, in 17th. Greg Sachs 18th. Butch Miller 19th. Buddy Baker 20th. The 3-time winner, Baker, is having a good run in car number 90 today. Back to his car in a moment. Let's watch as car number 9, Elliott, closes in on Wallace again. This happening at lap 286. Up toward 430 miles complete. And to the outside goes Elliott. Car seems to work pretty well anywhere he wants to plank it.
It sure does, and it's almost mind-boggling. The 27 has been so good all day long with Rusty. Anywhere he wanted to go, and here you can see the car right where he used to put it on the bottom, and it stayed there. He's up there wiggling around fighting the wheel. This track goes and comes, and right now it's got away from him.
1,900-foot straightaway. Wallace trying to hold on. Here's Elliott in turn 1. And he seems to like to ride it high there, going up to 2.
Makes good time up there. Rusty's got some people in those pits, Barry Dodson and those guys. If he can get in there, they'll get that thing headed back in the right direction.
7 cautions to date. Most cautions were 13, both in 80 when it rained in 1988. Again, Elliott reels him in, but Wallace, and that 27 car seems to get squirrelier.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's bad enough when you run along and having to fight a loose condition. And these cars work off aerodynamics more than people think they do. Whenever that car of Elliott's, especially when you move high like Bill is, when you're up high, you want to pull the rear of the car around more than the guy in front of you. It's not so bad that distance there, but when he gets about a car length behind him, he's really going to loosen Rusty's car up. In the middle of this corner, Bill will pull up here, and Rusty's got his hands full.
Meanwhile, out to a 2-second advantage goes Schrader in front. Here you see the number 90. That is Buddy Baker, 3-time winner of this event. Let's go to Charlie Harville.
You're looking right now, Jimmy Dunleavy, the car owner and crew chief for Buddy Baker, one of the true veterans of Winston Cup racing. And I remember when Buddy won his first race here, the World 600, and ran about 355 miles that year. Junie and Buddy thought they had some sponsorship help earlier in the year, but it didn't happen. They're running a plain car, but they're running very well from 27th place starting up to 20th place now. Junie Dunleavy and Buddy Baker, 2 men to salute. At a time to salute veterans.
Starts 29 for Buddy Baker. Twice a winner here. At the line, car number 9 gets to the inside, and it's wheel to wheel. Wallace on the outside. Elliott getting down to the bottom and moving through. Number 9, Bill Elliott into second position. Wallace falling to third. Now, can the Ford catch the Chevy?
He's making a run at Schrader. It seems like the format for this race is to get a lap down, get it back, and see if you can go to the lead.
We had a chance to talk to Jimmy Makar, the chassis specialist for Rusty Wallace. He said on the last pit stop they tried to take a little out of the suspension to loosen the car up. They just went too far. They're planning on pit stopping within the next 15 laps. At that point, they're going to put a little bit of wedge back in the car, trying to tighten it back up for Rusty and go back after the lead.
mentioning Baker. He had 3 wins. Getting some information, it was 2. It was 3 because he won 2 back-to-back, and he won previously. In fact, he won, I think, the lowest paying one they had, like $20,000 or $21,000 years ago. Anyway, he is a 3-time winner, no question about that. Now driving for Junie Donlevy, for whom Bill Dennis drove. Everybody's driven for Donlevy one time or another.
Ken, while you're talking about Junie Donlevy, I have news from one of the other great old names in this game. J.D. McDuffie's team truck driver, Charlie Hunter, suffered a heart attack trying to get down to this race. He's in Duke University Hospital, and the whole crew from the J.D. McDuffie operation wants to tell Charlie, keep your chin up and get well soon. They're thinking about you here at Charlotte.
The number 90, incidentally, Baker, is in 20th position overall on the field. And now you see the 25 of Schrader, the leader here in the Hendrick car, closing in, trying to put a lap on Harry Gant. Gant got tapped, and we believe it was an altercation with a car just in front of him, Ernie Irvin, right here in the main straightaway, that set him 180 degrees to the field and put him back behind the wall for a while.
Worse than that, it sent him to the rear and out of contention, where he was in a position to be right in the lead lap, chance to win the race.
Schrader just storm along the outside. Harry Gant, who drove a dramatic and wonderful race yesterday in a car that was brand new to him. He crashed on Friday. They took it home. They cut off the front clip, put a new one on. He never got any practice in it. Came from last to lead in the 300. And then in that dramatic finish, 3 cars came to the line together. And when it was over, Dale Jarrett was first. Dick Trickle was second. Harry Gant was third, and all of them less than a car length apart. Great race. 294 laps are down, so we're just about 3/4 distance with 300 coming up shortly, and they're getting ready for pit stops on pit road here at Charlotte. Yes, fine. Somebody get just a second. Yeah. You want to do that now? I have it in my hand. I don't know who it is. Hold on. Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, so then you want to start with the person that's here now. That would be Doyle Ford, right? Then we're Fred, can I talk to you on my circuit? Okay.
Elliott just picked by about 1.3 seconds.
Back with you, riding in Dick Trickle's car, currently in 12th position, trying to close in, do some running on Rick Wilson's number 75 before this day is done, and get himself some more positions. Trickle around this 1.5 mile track and beginning to show the wear and tear of 600 miles of competition. 299 laps. Next time by, they will be at 3/4 distance. 299 laps, and there you see the flagman about to put out a marker, at least to tell him on the radio that they're 300 laps down. The chief starter here now is Doyle Ford for NASCAR, and the familiar NASCAR official is not with us today. Decided to hang up his headset for a richly deserved retirement.
For the past 30 years, Harold Kinder has had the best seat at the racetrack as NASCAR's Winston Cup flagman. 2 weeks ago at Talladega, Harold flagged his last race. He takes a wealth of memories with him.
such as the time that Bobby Allison got loose at Talladega, excuse me, and got up in the fence and tore part of the fence loose and almost hit the starter stand, but the fence did what it was designed to do. It kept him out of the grandstand.
Kinder's most memorable race, 1976 Daytona 500. Petty and David Pearson fighting it out on the last lap.
They had received the white flag and was going down and coming around for the checkered, and they came up out of turn 4 and they had an accident. Well, both cars had got stopped, and I had to give Benny Parsons the white flag twice because you have to run the stated distance. And by the time that I finally saw Benny coming out of turn 3 over there towards the turn 4, the car that won the race crept across the start-to-finish line and saved my day, because at that particular time, looking that distance, I wouldn't put my life bet that was Benny that I thought was Benny at the time.
Harold Kinder leaves behind countless miles of Winston Cup racing and a racing family built up over 30 years. But don't expect him to stay still too long.
Well, I've been so active working with the races and so many years in the fast lane, it's going to be a little harder for me to adjust to mowing the yard, helping Mom around the house, and so no, what I really plan to do is my wife and I, you know, all these years she's been packing one suitcase. Harold, what do you need in this? What do you need in that? Now I think we're going to pack 2 suitcases, and we're going to do some traveling, and there's some fish out there that I'm going to try to catch.
Harold Kinder, one of the nicest people I've known in stock car racing over the years. Doyle Ford has taken over for him. We will miss Harold Kinder on that flight stand. Under pit stops now, and 27. Wallace is among the first to come in, get himself right back out on the track. Schrader has the lead. Elliott is in second. Davey Allison now third. Morgan Shepherd is in fourth. Derek Cope is in fifth. Morgan has made a quick stop. We have Ernie Urban on pit road. And we're going to see pit stops here, and that'll take them to 304 laps. They can't go all the way now. They've got one more stop to make if they stay green.
They're going to have to stop again, but this pit stop right here is going to be critical, getting these chassis back like they want them with a little bit different racetrack, because they're going to live with it till almost the end of the race.
Leader is on pit road. And second place is on pit road, both Schrader and Elliott. Elliott had been catching Schrader.
Yes, I was clocking both of them, and he was catching about a half second a lap, just making a nice close about a half a second a lap, and now all the pit stops.
Morgan Shepherd being shown for the moment in first. I wonder about that. I thought I saw him dive on pit road. Derek Cope up to second spot. Derek Cope would be the leader. Derek Cope, number 10, takes over as first place in the event.
And Bill Elliott is out of the pits first in front of Ken Schrader.
Building towards a very interesting finish again today. We've had a few of those here at Charlotte, Neil.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll have another one today.
Jeff Bodine is in second spot at 12 lead changes among 8 drivers thus far in this 600-miler. 305 of 400 laps are complete. Hut Strickland's having trouble firing his car on pit road as we see Bill Elliott coming back to speed. Right behind him is Davey Allison out here. Just in front of them is Butch Miller, Travis Carter car, and that car having a good day. It's being shown as a couple of laps down. There you see it just rolling out through. Derek Cope comes down on pit road. Had been the leader momentarily, showing you a run down through 300 laps. Your favorites included here. If not, we'll give you the attrition shortly. 12 cars are now out of the race. The pit stop on Rusty Wallace was a 14.32. The pit stop on Schrader was a 15.6. Bill Elliott, 13 seconds flat. Really getting some good support.
And that's the reason he came in behind Schrader and went out in front of him.
Derek Cope coming back up to speed. Leader for the moment, Bodine in number 11. Bodine in first. Bill Elliott being shown second. Davey Allison third after all these pit stops. Richard Petty comes in another time. More of the action from Charlotte in the short term.
Anybody got anything they'd like to contribute?
The key to that pit stop is so much Elliott and Schrader are such a good pit stop because those other two guys are right back down. Where they at? So now, of course,
You mean Brett?
yeah, they
Brett Bodine still a lap down?
no. Red still stayed up front.
Oh, but they did still. I'm confused.
How did they get there?
I don't know.
It's gonna stop on the rear lap.
I don't know.
See, Rusty's on the verge of putting it down right now. Rusty.
Yeah. He had a great stop. Mark had a good stop too, so he's up to 6th.
.310 laps have been completed, and car number 27, Rusty Wallace, has taken command again here. And Bill Elliott's crew looks on as he is in 2nd spot with Davey Allison in 3rd. Okay, green flag stop. Everybody did it pretty well. Your comments, folks, as to what you saw out there in pit road.
A big shuffle turned things around. Schrader comes in leading. Now he's back in 4th place. Rusty's leading the race. It's a big shuffle. Bill also had a good stop.
There were some good stops. I think that really made the difference. I've watched the Roush team, obviously, since it's my team, and they've had some struggles, I think, with their pit stops. And this time they had a really clean stop. It got Mark out in 6th. Bill had a great stop. He got out in 2nd. So this was a critical pit stop, and a lot of teams made the difference up, and that's why they have a good position on the racetrack. And some didn't have such great ones, so they're not doing so great.
I didn't see Davey stop, but he's right there in 3rd, so his guys put him right in contention also.
That team is so important, the crew, and that they can get those stops clean and not have any hiccups.
Let's refocus ourselves on the field now. Here's Rusty Wallace out in front of the 27, coming up to lap Ernie Irvin. And Bill Elliott is the 2nd place car. Let's get that interval for you so you get an idea how they're running the mile and a half. 2nd place car, there it is. It's Bill Elliott, and right behind him is car number 28. That's Davey Allison, the black Ford, running in 3rd, the Robert Yates prepared machine. Those are the front 3. Now behind Allison, it should be Derek Coca coming up into Ken Schrader coming up into your picture, and he would be running in the 4th position. Behind Schrader is Derek Cope, and Derek Cope maintains 5th. He's had a tremendous run. Look at this interval back to the Derek Cope car. There's a couple of lap machines. There's Dale Earnhardt struggling along, many laps down in that beaten-up car, and then we get the Derek Cope car, which is running in 5th position. Car number 10. Following immediately behind him, you can see how far back he is Mark Martin in the number 6. The Roush team still in the lead lap now. Car number 6, Mark Martin, and in 7th would be car number 15. And there you see Ricky Rudd, and then the 15. Rudd's down a lap. Morgan Shepherd in the Bud Moore car is running 7th. Back in 8th behind Morgan as he tries to put a lap on the 15. That would be Michael Waltrip in car number 30, followed by Jeff Bodine and Rick Wilson, rounding out the top 10. We have 12 cars in the lead lap, 11 spots with Brett Bodine back in that lead lap, and Ernie Irvin in number 12 was there, maybe falling off again. Hut Strickland has taken over in Richard Petty's car 43. I wonder how he'll do in that seat.
Looks like they're working shifts on that thing to me. Might get a chance to work over.
That's the 3rd driver in it. We may have a record if they change a couple more drivers for number of men in one car in a day. It's the 43 car. Meanwhile, there's smoke pouring out of one car at a turn 2.
Brett Bodine.
Looks like Brett Bodine. Looks like Brett Bodine in 11th position is going to bring it in. Puff of smoke, and he's dropped off the pace.
But here's a key thing happening right now. Rusty is trying sideways to beat the 4 back to the line, but he's not going to be able to do it. This is going to put the 4 car back in the lead lap again.
There's no caution coming out. Caution does not come out, Neil. So I guess that's all for naught in that chase anyway. But I'm sure they were telling him on the radio, if one has blown, get yourself up there, make some tracks.
Both of them thought it was coming out because that was Rusty made a kamikaze run at him to put him back down.
Bodine out of it. It becomes the 13th car to retire. Pearson, Reagan, Byers, Hamilton, Lake Speed, Marlin, Hillen, all out of the race. Strickland, Jarrett, Leslie, Combs, Mass, and now Brett Bodine have gone out and have some of the reasons why they have retired from the event. And motors are always what takes it right in the head. Those hearts will finally give out.
Let me tell you what happens, Ken. These guys, these engine builders can build X amount of power into something to go 300 miles, X amount to go 500. We don't run but one of these 600-mile races. When you ask this thing to go that last 100 miles, most of the engine guys will tell you it's going to be a question mark. When these things run 500 miles, they're junk anyway. They're ready to throw them away. So we're fixing to get into the territory where we're going to see how good they're going to make them.
They are saying there is a bit of oil, but there's no caution out anywhere. They're still flying around the speedway. And caution is now out. Ford puts the flag up just as we spoke. Yellow is coming out, and that'll be caution number 8 today. 320 laps down. 80 laps remain. 12 cars in the lead lap here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. This will get them home, won't it?
Well, let me think.
322. 322, so that's 70-some laps.
I throw to Shaheen. He has Bodine. You will have Bodine.
It'll be close.
Boy, they've had their problems.
He's been everywhere in those pits.
We're back at Charlotte Motor Speedway, where the field has come behind the safety car as a result of a blown engine for Brett Bodine. And while we have a moment, we'll welcome you back to the SDP Pit Communication Center. I'm Bob Barsha. We are less than 80 laps remaining in the 400 of the Coca-Cola 600. I mentioned that Bodine has blown an engine, bringing out the yellow flag. He's standing by now with Ralph Shaheen.
Brett, what happened to you?
Something broke in the engine. I'm not exactly sure, but this Quaker State Buick Regal was really operating around this Charlotte Motor Speedway. I felt like I had the best car on the racetrack. I think we showed it. Unfortunately, it didn't just run long enough.
You had a big win at Wilkesboro and now a great run out here. This has really got to be a boost to the confidence.
Well, it really is. You know, the team is really coming together. We've got some new race cars out. This was a brand new car this week here at Charlotte, and I think it showed just what kind of race cars we've got and what we're going to continue to build. And I think Brett Bodine's learning a lot about Winston Cup racing in an awful big hurry.
Story on Brett Bodine and the story on Dale Earnhardt. You see that wrecked Lumina? Well, he cut a right rear tire, and that sent him into the wall. Just no warning at all for Dale. He's many, many laps down. The Childress team quickly has gone to work, repaired that battered Lumina. The crew used a cable on the tow truck, straightened out the bent front. They attached 2 chains to the right side of the frame, and they pulled that back out. And they replaced tires, and he's many laps down, but he's still trying.
He's down to the point now where mathematically he can't improve his position in points, but they're going to keep running that thing.
All right, field gets organized, and here's the situation. At lap 3:21, all the leaders were on pit road. That meant there were 79 laps to go, Neil. That's 118.5 miles. Now, who can run a tank and go 118.5 miles that's out there now?
It's going to be close. You know, you start kind of thing. The guys that make a lot of power, they're using more fuel.
They're not using it now, right?
The more the caution laps they get, the better chance they got at it. They just close that window by 3 laps of caution. If they fill them up, it's going to be close.
Okay, so 324 have just been completed. That means there's 114 miles to go. What kind of mileage do you get at Charlotte?
It varies. We were seeing guys get 4. We're seeing guys get 6.1. You know, the amount of fuel you pump in it, you're going to make some power. It's going to be hard to tell who's got it.
20 or 21 gallons?
21 gallons.
21 gallons in those tanks, and they've been topped. Here you see, getting ready for a restart, been seen from Dick Trickle's car 66. He is 1 lap down in 13th. There are now 12 cars in the lead. The Trop Arctic Motor Oil in-car camera giving us these pictures as they organize on a restart.
When we talk about fuel, Ken, the cars actually have like 22-gallon tank, but the problem is picking it up. Most of these cars, we run them in empty on Saturday. The last time, if you pick up 21.4, 21.6, it's a heck of a job. So you can just about figure 21 gallons is what you can use.
As they come to speed, Wallace will be first, Bill Elliott second, Davey Allison third, Ken Schrader fourth, Cope fifth, Shepard sixth, Jeff Bodine seventh, Martin eighth, Kowicki ninth, Waltrip 10th, Wilson 11th, Urban 12th. Pace car is in, 1 lap back in 13th Trickle. Pavani is 14th. 2 laps down is Butch Miller in number 98. Dave Marcus stays 16th. Greg Sachs 17th. Buddy Baker 18th. And Moroso, the rookie, in 20th. And as they came across the line, Darrell Waltrip was hardly moving. He dropped all the way to the apron and finally got it underway. In-car pictures, dramatic pictures from the car of Dick Trickle as he heads down the backstretch, and right in front of him is Davey Allison.
Davey's running third right now. He's right in the thick of this thing.
Leaping back out in front, there is the number 17 car that is really off the pace, just moseying down through the back straightaway. The field comes to the line, and already they have a half a lap on car number 17 as Wallace stays out in front and tries to improve on that second place finish from a couple of years back. Second spot is Bill Elliott. And there's a car spinning in turn 2. Others taking avoidance, getting through. Yellow is out. The car that is spun is number 47. That'll bring out the 9th caution of the day is Jack Pennington, who had started in 37th position, got loose. Back to the line they race. And as they come to the stripe, it's still Wallace first, Elliott second, Davey Allison third.
This might answer part of that question about the mileage, Ken. If they guys think it's even borderline, they got to dive in there and put some fuel in them. I feel like after this one they can make it, but right now they're close.
Jack Pennington gets her sideways in turns 1 and 2. Ricky Rudd is retiring, car number 5. Rudd going back behind the wall. Mark Pfister.
Thank you. You want to see dedication among NASCAR fans? Sir, what's your story?
Well, before I came out this morning, I had to drop my wife off at the hospital. She had went into labor about 9 o'clock this morning.
Well, you a father yet?
I don't know. I'm going to call home after the race is over. I hadn't had a chance to call her yet.
We'll be back right after this with more of the Charlotte World 600 on TBS Sports.
Yes. Lynn just left. I don't know what we're going to do. Okay, who came in? Nobody's coming in. 11 came in. Ready to go? 17 came in. 3 came in 57. Only lead lap guy.
Who's in lead lane?
There, down to...
Bodine. Okay. The other guys must think they can make it when they're going to try. On green still.
I'll soon bet. Bill's not looking.
There we go.
We are just back under green. It came out as they came for the 329th lap. They will complete 3:30 this time by, with Rusty Wallace in front with his Pontiac. Bill Elliott's fourth, Ronnie in second. Only one car came in to take on fuel. That's the car naturally on the tail end of the lead lap. It's number 11, the Junior Johnson Ford, driven by Jeff Bodine. Everybody else stayed on the track. Everyone else kept on working, apparently feeling they can go the distance. But as Neil says, it's going to be a little dicey out there as far as the amount of fuel they have on board. In-car camera trying to get his lap back. Trickle's settling right in there. He's in that position, but he's got a little problem. It's called Bill Elliott, right on his. And look at him fight the steering wheel down into turn number 1 and 2.
Forces Bill to go high down in turn 2. You can't see it out of the camera right now, but if Bill right off the right side of the car, you should see Bill coming down and make the pass because he's holding Bill up right now.
He's getting there now. You can see him pull around. 105 miles to go. So what about the fuel out here?
I tell you what, these guys aren't worried about saving any up there, mashing that thing wide open. It's going to be a gamble. I doubt seriously anything you can do to change the outcome of it on how much mileage you're getting right now.
And here comes Bill Elliott in number 9 trying to close.
What do you think, Neil, about the fact that you know that there's still a good chance that a caution will come out between now and the end because we're now into that over 500-mile time frame, so the cars can start doing attrition. That these things start to happen in the latter part of the race, and maybe that's the gamble they're making. That they probably can't go the distance, but that there'll be a caution between now and the end.
If it comes out, it's going to be, be good for everybody, really. There's Davey turning down pit road wide open.
Davey Allison, 4th place runner. Davey Allison brings that Haviland car down and comes to a quick stop. Tire problem there.
They're looking at left sides. Evidently he had a tire problem. He called left sides because the normal procedure is to do rights. Robert Yates ran around, looked at the rights, they're okay. It had to be a left side problem.
He's back underway, trying to get out and not lose a lap. The leaders are in 3, coming to 4, as Davey Allison, who had been in 4, tries to get back into this thing. Dick Trickle is gone. He's about to go down to a 3rd car. That is Schrader getting underneath him. And it's now 3 cars up in front, then the lap car of Dick Trickle. Let's go to Ralph Shaheen.
Ken, we're standing with Barry Dodson, crew chief for Rusty Wallace. Barry, if we stay under the green flag, do you have to pit again, or can you go the distance?
We do, Ralph. I don't think anybody can go the distance. Jeff Bodine's real close, but it's just too many laps on the 1.5-mile track with the speed they're running. If anybody beats it, if anybody wins it on mileage right now, that they need to pull their fuel cell out and look at it.
Yeah, I figured you'd hear some of them say that because that's the reason I said, well, I hated to be the one to say it, but they'd have to get some good mileage.
335. 335 are down. And yet, we saw them run those 125 milers at Daytona.
And who won it? Junior Johnson. That thing gets tremendous mileage, and he's got about 4 more miles of fuel on anybody else, 4 more laps.
Here you see the 27 rolling smoke off that car as he tries to keep that rolling thunder in front of Bill Elliott in car number 9. Rusty Wallace going after his 16th Winston Cup career victory, trying to fend off Bill Elliott going for his 33rd. They're out of turn number 2. Down the back straightaway, back to over 170 miles per hour. If you're just joining us, this is live on this Memorial Weekend from the Charlotte Motor Speedway. $900,000 is up for grabs. Here's Davey Allison back here running by himself on the tail end of the lead lap. Now he's in 12th position.
Davey just turned a 32.6-second lap, which is quicker than the field's been running all day, really. We've been running mostly in the 33-second area, so he is really hauling on, not to just only make sure he doesn't get unlapped or doesn't get lapped, but at the same time, I think to try to catch that field.
Comment from Charlie Harville.
Davey Allison's problem was an equalized tire on the left rear side. He came in, got that tire changed, and is back on the way again.
And he's running fast and furious, and he's not going to go a lap down the way he's maintaining this track. But behind him, here's the story. Here is Wallace. Pontiac stays just in front of the Ford, and closing quickly is the Chevrolet of Schrader. Now we have a three-car battle developing for the lead. 338 of 400 laps are complete. Charlotte Motor Speedway is where the action is. We've had 9 cautions today. 14 of the 42 starters have retired, and the battle is right up in front for first place. Here's Elliott taking the Ford to the inside. The Pontiac trying to hold him off again. This is a dandy.
He's working on those tires.
I saw some smoke coming off of those tires.
Back across the line, and now one more lap, and there'll be just 60 to go. 60 laps remaining.
60 to go, and we got 3 of our best drivers sitting there in the Pontiac, the Ford, and the Chevrolet. We're going to let them shoot it out.
Right behind them is Morgan Shepherd, who's come to fourth. Morgan's really going to make a climb in the standings today. He's been running in second throughout the latter part of this first third of the season. We come to race number 10 here today. Now look at that number 25. I would say that 25 is as strong as anything on the racetrack now, Neil.
I tell you, when he sat on the pole here the other day, just before he got in the car, he complained to us that he had lost his best engine and they stuck another motor in, and he sits on the pole. Rick Hendricks, all of his motors are plenty strong.
Chevrolet, they've won this race 9 times. Their best candidate is currently running in the 3rd position. Ford, they've won this 606 times. They have the runner-up spot right now. As we mentioned earlier, just once has a Pontiac carried the checkers in a lap of honor here in Charlotte. And that was David Pearson way back, 61. Well, the threat of rain, that seems to have abated. They were concerned they'd have showers by this time in the afternoon, and I guess it went through Georgia and missed North Carolina and probably got some of South Carolina from what we're understanding. We had some transmission problems earlier created by weather. But here in Charlotte, it's been non-stop action. 9 cautions in the race. Bunched this field back up and given us 12 cars in the lead lap. If all 12 should stay up there, that will be a record for the most number of cars in the lead lap at the conclusion of this 600-miler.
That's a tribute to these engine builders. They get them a little bit more bulletproof every time we come out, and they're sticking them together now.
Wallace has been the man to beat. Schrader's been willing to play a very strong, heady game all the way. Sits there in that 3rd spot. A couple of Missouri drivers running 1st and 3rd. Used to battle each other. So Schrader did most of his work in sprint cars. Rusty Wallace on the stock car circuit of the Midwest. And once in a while, they have a little chit-chat at the racetrack.
Ken had been going back running some of those open-wheel cars, and I think that Rick Hendricks kind of suggested he didn't get in those anymore. But Ken races anything with wheels on it. He still does a lot of it.
So the action continues with 343 laps now down to 400. There's the top 3. Bill Elliott fading to the outside a little. It's going to be an exciting finish. Truck?
That's some good racing.
I was trying to get you on my machine. I've been trying and couldn't get you. Is that turned off? Okay. it now, Fred. Thank you.
Coca's coming.
Yep. Fred, when you come back after you show us the 3 cars, it's very important to take us back to the, which car?
4 cars.
Okay. No,
15 on back.
stay with the
15,
3.
6, 4.
Yeah, just exactly what we said. We're back with you live at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. 347 laps are complete. Rusty Wallace stays in front. Now Ken Schrader has taken over in second, and Bill Elliott is in third and seems to be falling off the pace a little here, Lynn.
Well, a little. I think he got a bad break in traffic, and again, once you lose some RPMs and lose space on the racetrack, it's just you can't get it back that quickly. So I think that really hurt him, and yet I think he's holding up there.
When that happened, Lynn, I think you and I both saw it, he was actually fixing to make a move on the leader, and a lap car got in the way, and he got past himself. That's going to be hard to get back around there now.
Behind the front 3 is another good stiff battle. Morgan Shepherd in car number 15 is maintaining the 4th position. Mark Martin is in 5th. Here's Morgan in the Bud Moore car, having a very good day. He's finished 2nd in this race, trying to improve on it today. Morgan, how is Bud Moore to drive for as a team owner?
Bud Moore's the best thing that's ever happened to Morgan Shepherd and all the team that goes along with it. Everything's been great, is all I can say. It's been a dream come true for me. It's just a good relationship.
Something is amiss up in front. All of a sudden, car 25 seems to be backing up here.
He's slowing down real bad down the back straightaway. It's definitely a problem.
Schrader in the 25 looks like he's coming off the pace. Wallace is staying in front. Elliott's going back to 2nd, and something momentarily just happened to car 25. Zip, and he fell back. Here he is coming into the main straightaway down across the start-finish line. Closing up on him is Morgan Shepherd. I think a cylinder caved in or something.
It had to be. It tells you one thing. If it had been tires, he'd turned in pit road the first time by. He's got something wrong internally with the car.
Back straightaway. Here is 15 closing up. Here comes Morgan Shepherd, about to go by Schrader.
The initial report right now, Ken, is that the motor in Kenny Schrader's car is missing. The crew down here talking to Kenny on the radio, hoping they can figure out what the problem is.
And Neil, as you were saying, this is when you really have to worry. You still want to run it, but every time you leap into a corner, and although you're not going that fast, you're still going 150. If that thing decides to detonate, you've got a handful.
Well, it depends on what the miss is. If it's a valve or ignition, if it's ignition stuff, it's no problem. If it's a valve, it could run around there and hang up on something else and burst the motor completely in two.
How would you know?
You don't. You just hold the throttle open and hope.
Here comes Mark Martin up into 4th. Schrader falls to 5th. Mark Martin, the number 6 car, picks up a spot. Ernie Irvin also coming up through now. He's next to take a shot at the car number 25, and it's just a hang on and try to get to the finish. Caution would be helpful, but I don't think it'd help him very much. It looks like it's deep inside that car. The problem for car number 25, the pole sitter with a new record. And again, that pole position is poison for this 600.
Well, sometimes there's reasons for motors to go out. You know, when you have the strongest engine at the racetrack, they're pumping a lot of power in that thing, and it's have to brake more than one with a little bit less power just because it's abusing the parts more. When you put that kind of power in, you're flirting with braking them.
3. Back with the leader, Rusty Wallace, coming around to complete 355 laps this time by. He'll have just 67.5 miles to go. 25 laps left for Rusty Wallace. And Bill Elliott now has his work cut out, trying to overhaul this fleet black and gold car, which has been highlighted here over the past 75 laps.
We just got the report in that the cylinder is out on the 25 car. Ken's running on 7 cylinders right now, hoping that it'd make it the rest of the way with that.
He's falling back through the field. Ernie Irvin has gone by him. Now Alan Kowicki is pulled by him, and that means the Schrader would be 7th.
Well, that's correct, Neil. They have decided to keep Kenny out there as long as they can and see how many points they can earn here this weekend in Charlotte.
355 laps down. Going further back into the field. Waltrip is in 8th. Rick Wilson 9th, Cope 10th, Jeff Bodine 11th, Baby Allison 12th. Looks like Junior Johnson's trying to slicker him again. That fuel stop that he made was a gamble.
You must have got the same little whisper of that when Barry Dodson said that earlier. He is the only guy that made that stop, and I feel like they're going to gamble. I think that if this thing goes green, they're going to make a run at it.
The 1989 Winston Cup champion, Rusty Wallace, stays in front. The 1988 champion, Bill Elliott, right there in second place. A couple of great ones going at it.
I'd like to, since we're watching Bill here, who's running in second, share with you that he's got an extra decal on his car that says "Mom, get well," because Bill's mom had a major problem, an aneurysm that happened last November right after Phoenix, and she's coming along well. She's able to watch this race, and she's out there, and we wanted to dedicate this race to her and to wish her well and hope that she's going to get better and better and better.
Got a smoker down in turns 1 and 2. Let's see if it'll bring out a caution. Number 43 looks like it has seen its day. Teddy's car, and let's see who's driving now. We've had Sterling in, and we've had Richard in, and I think it's Strickland.
Evidently, one motor can't take 3 drivers in a given day.
So 43, Richard Petty's car, now down in turns 3 and 4, coming off the racetrack, will be the 15th machine to not stand the strain. And now here comes Moroso, the rookie, in car number 20. Robbie Moroso's car, running in 18th position, drops to the bottom of the racetrack. And the wear is beginning to tell as we get up toward the end of this race. 359 laps complete.
If you look right up beside it, it says 538 miles. These are 500-mile bombs, and they're burning the fuse a little bit too long.
Moroso, top running rookie in the Crown Igloo car, goes behind the wall. Bad time for Robbie Moroso, who really wanted to do so well here and had won 3 straight Grand National races the Saturday affair.
Again, when we start talking about these motors giving trouble here, I don't know how many times I've even won races and had the guys call me on Monday and say, well, we took the motor apart, and you're not going to believe this thing was broken in there. We went and ran 2 more laps. And we're stretching them right now, and we're starting to use a few of them up.
It's an unfortunate time for Ken Schrader as he falls further back. He's running 8th, and Rick Wilson is about to move by him and set him to 9th.
You got oil.
You got oil on the track. 9th caution of the day is now coming out.
There goes our fuel mileage guess. I guess we'll know that everybody get them enough to make it now.
Let's see who does what here for a moment.
You know how Junior always sits there with his foot propped up on the wall?
Yep.
He probably just kicked the wall. He was ready and they wasn't.
Oil in turns 3 and 4. So this ought to make it very interesting with 12 cars in the lead lap to decide the 600. And they're within shooting distance of the checkered flag. You leave, just run right down and come right back. We have this bottle.
There's a lot of trees up here.
Ooh. All the leaders pitting. Fred.
Oh, they're doing all 4.
Who is?
Bill's doing all 4. Mark's doing all 4.
They're all going to move.
Yep.
Yeah,
they did not put any wedge in or out of the 27. They might have it like you want to.
Hot damn.
Rusty didn't. They didn't put any
Promotional fees and consideration have been paid by Timex Speed Track, regularly $44.95, but order in the next hour and save $5. Call 1-800-4TIMEX for your $39.95 Speed Track. And by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of Goodyear Eagle High Performance Street Radials, the best-selling performance tires in the world. We are under caution here at Charlotte Motor Speedway at the Coca-Cola 600. We're doing a little housekeeping on the track after a pair of blown engines. All of the leaders have pitted. That gives everybody time to put on 4 new tires if they choose and fill up the gas tank for what should be a great shootout to the finish. Now, we've been doing a lot of loose talk about fast laps in this race thus far, and I want to set the record straight. We've been keeping track with our Timex Speed Track Speed computers, and thus far, Kenny Schrader remains the fast man in the race. He has a lap at 166.512 miles an hour. That remains fast lap of the race, and if it stays that way to the very conclusion, his entire crew will win a set of Timex Speed Track computers. We're almost ready to go green once again. Let's go back up to Ken Squire.
And as we get ready to go, there will be 364 laps complete this time. That means 36 laps to go, 54 miles to decide it, and they've all been on pit road, all of those men in the lead lap.
And they all took on 4 tires.
Yes, Bob Varsha said they had that option, and they certainly exercised it.
That was not a blown engine, incidentally. It was an oil line that broke on car 43 because he's back out here again. Richard Petty's car is back out. Jimmy Spencer's car has been in and out a couple of times, and Petty's car is back on pit road another time.
All I want to know is who's driving. I know it's back out, but who's in it this time?
Want to sign up?
If Dale Inman gets in that thing, I'm getting out of this tower. We won't have a safe enough place.
12 laps, 12 cars in the lead lap. Wallace first, Elliott second, Shepard third, Mark Martin fourth after this pit stop. Jeff Bodine fifth, Kowicki sixth, Michael Waltrip seventh, Wilson eighth, Cope ninth, Ernie Irvin 10th, Davey Allison 11th, and Ken Schrader in 12th as they prepare to get going once again. Back down in 13th, Trickle, and Terry Labonte is 14th. In 15th, 2 laps down, Greg Sachs and Dave Marcus with 17th, Buddy Baker. So that's as they stand on the track with 364 complete and getting ready for green. Straightened out the condition on turns 3 and 4, so we're ready to go racing again. There was the complete running order. This was back at 350 laps. We'll take you a little bit further back through the field so you can keep track of some of the folks you care about. Again, Robbie Moroso's car, as you saw it there, was an 18th at that time. It has expired. He has retired to become the 15th competitor out of Coca-Cola 600 this afternoon.
Any predictions?
Yeah, it's going to be a heck of a finish, right, Neil?
Well, we've had a bunch of different cast of characters all day long, but one that's always surfaced is in that black 27. He seems awful strong, and I noticed on that last pit stop, he didn't do anything to the chassis at all. One time during the day he got off, they said they took a round to buy it out, and they suffered until they got it back in. He's back like he was at his best. He's going to be tough.
What about number 4, though? You've been liking Ernie all day.
Well, I've just been saying how fast the car is. I'm telling you, he's awful fast. He's got himself back in contention again. He's going to be tough.
Hold the phone. All the way back in that 12th position, the car that has been the fastest several times today. That'll be Schrader in the 25. He's the one that I think that's going to be fun. He wants this race really.
Now, did he fix the little problem he had on his little pit stop?
We'll see.
We'll check in soon.
We'll see what happens. You're absolutely right.
You get another chance, Ken.
I don't want one. That makes me, that hurts.
I'm going to let you keep Schrader.
Well, I like the fact that Mark Martin got his car back out in 4th. That means Roush is up there. They got a chance to do it, and he said he's been comfortable, even though he hasn't looked particularly strong. But, you know, everybody in that lead group has been running the same time, so he could do it.
And you like job security also.
Here's the pace card dipping off the track. Here we are ready for a start. 366 complete when they come to the line this time. Boy, that'll be the miracle if Schrader comes through. Let's see what Wallace does. He flat leaves him by 4, 5, 6 car lengths as they draw away into turn 1. Wallace first, Elliott second, and Morgan Shepherd in that Bud Moore car right in there flying. On the inside, Trickle, lapped by the 2 leaders. He's still running 1 lap down in car 66.
I just love Rusty's starts. His restarts are just great.
I'm telling you, Beetle's been coaching him on his drag racing.
From the Trop Arctic Motor Oil in-car camera, shot of the front two cars as Elliott tries to chase down Wallace. Think there's anything left in car 9 to go after Wallace with as they put a lap on the Petty car coming out?
We're fixing to find out. We might have been wondering all day what's going on, but it's time to show and tell. Rusty has always seemed to be able to make that big move like Lynn's talking about on each restart. People have been able to wheel him in, but people haven't been able to put him away. It's time to do it if you can.
Car 27 is at 277, 366 laps today. 400 the distance, the 600-mile contest. Great view around this mile-and-a-half track, furnished by Dick Trickle and Company. Bill Elliott begins to build up ahead of steam and go looking for Rusty Wallace up in front. Most laps ever led by a winner. Jim Pascal did that back in 1967 at 3:35.
Just noticed on the front of Bill Elliott's car has picked up a little bit of paper on the front. This will be one of the few times you don't see complaints. That'll make it run a little bit faster if it doesn't get too hot. We plugged the noses on these cars to qualify, and it certainly won't hurt if it doesn't get the motor too hot. Here's the battle for third.
I told you Mark Martin was going to come on strong. See?
I'm proud of you. You know exactly what you're talking about.
The number 6 car. Mark Martin on the inside. Morgan Shepherd on the outside. Battle for third. Ford's getting into it. Martin for third and Morgan Shepherd right back on top of him again. Great racing.
As I say, is this great racing or what?
Right behind them, Michael Waltrip in that 5th spot. Here's Pontiac. Here's Morgan back on the high side. Takes it back to 3rd spot, and back again comes Mark Martin.
This time we're seeing both of them smoke the tires. They're both digging with them now.
Take the high line, I'll take the low line.
And Michael Waltrip will just sit and watch for a moment in the number 30 car. Chuck Ryder's team, the car number 30, closing ground again. Here's Martin down on the bottom. Can't get away. You ever look over at the other guy now?
It depends who it is. Sometimes it scares you to see who's over. Sometimes you just go over and see if they're paying attention to what they're doing. You get a lot of trust in each other. You've got to sling these big old cars, sliding as we see them off in these corners. You've got to trust every guy.
They swap them around again. Now Waltrip dives to the inside. That may be an assist for car number 6. Morgan Shepherd stays right out there. He's got a line he likes. Continues that battle.
I tell you, the motors in Jack Rouse's cars don't need much of assist. He's really on top of his engine program. He's the guy that does the work.
3rd place, Martin. 4th place, number 15, Shepherd. 5th place, number 30, Michael Waltrip.
The other day out here qualifying, they lost some bearings in the motor, and I saw Jack Rouse out there that jumped upside down, put new bearings in it. He races hard.
Derek Cope staying 6th, Irvin 7th, Kowicki 8th, Jeff Bodine 9th, Davey Allison 10th, Rick Wilson 11th.
Boy, I wonder how comfortable that feels for Rusty to have that right there. It's kind of a rough feeling up back. See who's digging around trying to catch it out. Rusty's doing some of what we saw earlier, a little slipping in that corner.
And the 9 car is definitely moving up. It's a fair interval back to that 3rd place car. It's about a 1.5 seconds now. Let's go to Charlie Harville.
With Dan Elliott of the Bill Elliott team. Dan, can you overtake number 27?
I don't know. I was kind of hoping we'd get a good pit stop in and beat Rusty out on that last caution, but we didn't. But even if you did, it's a question of can Bill stay ahead of Rusty, and I don't know because he's running as hard as he can run now. I really hope he can overtake him and pace him, and we're just going to have to wait and see.
You put on 4 new tires. Will that help you?
I don't know. We put on 4 new ones, and you see where we're running now, and even if Bill gets right on up on Rusty, I don't know if he can get by him, but we're going to give it our best shot anyway.
Dan Elliott.
That's the question. Dan asked the question we've been asking all day. If you catch him, that's good, but can you pass him? That's the hard part.
Good smooth driver. Here he is closing in again. Bill Elliott closing on Rusty Wallace, and you can see the smoke roll out from underneath car number 27. As we get down to the side at 375 complete. 25 laps remaining. in this 600-mile race. And we'll take a break and then come back to bring you the conclusion of today's 31st Annual 600 from Charlotte. Fred, I was trying to call you on that. Okay, 30. I thought I could talk to you. When we come back, show us this interval and take us back through the field like you did before. That's real helpful. Thank you. 6, 15, 30, 4, and 7.
He's closing up on it.
Yeah, he is. .380 laps down, 20 laps to go, just 30 miles to complete it today. And there's open warfare between GM and Ford here at Charlotte this afternoon. This car, the Pontiac of Rusty Wallace, stays in front, but by only this much over Bill Elliott's Ford, running in the second position as we get down to decide this 31st Annual 600. Mark Martin is maintaining third, and there's a pretty good distance between those two. For a moment, Bill Elliott had caught up the leader, Wallace. Now Wallace is driven away, but you continue to see smoke roll off the right side of car number 27, Neil Bonner.
Yeah, it's hard to say if Bill's sitting there going to cool it down. We saw a race yesterday in the Busch Grand National where they cooled it down, and made the run. Maybe Bill's doing the same thing.
You just saw the interval between those two leaders back to the third place man, Mark Martin in number 6. Big healthy lead. Then the lap car. That's the 66 car that's running 13. Trickle. There's the number 30. He's running in fourth. Michael Waltrip. Behind him in fifth is car number 4, Ernie Urban. Out behind Urban is car number 15, Morgan Shepherd, in the 6th position. See Morgan in the back straightaway now. Following him in 7th spot is Alan Kowicki. Kowicki been so close to winning this race. Now he's back in 7th, but in the lead lap. And there's Davey Allison right with him for 8th position. Derek Cope is running the number 10 car in 9th. In 10th, behind him, Rick Wilson in the 75. Then Bodine in car number 11. Those cars in the lead lap, plus Schrader in the 25. With a sickly motor on that Hendrick machine. A lap down, Trickle in 13th, Terry Labonte 14th, 2 laps back, Greg 6th, 15th, and Buddy Baker. Here's the 42 car, Kyle Petty, well off the mark, getting lapped. And here's the 27 car, leading by still a car length.
Bill is closing the gap. He's either seeing what he's got or Rusty's backed off, but for some reason these guys are really tightening up here now.
Here's Jimmy Spencer throwing out some smoke in car number 57 and dropping down to the bottom. He really wanted to have a good run today, and Spencer looks like he's not going to make the distance. He's really holding on out there. Berwick, Pennsylvania, former modified, 2-time national modified champion in that Pontiac. Leaders, 385 laps complete. 22.5 miles to go.
boy, that shot right there tells it all day long. That bottom right there. I hate to overemphasize that, but the minute Bill got high, he smoked that tire. That thing right down there with Rusty, that might be his strong suit will be this race, being run low.
Strategy for Elliott?
Only thing he can do is we come off this corner here. You see Rusty smoking a little bit. You just got to keep the heat on. Even if you're abusing your car, you can't let that guy in front breathe. If Rusty gets out there and pacing a little bit, it's hard to handle. Man, you've been in this situation.
Well, I think the thing is he's got to decide whether to run the track or run the race, you know, and it looks like a couple times he'll go one way, one lap, and then he'll go another way, another lap. So it's, I think he'd probably like to be running a different line, maybe the best suited his car, but he's got to put the heat on, like you say, on Rusty, and figure out where he's going to get by.
Maybe he slacks off Rusty and take it a little bit easy. He doesn't need that.
All things to keep the pressure on.
I feel like it is. There's no pressure that you can apply because they're going to be there. That's the pressure.
We're going to know very shortly. 387 laps have now been documented.
That right there was the first time I saw Bill Elliott try that little white line down there. He might be feeling, see if he's got it down here, and he got a good exit off the corner for him.
And Rusty didn't get a particularly good exit. He was a little bit loose coming off there and got a little wide.
Speaking of loose, this shot right here is showing Rusty with it hung out around the slow car.
Elliott closes down again. Wallace trying to put Pontiac in victory lane for the second time in 31 years of racing here in the 600. And that forward of Bill Elliott. Now they've had some victories here. They know what that feels like.
The hard thing to do is these guys have been doing this for several hours now. And they go in there, you take a big old 3,500-pound car, throw it in that corner at the maximum speed, and all you want to do is be perfect each lap. If you make a little mistake, Bill Elliott passes you, like Rusty said, well, man, what'd you do that for? It's not easy to do. These guys' concentration, they've been at it hard. They're doing a heck of a job right now.
Ford won its first race here in 1962 with Nelson Stacy aboard. Their last victory with Kyle Petty in '87. Neil Bonnet won for them once back in 1982.
Yes, sir, it's right.
Crowd, nobody's leaving this one. 390 next time by, 10 laps remaining. What a show this is. Missouri driver in front, Georgia driver in second.
I tell you what, I used to always tell my pit crew. I could see everything's going to, I said, you tell me 10, you give me 9, you give me 8, and I'll go to work. So right now, I'm sure they'll count these laps down.
Final moments. One of the biggest payoffs of the year in American stock car racing. To be decided apparently between these two. Again, Mark Martin lies in third spot. We get down toward the finish. Michael Waltrip fourth and Irvin fifth.
While we're talking about this, I know the laps are winding down. With the 6 car, Mark Martin, Lynn's pick right here is closing some gap on it. They can be mixing it up. We got enough time for him to get into it.
All right, don't leave. Don't go anywhere else. This is what we've been waiting for all day. The decision on the 600. Wallace in front, 3 car lengths. Everybody standing. His last moments. Pressure being exerted. Looks a little like what we remember, only it ran for what? Well, about the same when back in 1980, Benny Parsons and Darrell Waltrip locked up in that great war. Rained a couple of times that day. And about 7:30, 7:45 at night, but it was worth every moment of the staying to see such a great battle as that one. 393 this time by. Elliott moves in here a bit and turns 3 and 4 in this main straightaway. Wallace seems to draw away and has a bit of an advantage at turn 1. The word here is just push him as hard as you can.
What's amazing is that they look good through there. Usually this kind of pace, one of the cars going to give up so much, but they first look good.
And you saw the Wallace car shuffle here 2 laps ago up there. That time it was ironclad. Third place car, Mark Martin in number 6. He knows he's running for third unless those 2 leaders should get together. One of those Charlotte episodes, give him a shot at moving through.
There's been a lot of these races that you can win from third when those first 2 get tangled up.
A lot of times you want to step back just a moment, let the shoes fall up in front and fly, then come through. Wallace seems to build an interval here now.
Yeah, that's what's been in the back of my mind. You know, I've never played this guessing game. I've always been on the other side of the fence trying to participate. This is hard to figure out right here. That's the good part about racing. You can ask Dan Elliott or any of them. The only two guys that know what's going on is those guys, those two cars right there.
Put the smoke off number 9 that time.
I believe he's trying.
Bill Elliott trying with everything he's got. Get this car back in there. One more shot. 5 laps to go. Live on WTBS. It's a telecast with you in September from Richmond, Virginia, that great 3/4-mile track. Car number 75 eases on Rick Wilson, and a caution is coming out. There is a caution as car number 75, Rick Wilson, pulls in. There is a caution out. They're racing to the line, racing back to the stripe. Yellow is on the track. Here they come to the line. This could be the race. Oil in 3 and 4 as they come across. Rusty Wallace is still in front. Yellow is out. Bill Elliott holds on to that second spot, and it's a very slippery 3rd and 4th turn, and everyone treads lightly up there. 4 laps to go. You think we can get a lap down to finish this one off?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm guaranteed you'll see a pace car run a slow pace. They'd like to end it on the green if at all possible.
That's going to bother these cars, bogging them down like this close to the finish after running almost 600 miles.
Well, I'm just about to bet you that everybody in the racetrack would like to bring and finish it up.
Made me relax.
396 down. Chance to relax here. You want to take a look up there in the corner. There's oil down to the track. We saw the 75 committee been running back there in that 10th spot, the Wilson car. That leaves 11 cars in the lead lap. Now, we were talking a few moments ago about the most drivers on the lead lap at the finish, and those numbers come out at 6. The years were 1978, 86, and 88. Most drivers on the lead lap at the finish. We have 11 cars still in the lead lap now.
We've got a bunch of nice actors on pit road. I saw the Rusty Wallace crew jump out like they wanted Rusty to come down pit road. You couldn't have drove him down pit road with a shotgun.
Well, once in a while that works. Once in a great, great while. Remember the Petties won a race like that one time? Yep. Running a lap down in 12th is Trickle. 13th is Terry Labonte. And up to 14th moves Greg Sachs, 2 laps down with Dave Marcus in 15th and Buddy Baker in 16th.
Lynn, there's something you've been touching on all day long. I believe we're going to get a restart. What has Rusty Wallace been doing? The restarts, he's been very dominant. So I think NASCAR's going to give us a go on this thing, and he's going to be happy.
Safety truck is in. The truck is back in and headed down pit road. It's laid speedy drive all the way through 3 and 4 in the bottom groove. And they don't take time to brush it in like they would on a half-mile track. They'll dust it off with these cars, line them up, and I think we're going to see them get a take 1 as they come by. As they come by, that will be lap 398. It'll be a 1-lap shootout now.
Yes, sir. They're putting 1 to go out.
1-lap shootout coming on to decide $900,000 with 11 cars in the lead lap.
I tell you what, I just reached for my seatbelts to tighten them up a little bit. This is when you need to snuggle down.
Dick Trickle, as our in-car camera, will be at the lead of the field there on the Coca.
He could give us some great pictures.
I'm not sure which one we want to see, the inside or the outside.
Some Arctic motor oil cameras right there.
We have bragged all day long about those steep restarts, and not a brag, but have been amazing at it. This is when it really could pay off for him.
So now they're ready to decide. And Mark Martin gets a chance once more to pull back up in there. I don't think anybody's going to let anybody get away this time.
Yeah, and this might be the section when NASCAR racing becomes contact sport. These last 1 lap to go, you almost just pull out the wheels and go for it.
Final moments. They'll come down and get a green, get a white, take 1 lap, and decide the 31st annual Coca-Cola 600. Look at Wallace pulling up. Elliott moving along.
Slow, slow, slow pace right here.
And look at Wallace drawing. And he backs back down again. Waiting in that inside car. Pace car is in. Being very respectable as they come down out of turn 4. Now here comes the break, and on the outside, Wallace makes his move. Here comes Bill Elliott right with him, and Mark Martin stays with him. Those 2 Fords locking up to go after the Pontiac. The last lap for all of it, and Martin comes to the inside. Elliott does not let him through.
Don't forget, we've got to contend with this third and fourth turn, which might be the least bit slippery.
Back straightaway.
Particularly down low, because that's where the oil was, which is where Rusty was here in the rundown.
Wallace in front. Here comes Elliott, charging. Wallace fading high. Bill Elliott down to the inside. Last lap, last turn to the side, the 600. Coming to the stripe. And for the first time in his career, Rusty Wallace has won. Rusty Wallace has won the 600. Unbeatable today. Rusty Wallace comes home champion in the Coca-Cola 600. Bill Elliott for second. Mark Martin with a valiant effort had to settle for third. We'll give you the rest in a moment, and you'll meet the champion, Rusty Wallace.
Is that the highest finish for Michael Walker?
Thank you. Where are we? Where are we?
Rusty's back.
Points after today. I need points. Good. Thank you. Yes, sir. Rusty Wallace took an extra lap, and now he sits in victory lane at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Let's join Charlie Harper.
The Winston Cup champion, Rusty Wallace, and now the champion of the Coca-Cola 600 also. Rusty, tell me about the race. Any problem?
I had no problem. The car was strong all day long. I had a real good motor and a real good handling race car, and finally got the monkey off our back. You know, I was sorry to see Dale go out early because I really wanted to race him, but I hope everything went safe in Indy today. Yeah, because I know it went safe for me, and I'm real happy.
What about that last caution? Did you have any trepidation when you just one lap to go and you had to race against Elliott?
Well,
and Martin.
I was real concerned about it. I was, and I don't know. You know, you didn't know what the last lap. All I could do is light it up, clean the tires off, swirl it around, and get a good turn for turn one. I know the way the car's been driving about every lap down on turn one and a restart, so I was pretty confident. Sure of it was the dirt down in 3 and 4, and I didn't know where Bill was at.
That's Rusty Wallace, winner of the Coca-Cola 600. Ralph Shaheen as one of the other contenders.
Charlie, we got second place finisher Bill Elliott. Bill, did Rusty try to suck you a little bit on the start, or were you prepared for what he was going to do?
I was pretty much prepared for it. Mark got a little bit of a run at me, and I went to the bottom of the racetrack, and that's all I was going to do. I was going to protect my ground. And, you know, when I could get to Rusty, but my car tightened up, and I never could get any more. But, man, we worked all day long getting back to the front. We had a tough day.
Tires were smoking at the end there. Were you just giving it all you had? Nothing left at the end?
There was nothing left.
That's the story from Bill Elliott, who came through in second place and gave it such a stout run. He made up a lap here today, and in his 7th effort, Rusty Wallace comes home victorious in the 600. We'll be back with more of the highlights of this great moment in the Coca-Cola 600 from Charlotte after these words. We're going to do it here. Okay, so get the average speed and the points. Do we have that? Because that's going to change.
Ken back, you sit over here. Sit out a little bit.
Thank you.
You sit back.
Okay.
That way you can
Varsha out a break and then up to Ken.
Press box. Press box.
Do we have any final?
Watch yourself. Watch yourself. Let her out.
Yes, sir. Do we have any final word on how many laps Rusty led?
see if we can get that in good.
Anybody know how many laps he finally led?
270 plus.
No, it's 300 plus.
Sorry.
He led over 300.
Okay. Top 5 with that STP logo.
Is there a goodies award today, Fred? Jim.
Thank you.
Stop, Larry.
The sun is growing low, the shadows long, the crowds are leaving Charlotte Motor Speedway, but the celebrations are just about to begin for Rusty Wallace and his Wallace Racing team. Welcome back. I'm Bob Varsha, wrapping things up for you from our STP Pit Communication Center. It has been a spectacular day. There you see the final standings. Rusty Wallace in a last lap shootout with a big crowd favorite, Bill Elliott. Mark Martin almost got Elliott for second. Michael Waltrip finishing fourth, and Ernie Irvin fifth after a very strong day at the racetrack. Our True Value Hard Charger points, once again, it's a Rusty Wallace runaway. He led 310 of the 400 laps, and that piles up a whopping total of 1,762 points. Kenny Schrader, Brett Bodine, Bill Elliott, and Davey Allison filling out the top 5 there. 1,500 bucks will go to Rusty Wallace. Our Timex Speed Track Fastest Lap Award, Kenny Schrader from the get-go. This is one of the first 100 laps of the race, 166.51 miles an hour. We thought maybe Rusty or Bill would give us a topper in that last lap shootout, but they just didn't have the time or the traction to get it up to speed. So a set of Timex Speed Track computers will go to Kenny Schrader's team. Now let's get back to Ken Squire.
Rusty Wallace came through in second place 2 years ago. Last year he detonated an engine. He comes back here today and flies around the speedway, leading some 310 of the 400 laps and winning his first Coca-Cola 600 at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. A final comment from you, Lynn?
Rusty's back, and I'm really glad you guys called me. I enjoyed this.
And Rusty Wallace will move up in those standings. He came in here 7th today, and bad luck for your old pal and hunting friend Dale Earnhardt.
Well, he had trouble, but I tell you what, everybody took a shot at him today, but he held them all off.
At the end of the event, there were 16 cars that were no longer in this 42-car field, and I think that's outstanding. Want to thank you all for joining us. Want to thank you, Lynn St. James, for being with us and enjoying this great race on Memorial Day. We'll see you in Richmond, Virginia. Great job to both of you. Thank you so much for being with us, and thank you for joining us today here on WTBS for the 31st running of the Coca-Cola 600. Covering the pit center today was Bob Varsha. Ralph Shaheen was with us, Charlie Harville, Mark Pfister, Lynn St. James, Neil Bonnet. Goodbye, I'm Ken Squire.
The Coca-Cola 600 has been brought to you by the Coca-Cola Company and your local Coca-Cola bottler. Coca-Cola Classic, you can't beat the real thing. And by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? And by Coors. Coors, the Rocky Mountain Original. And by Turtle Wax, the world's largest selling car wax. And by Haviland's Superior Grade Motor Oil, fights sludge, protects engines. And by Goodyear tires. Goodyear, because there really is a difference.